to conserve as much time as possible so we can ask any questions as much as possible during that time frame. Dr. Postwaite or Mr. Kennedy, I don't know who's presenting first, or is there an opening or icebreaker, or there you have it. I mean, there you have it.
Thank you. No, sorry, I don't have an icebreaker.
Okay. You got a lot of chocolate up here, just in case you need some, I tell you.
So I'm waiting for slides to be displayed.
Okay.
So Maggie?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So good afternoon. This is, could go back. Thank you. So this is the second of 3 budget workshops for the school board. The way it's going to unfold today is primarily 3 parts. I will talk a little bit about the, again, like I did in the first budget workshop, a little bit about the historical nature of funding here in South Carolina and specifically as it relates to Charleston. So it provides some context as to why we're presenting the numbers that we're presenting, especially the proposed millage increase. And then after that, I'll get into some of the details of the numbers that we anticipate that we're recommending to add to the budget for this year. And then it'll be the third section will then be each chief officer will present their divisions and what changes they may be, which changes they are recommending. And so in terms of the process between now and June 28th, when the board has the second reading of the budget, the first reading of the budget will be May 24th. As we've done in the past, we will deliver to each board member a copy of the first reading budget book, which provides more detail than I have today. And then in June, after the Audit and Finance Committee, we will present the final budget book, which will contain all the details for your review before the June 28th vote on the second budget, assuming that nothing changes significantly between the 1st of June and the end of June. Yes, ma'am.
Just a quick question. How much time will we have to review that preliminary budget book before May 24th?
So I will. I'll get that information out to you all. I'll try and get that out tomorrow. I have to check with my staff to see where they are. We talked about it this morning, but I don't have a time window. But we'll certainly get it out before. Next slide, please. And again, as always, when we develop a budget, we look at it from the perspective of what the board priorities are. And so we have a new set of priorities this year that the board adopted a few weeks ago, and they're shown here on the slide. And certainly we want to pay attention to these board priorities as we think about a budget for fiscal year 22. Next slide. So the strategy that we use, and essentially it's the strategy that we use every year. I want to figure out how to maximize revenues. We still do not have final revenue numbers from the state yet. We are actually still working with the county auditor's office, county treasurer's office, trying to refine our projections for the local revenue. So for instance, at the Audit and Finance Committee on this past Tuesday, I presented a set of numbers. It was late Friday afternoon. We got an email from the county auditors indicating that there may be some 2 changes. And so I'm not presenting those changes today because we don't have those solidified. So one of those changes is increased revenue. So that's a good thing. And the other potential change is a change in TIF revenue, which may not be so good. But at any rate, we'll have more information on that. It may have an impact on the revenue numbers that we currently have. Prioritize expenditure needs. So each division has gone through each chief has gone through their divisions to see what type of expenditure increases they need to support those priorities that we have here. And then I mentioned a minute ago, and then and we've gone through a prioritization, we being the cabinet, a prioritization process to refine those expenditure requests. And that's what we'll present today, the results of those, that prioritization. Of course, we under state statute, we have to balance the budget. And so that's what we'll present, a balanced budget to the board. And then this next one here, maintain the fund balance at or above the board policy of 16.67%. So I talked a good deal about this last time that the GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association, recommends a minimum fund balance of 16.67%. That is a very critical percentage or number for, I think, for the board. And I'm going to talk a bit more about that in a few minutes, why I think it's really critical. And then the last one here is to minimize the tax increase, any tax increase to the extent possible, which is there's some difficulties here locally because of how the state funding formulas work. Next slide, please. So before I get into a little bit more about the historical context, I do want to present the three, at a summary level, the three budget scenarios that we presented to the Audit and Finance Committee last Tuesday. And so scenarios 1, 2, and 3. And what we recommended to the Audit and Finance Committee was scenario 2, which is a 3.4 mil increase. The value of the meal, by the way, is $2.9 million. So about $13 million, a little less. But anyway, scenario 2. Scenario 1 is a no millage increase. Scenario 2 is a 3.4 mil increase. And scenario 3 is a 4.7 mil increase. Again, we recommended, and the Audit and Finance Committee voted on the 3.4 mil increase on scenario 2. And you can see the revenue numbers that will be generated in each of those scenarios. $582 million in scenario 1 with a no millage increase. We'll add $13 million to that with the 3.4 mil increase of $592.3 million of revenue. And then scenario 3, it would have gone up to $595 million. Sorry, that's the 13 million. And then, so again, we focused on the scenario 2, and you're coming down that column, you can see after the revenue of $592 million, we have expenditures of $572 million. I'll talk a little bit more about how we got to that number shortly. And then we have additions to that 572. And those numbers are $24 million for what we call required. And then we'll look at each of those required. There's things like health and dental insurance increases, things like the retirement cost increases, things that the district has no control over. And then we'll look at things that we do have control over, which are the next two numbers, the $6.6 million and the $10 million. And again, each chief officer will talk about what those details are. And so that would come up with a expenditure of $613 million. And we would propose to use $21 million. So that's not enough. The revenue of $592 million is not enough to cover the $613 million worth of expenditures. And so we would propose then that we cover the remainder or the gap use of fund balance of $21 million.
In the presentation to Audit and Finance, I see you reverse the order. Scenario 3 was what we approved based on what you presented to us, right? Did you switch the order?
You're talking about in the presentation?
Yeah.
It very well may be switched. I didn't pay attention to
I
that.
just wanted to make a note
Okay.
of that because I think it was scenario 3 that was presented. It's the same information, but on here it's scenario 2.
Okay, right, okay. Yeah, so it's the 3.4 mil
Right.
tax increase. And then,
Mr. Kennedy,
yes, ma'am.
why is it that the total for scenario 2 and 3 the same amount?
You mean, oh, you're talking about the expenditures of 613 million? The difference between scenarios 2 and 3 is how we would fund those. And so we would fund scenario 2 using less of a tax increase and more of fund balance. If you take a look at the use of fund balance in both of those scenarios, scenario 2 contemplates $21 million of fund balance, whereas in scenario 3, it's only 17 million. So the difference is how we would fund it.
Fred, thank you. Just a quick question. This is not the total budget, right? There's other expenses and revenue related to construction, maybe? I'm not sure what's this, there's something.
Yeah, so what we're looking at this afternoon is the general operating fund budget. When we present the information to the board for the first reading, you will have the debt service budget, which there's no change in the millage, 28 mills. And then you would also have the capital budget. We presented, I think it was in the April Audit and Finance Committee, the long-range capital projects plan included next year. And then using scenario 2, we would project at the end of fiscal year 22 next year, we would have a fund balance of 113.7 million, or 18.54% of the general operating expenses, which is greater than the 16.67. Next slide. So this slide here, we focus on the graph, the line graphs. The blue line represents revenue going back to fiscal year 14 and going through projected fiscal year 21. And the yellow, orange line represents expenditures during that same time period. And the gaps between those lines indicates either revenues are below expenditures for any given year, or revenues exceeded expenditures. So you can see from 14 up to around fiscal year 16 and 17 timeframe, we had expenditures that exceeded revenues. And what we did during that time period, then we used more and more and more of the fund balance to be able to fund those expenditures. And then beginning around fiscal year 17, we reversed that. And now, although we've been budgeting more expenditures, and the reality is our expenditures have come in under budget and our revenues have come in over budget. And therefore, we've had an ability to increase the fund balance. And you can see that clearly in the next slide, which is a history of the fund balance going back to fiscal year 14. The green bar, a line that goes horizontal across this slide, that represents the 16.67% of the GFOA recommended 16.67% of expenditures that should be reserved in fund balance. And you can see in anything below the line going back to fiscal year 14, running through fiscal year 18, we consistently ran below that line. Now, I will say the 16.67 was just adopted by the board recently, a couple of years ago. It used to be the state minimum is 8.3%, 8.3%. And if you take a look at fiscal year 17, fiscal year 16 and 17, and even fiscal year 15, the last time the district had the financial, fiscal crisis here, we didn't have enough fund balance to be able to overcome that crisis by using our savings. And so what we ended up doing, which you'll see also shortly, we had a significant tax increase to the public because we didn't have the money reserved in an emergency fund, which would be the fund balance. And so what we've done over the last few years, we've been able to build up the fund balance to where you can see the numbers where they are now. And so one of the strategies that I recommend to any school board, that the board pays attention to how the fund balance is managed. It does two things. It allows the district to protect itself from emergencies. And so last year we had the pandemic. We were able to, because of the fund balance increase, we were able to provide the things that we need, services that we need to students and teachers in the face of the pandemic. You know, to a large degree, by the additional dollars coming in, but also to a large degree because we're able to use our fund balance. And I mentioned this last time, we really got lucky this past fall because we didn't have the pandemic and a hurricane. And had we had both of those, I feel strongly that the financial position of the district would have been sound. And the other thing that I'm beginning to think more about and discuss with my staff is that as we think about the use of the federal dollars that are going to be coming in, presumably we'll have some effective programs that'll be developed out of those dollars. But at some point in the short term, those dollars are going to evaporate. They're going to end. And so what do we do when we have the so-called funding cliff and those federal dollars go away, and then we still want to try and maintain some of those programs that have been deemed to be effective. And one way to think about that is to think about using the fund balance. So right now, the 16.67% is set aside in committed. That's the category. And then committed, this is not a recommendation in terms of how the committed is used. It is a regulation, federal regulation, where when something goes into committed, an amount, then the governing board has to specifically say what it's for. And for right now, it's for an emergency. And also, if we added more to it, it could also be designated a portion of that for sustainability once the federal dollars go away. So the paying attention to the fund balance of an organization is important. Next slide. So this is a history of the millage going back to. I'm sorry.
So I may be overthinking this a little bit, so tell me. But I just want to make sure I understand and the public understands that. So the fund balance is separate from the budget. It's like our savings account. And so the only part of it that goes into our budget discussion is what we think we might need to use to cover expenses for the projected budget. Is that correct?
Well,
Doesn't count against expenses. You know, the fund balance is not part of our expenses for the year.
It's not. It's just the amount that goes into to fund the expenditures. So I think in scenario 3-to-1, scenario 2, that's being recommended is $21 million would be part of the budget from fund balance. All right, so the history of the millage going back to 2008, you can see this is just for information right now. I'm going to talk a little bit more about how there's some restrictions on the use of millage here in Charleston. Last year, we did not have a tax increase. So you see the fiscal year 21, 118.7 mills. And then in the prior year, we had a reassessment so the millage dropped from 126.7 down to 118.7. Next slide. So there's two state statutes that really have a significant impact on our revenues here locally. So the Education Finance Act of 1977 was designed to equitably appropriate funding to state school districts by compensating for differences in local property wealth. Under EFA, state support is adjusted for property wealth with the balance intended to be made up locally. So what that means is that it is a funding formula that was designed to provide some fairness across the state on how revenue is generated. And what the EFA, the Education Finance Act of 1977, said that on average, the state would fund 70% of school district general operating fund, 70% across the board. And then the school districts were then expected to fund the remaining 30%. But it was done on a proportional basis using something called the index of tax paying ability. So if a district had a tremendous amount of, the more property wealth a district had, that district then was expected to pay a greater percentage than a school district whose property values were very low. And so here on the coast, us, CCSD and Beaufort, I'll give you some numbers on that in a second, because of our tremendous amount of property values compared to the rest of the state. This act here, EFA Funding Act, supposes that we have the ability locally to pay for a greater percentage of our supporting our students. And so 70% on average, and 30% by state, 30% by the locals. It's a reverse in the actual. We get roughly 70% local and 30% from the state. And then so in 2008 with Act 388, Act 388 actually, the EFA Funding Act 1977 gives us the ability to raise taxes to be able to fund the difference. And then in 2008, Act 388 restricted that. And so it really prevents districts like Charleston and Beaufort from raising the taxes to be able to do things that, that the boards might want to do. Now I'll look at some numbers here in a second. Next slide, please. So this comparison of state support, so I have Charleston in here, and I have some select other school districts just for comparison's sake. The base student cost of $2,500. I mentioned this in the first workshop, that for next year, fiscal year 22, every student, all 700-some thousand students in the state of South Carolina will receive $2,500. That's the base student cost. But because of the Education Finance Act of 1977, Charleston would only get 32% of that $2,500. So we would get $812 per student, whereas Greenville would get $1,825 per student because their property values are much less than the property values out here on the coast. And that's clearly shown. You can take a look at Charleston and the last one here listed, which is Beaufort. So Beaufort only gets 24% state support, and Charleston is 32%. So we're at the low end of that spectrum. I don't show it on here, but if you would take a look at a district like Colleton or some of the districts around the I-95 corridor, you would see a greater percentage of state support. And then the last thing I'll point out on this slide here, if Charleston were to receive that, that so-called average of 70% of state support, the last number on the slide indicates that we would be getting, instead of 49, we would be getting $111.8 million in state revenue next year versus the 49.7 that we're projecting. So that's a big difference. And again, the Education Finance Act, the purpose of it was one of the purposes was for a district like Charleston to make that difference up in local tax, using local tax property, the local tax base. And we have, because of the wealth that we have. But next slide. But what happened with Act 388, although the EFA Act said we have the ability to do so, Act 388 said, well, you cannot do it. In 2008 with Act 388, the state increased the sales tax by 1 penny. So there was a sales tax increase of 1 penny, and that penny was supposed to be used to offset the loss in local tax revenue. So we weren't able to raise taxes. The board wasn't able to raise taxes as they saw fit. And so the act said that that's a calculation, and the state would replace the lost revenue. So that happened right when the Great Recession hit. And so the sales tax revenues never came in from the state. And so what you see here on this graph, the orange line is the actual revenue, the tax relief revenue that we received from the state under Act 388 over this time period. And the blue line indicates how much revenue we could have raised using just the Education Finance Act. So again, I'd like to point out, it's not to say that the board would ever raise taxes that high, but that's the amount of gap that we have on the table there because of what I'm calling the paradox of those two funding acts. Next slide. And I think the last slide, and sort of like historical context, just looking at the allowable millage that we've used. the allowable millage each year since Act 388 is a combination of the consumer price index and the population growth of the local county. We don't have that number for next year yet because of the delay in the census numbers. But what this shows here, in the second column from the left, it says allowable mills that have been used over the years, going back to 2011. And you can see between 2011 and fiscal year, it looks like 16, we use very, very little millage at all increase. In fact, we all increased millage 1 year, and that's about 1.9. I would say that's lower than the CPI and the population change. So definitely that's lower. And so what you see though, in fiscal year 17, we have this huge tax increase of 15.6 mil. And if you remember a few minutes ago on the fund balance graph I showed, it showed the fund balance decreasing over the same time period. So the time period when we were not increasing taxes at all, we were decreasing our fund balance. And then when we got into the fiscal crisis, two things happened. One, we didn't have a fund balance to be able to dig us, to help us out of that crisis. And we had to increase significantly the amount of taxes to the public to be able to come out of that crisis. And I would say also the last point here, if the board adopts the 3.4 mills for fiscal year 22, which is the last line on here, the last column shows how much that's been unused. And so we would still have 4.7 mills that we do not use, that we could have used, but we would not use under this option. So getting into the fiscal year 22 numbers, we start with
Dr. Frazier has a question.
Mr. Kennedy, please explain briefly about the consumer price index and how that affects the overall amount of money that we're spending. Is that the right way to answer that question?
Yes, ma'am. So the allowable millage, the state tells every school district in the state of South Carolina how much they are allowed, the maximum amount that they're allowed to raise millage each year, the maximum amount. And it is a combination of the consumer price index, or essentially the inflation, and so as cost increase, that's what that is. And then, so it's a combination of that plus the change in population growth. So as our population increases here in Charleston County, that is added to the consumer price index and we come up with a rate. And if you could go back one slide. And so if you look at the second column here, it says allowable mills. So these numbers here, where it says allowable mills, those are the numbers that the state has given us each year during that time period, except for fiscal year 22 next year. That's a estimate on my part because the state hasn't given us that yet. And so you take those mills and you work with the county auditor, we work with the county auditors, and we come up with the amount of revenue that we can increase by. And so the value of a mill for the general operating fund this coming year is about $2.9 million. So you take the mills of 3.4 that we're proposing to increase times the $2.9 million, and that gives you the amount of revenue, that additional revenue that you would raise next year. Okay. All right, so looking at the enrollment for fiscal year 22, we start, this is just for comparison purposes to show you what has happened. So in fiscal year 20, like in the wintertime, each winter we project how many students we're going to have in the fall. And then in the fall, around the 9th day or the 12th day, it varies. We actually take a physical count of all the children and then compare that to our projection. So in fiscal year 20, but this was the year before the pandemic, we had enrollment of 44,570 and the projected rather, and then the 9-day number in September August was 44,987, so slightly higher than what we projected. And then you look at fiscal year 21, what we projected in the winter. Again, this projection was before the pandemic. We projected a slight increase from the actuals in fiscal year 20. But then when September rolled around, because of the pandemic, we had a significant decrease in enrollment. And currently for 22, we're projecting to recapture, going back close to where we were in fiscal year 20 before the pandemic. And you know, I mentioned the base student cost. So the students, not local revenue, but state revenue is driven, I won't say exclusively, but largely by the number of students that you have. So if you take the base student cost for us, $812, and multiply times each weighted student, and you come up with our revenue numbers from the state, from the EFA. And so as our students change either up or down, then those revenue numbers change accordingly. Next slide. So this is providing the information on scenario, what we call scenario 2 here, which is the proposed budget numbers for next year. So I'm going to go through those. So we take a look at the first column of numbers budgeted for fiscal year 21. So the current year's budget, we budgeted $538 million worth of revenue and $585 million worth of expenditures. So clearly expenditures were budgeted higher than revenue. And so the way we made up that difference of $47 million was two ways. $13.4 million from the first round of COVID relief that was awarded last spring. And then the other difference, around $33 million, was from the fund balance. So we used fund balance, but we used it in a way that we were cautious to not drop it below the 16.67%. As I think you saw in the slide, and the graph that I had a few minutes ago. And so you can see the variances there. And then projected for fiscal year 22, you can see the revenue number, $592 million. And then with what we call a base expenditure of $572 million of expenditures. So if you look at the first column again, what was budgeted last year was the $585.9 million of expenditures. And so instead of starting the budget for fiscal year 22 with what was approved in the budget last year, we actually reduced the base from 585 down to this 572. And the reason why we were able to do that, because we looked at expenditures that we couldn't, we didn't have to spend, we weren't able to spend, or in some cases, for instance, like with staff. So we have 100% of the staff that's approved in a budget, but you don't have 100% of those staff hired at any given time in the year. And so instead of starting again with what was approved last year in expenditure, we being the finance team, has done a detailed analysis. And we do this over a period of several months to be able to determine what is the base that we should start building the budget from. And so instead of the 585 again from last year's budget, that analysis has indicated that we can reduce that down to $572 million.
Okay, Dr. Frazier.
Yes, sir. This is one of the most interesting aspects of being on this board, and the most complicated aspect of being on the board. And I'm just trying to figure it all out and take it all in. But Mr. Kennedy, do we ever take an analysis of why we spent more than we received? I mean, is there a method that you use to do that? Why are we spending more money than we're receiving, so that we won't make that mistake again?
Well, if you were to go back to
I don't need you to go back and prolong your presentation, but do you have a method for looking back at what we're doing in the district to prevent us from overspending? I guess that's what I'm saying.
Yes, ma'am. So if you go back to slide 5.
I remember one year we were talking about $18 million shortfall. I don't think we want to get back into that again, so.
No, we will not. So if you take a look at this graph here on slide 5, this demonstrates, I think, what you're asking. So again, the orange line in this graph represents expenditures. The blue line represents revenue. Prior to fiscal year 17, the point that you're making where expenditures exceeded revenue is an accurate statement. Since then, as shown in this graph, the blue line, the revenues have exceeded expenditures. And so although we might budget for expenditures come over revenues coming from the local and the state, our budgeting has been conservative to the point where we're able to make sure that our revenues have been exceeding expenditures. So we don't have a problem in terms of getting back into a fiscal crisis.
And I'd like to just add, to be perfectly clear, the board budgeted for that. It wasn't an over expenditure of the budget. The board decided at this time of the year, when the board was making the budget, to use some of the fund balance to actually add to the revenue for the coming year. So it was intentional on the board's part. It's like saving the money ahead of time that you'll need for the coming year. As Mr. Kennedy has pointed out, what we have to be careful of in the future is not to let that happen unintentionally. But it was something the board planned for, saved up the money, and then used it the following year.
And if you didn't use that, a certain percentage of it, then if you wanted to cover all the expenditures, then taxes would have to increase. And so we try. You remember at the beginning, I said one of the strategies was to minimize tax increase, and so that's one of the strategies.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Coates?
So Don, if you look at, and I just want to get us to the same number for starting, and it would have been nice if I was prepared, I apologize. So when you go to graph number 5.
Oh. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it says there that we projected 576,500,000 in expenses for fiscal ending 21. And then the most recent slide you showed us had that number at 585. And I'm just wanting to make sure we are clear on what was the number so that we have a starting point. On number 13, it says expenditures F21 budgeted was 585,927.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, and can you just go back to that graph, please, Maggie? Okay, so in the number on the $585 million on slide 13, that number is what was approved in the budget. The number of 576 on graph 5. This graph was made probably before the Audit and Finance Committee. We had a base. We had reduced that base of 585 down to 576. And then if you recall last year when we were building the budget last year, and we came into the pandemic crisis, we slowed down spending, both from a personnel standpoint and non-personnel standpoint, and we saved $10 million to be able to carry over into the budget for fiscal year 21. And so what we have done since we built this slide, we've done an analysis like we did last year, and we have identified, I think it's $4.2 million that we're doing the same thing we did with the 10 point something last year. And so that gets us from the 576 down to this 572 that you see on slide 13. In fact, I think it may be the version that I presented to the Audit and Finance Committee may have been explicit where it showed that $4 point something million decrease. I don't remember.
Was it the 576?
Okay.
So is it safe to say that although you were budgeted 585.9, you're gonna roll out only spending about 572
For the starting point,
for this year.
for the starting point to build the, oh, I'm sorry, say that again now?
So for fiscal year 21, this year, we were budgeted 585. And you're thinking that we're gonna come to the end of this year having spent 576?
No, 572.
572, so we're going to have spent 13 million less than.
That's
Thank you
correct.
very much.
That's correct. And that was presented, I think at the Audit and Finance Committee, I presented 576, but that was before we got to the savings of 4.2 earlier last week.
Congratulations, that's really, really good effort on y'all's part.
Okay, John, continue. I'm sorry, Dr. French.
Yeah, are you going to go into more detail about the number of full-time employees that were increasing later on?
We are, yes.
Okay, and then, so I guess the second question, on this page, the 572 number says fiscal year 2022. So I just want to make sure I'm not confused about the 576 and the 572.
I'm sorry, Dr. French, which slide are you on?
13,
13?
the one that we were.
All right, so what's the question again? I'm sorry.
So the 572 million number seems to be about next year. Is that right?
So
I'm getting a little confused because of the discussion you had with Ms. Coates.
So the 572 is what we staff is projecting, what we are projecting, we're going to end the current year. So we project we're going to end the year both in revenues and in expenditures. So we're saying, as of last week, that we think when we end the year on June 30, we will have spent $572 million. Okay, and so that number will change slightly because we're estimating, but that number is not going to change significantly.
So is that column mislabeled? Because it says fiscal year 2022. I'm just confused.
Okay, I see. So our starting point for building the budget for next year, for fiscal year 22, is from expenditures, is the ending point where we think we're going to be this year. So we are saying that we think we're going to end the year at $572 million. And that's going to be the beginning point where we start adjusting the expenditures. And so that's why that column that says FY 22 projection, because we're going to add to that 572, as you'll see in a second.
So you mentioned a slowdown in expenses, the way we had our expenditures done this year. I'm not sure I understand that, and I'm hoping at some point we're going to learn if that impacted, education.
So we're very understanding. So we're very cautious about that, about having the impact. So for instance, one of the things that here for this year, we had to be more aggressive last year because of the uncertainty associated with the pandemic in March and April last year was, across the country it was just horrendous. And so we had to be a little bit more cautious on what we did, maybe a little bit more aggressive, I guess. And some of our expenditures are not going to be needed. So for instance, some of the supplies that we had budgeted for last year, this year rather, would not be needed because we just didn't have the volume of kids in schools, et cetera. And so those types of things that we are looking at, that comprise the $4.2 million additional savings. All right, so going back to the column that says projected 22, so that projection is based on revenue and expenditures. And when you do the math, that shows $19.8 million variance. And so that $19.8 million is available to help fund next year's expenditures. So it's subtracting the expected expenditures from the expected revenue gives us almost $20 million in that. And so that's available to allocate. And so that then, with the exception of fund balance, that makes up our revenue numbers for next year. And then coming down to the expenditure request here section, and again, Dr. French, we're going to get into more details what these mean, what these numbers, both the dollars and the FTEs mean in a few minutes. but the required increases of 24 million. Learning services increases of 6.6, and other considerations of $10.2 million. And so that gives us a total expenditure increase next year of $40.8 million, $40.8 million. And then when you use the $19.8 million to help fund that 40 million, there's still a gap. And that's the last number above the zero at the bottom, that's $21 million. And so what we're proposing is that in addition to the $3.4 million mill increase, we also use $21 million of fund balance. And so let me talk about what those fund balances pieces are. So the 2.7 is money that was not spent, that we're not expected to spend this year under the mission critical. The $10 million of fund balance, that's simply just taking $10 million out of the fund balance without any, it's on the balance sheet now, we just take it off the balance sheet and use it to balance the budget. The 4.3, I said 4.2, so the numbers are actually $4.3 million. These are the cost reductions that we just identified in the last week or so. And so the way that works, we save the money. Just from an accounting standpoint, it flows to the balance sheet, but then for expenditures next year, it comes off the balance sheet or come out of fund balance rather, to fund expenditures. And then the special education request of $3.7 million, that's a similar type thing. And then we'll get into a little bit more details on how that works in a minute. Next slide. So next couple slides, I'm going to talk about what we call state mandated and other required increases. The step increases for teachers, $4.2 million. The $1,000 salary increase that the state is indicating for all teachers, $4.7 million. And what we've done in terms of, at this point, the state has not indicated how much of that they're going to fund. And we do not anticipate them funding 100% for Charleston. And so we have an estimate of funding 50%. And so hopefully that number, would change, go up, but that's what the estimate is. So $4.7 million for the teacher salary increase of $1,000. 1% increase in employee retirement rate. I indicate to the board last time we met on this that that's a 1% increase that we have to contribute each year going through, I think, fiscal year 23. So we have one more year increase in the health and dental increase. Again, things that we don't have any control over. Other required increases at the bottom of this slide. Charter schools and Meeting Street. So there's a set of formulas that we have to follow in terms of the charter schools. It's a state derived formula, so we have to just follow that. And so that's based on, again, student count and the student demographics. We have a new school coming online, the West Ashley Center for Advanced Studies. So those 19.75 FTE are designed to provide teaching staff for the school, for the new school. The translation services associated with the Department of Justice settlement. So those 7 FTEs is for that purpose, or are for that purpose. Property and flood insurance. We have a lot of property and we have to have it insured. We didn't have an increase last year, so this actually represents a 2-year increase. And then sometime earlier this fiscal year, the board approved an increase in the number of certified Head Start teachers to be able to help ensure that we do a better job in educating our pre-K children. And then there's a reduction of $2.2 million associated with changes in our mission critical expenditures that we made adjustments for this fiscal year.
Okay, Don, you finished with this slide?
I think.
All right, there's a question from Dr. Frazier first.
Have we included anywhere in the budget increases for our classified employees?
You mean salary increases?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. We'll see that in a few minutes. We have a slide on that. We'll talk about that in a few minutes.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Dr. Frazier, I'm sorry, Dr. French.
Yes, does the full-time employees for translation services, does that include funding anybody at schools? Or is that all like the new office of translation services.
Yeah, so we have another, on another slide, you will see, I think it's 12 or 13, I think maybe 13 shown, but I think we have 12 FTE for new positions for bilingual secretaries at schools. So this is, so we have an additional support for that, for English language learners through the translation there of bilingual secretaries. So you'll see that in an upcoming slide.
And I'm curious about the mission critical actions. Are we eliminating full-time employees there? Is that what that means?
So just expenditures that were not used this year. So I can't, mission critical, I think we had like $12.4 million worth of revenue for fiscal year 21, the current year's budget. And so there was some shift in the thinking on how we would support that. And so that reduction then carries over into being able to help shift funds for next year. So we had some additions and then we have some subtractions, and this is the net.
Okay, I think I understand. I guess I thought mission critical was mostly about programming rather than hiring people.
Well, we do have staff in mission critical. So mission critical, for instance, mission critical, one of the items is acceleration schools. So we certainly have hired staff for that. Another item in the mission critical is the cultural competency work. So we have a position that's funded through that. So we do have FTE in the mission critical.
Okay, next item.
Next slide. So next, then we will switch over to each chief officer discussing his or her division. And so the first one is operations. I'll ask Mr. Barori.
Thanks, Mr. Kennedy. So the top half of this slide are what we call the must-pay bills, and the bottom half are the critical needs, things that we believe that we should be doing. I'll quickly go through each of these with a little bit more detail. On the must-pay bills, the transportation contract, this includes potential fuel increases for this coming year with the increasing price of diesel, performance incentives for the contractor that he earns through the course of the year, as well as an increase in the monitor rate for those that ride the buses to support us. The utilities increases ends up being a wash. We are going to receive a rate increase, which resulted in the $1.2 million estimate for next year. But we believe that almost the same amount, 1.2 million, can be offset with ESSER funds because of the increased running of the HVAC units in the morning and the afternoon at our schools, as well as the increase in utilities based on them running with higher filter systems, creates a need for more energy. So we believe that the utilities end up being a wash. The other contractual obligations and footprint can be attributed to four major things. Number one, last year, there was a state act passed, 256, that requires a significant increase in monitoring our fire systems, doors, dampers, sprinklers. The estimate for those increased inspections and analysis is $419,000 of that $1.7 million. We have an increase for planning. We need to pick up the stadium security for our athletic events. That's going to be managed regionally. We've negotiated the need based on our local, with our local police forces on what has to be provided. The district will manage that centrally rather than putting the onus on the schools that use those stadiums. The third item in the contracts and footprint is the actual footprint growth. We're opening up West Ashley Center for Advanced Studies, as well as the addition to Hot Gap. That represents a 157,000 square foot increase for custodial staffing in those buildings, boiler inspections, sprinkler inspections, kitchen hood inspections, elevator inspections, all the inspections that go with those respective schools during the school year. And that does take into account, we've eliminated Archer from our footprint. So we do subtract when we lose a school in that calculation. And lastly, contract increases. So we've got annual increases to things like grounds, custodial, that results in a $666,000 increase of that 1.7 million. Moving down to other requests, these what we believe are critical. It amounts to 338,000. One of them is anticipated need for, and it's not anticipated, it is a need for managing those stadiums. We don't want to dump the onus of those stadiums, managing the scheduling and taking care of those facilities to the schools. We want to manage that centrally. The second item is nursing. We're working with HR to analyze what the nursing salaries are. That is an anticipated budget placeholder, not a guaranteed at this point. We need to work with HR and run that to ground to determine where our nurses fall in with other support facilities. Athletics, this is an interesting increase across the board. We would share this amount with our high schools. We've gotten reports back on what the schools have lost this past year. They use the school revenues primarily from football and basketball to do things like replace uniforms. West Ashley High School lost $56,000 this year. Burke High School lost North Charleston High School lost $20,000 this year. That funding is used to buy new uniforms that they set up on a schedule of every 3 to 4 years replacing those. And so we want to supplement their numbers. We would split up that 76,000 across the 10 high schools to allow them to continue to replace those uniforms and any other consumables within their athletic programs. Maintenance and plant ops, a small number listed there. That's things like for increases of hazardous waste, vehicle fuel and maintenance, and also a master plumber supplement. As we get plumbers become certified as masters, we give them a supplement to keep them within the school district. We did get a credit. We awarded a new activity bus contract that saved us $73,000, so we took that off the list. Again, totaling $337,000 for critical needs and operations. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Dr. French.
Planning and real estate, you were suggesting it's mainly for scheduling use of our facilities. Is that correct?
It's for scheduling and use of the stadium facilities. Those are new ads this past year. Right now, we have 2 facility use officers that are paid for with reimbursements to the district. These stadiums are primarily internally used and need to be managed. We run schedules throughout the entire week on the weekend for those facilities, maintain the custodial schedule, the cleanup, the lighting, the press box, the electronics, all that has to be managed by an individual.
Okay, I just thought it seemed like is that salary and benefits included?
That's salary, benefits,
and
retirement.
Okay.
And then there's some supplemental, a small portion of that are supplies. So it's not all salary, but it does include all the portions of a salary for that position. And it's a good point. That is one of our FTEs that we're proposing to add. The other one is maintenance and plant ops. That funding is for a pest control manager. Last year, the board approved that within a contract. We want to have the person within. So we've actually already had the money to do that, but we want to have the FTE to go with it.
Thank you.
We're going to hire that internally.
Okay, Ms. Coates, and then Ms. Heather.
So Jeff, on the transportation contract the up cost, I got that there was the potential increase in fuel, the increase in the salary of the bus monitors, but what was the third one?
The third one is performance incentives for the contract. So every month that the bus contractor maintains 110% staffing or 110% of the bus drivers, they receive 3% of the invoice. And so we're anticipating a worst case scenario, 850, that across the year, they would meet each of those goals. And then if they do make it for every single month, they get a $250,000 plus up at the end. So there's a good chance that not a good chance, there is a chance that some of this money would come back to the district, but we're anticipating worst case. What's that?
About $1 million if they did everything right every
850?
month.
Yes, ma'am, 850.
Okay. And the other one is, are nurses subject to steps and COLAs?
They are.
Okay, so
They are.
so when we hear about steps and COLAs, we know that they're getting included, because I know there are some staff that we have that are not.
If it is, right, if it's district staff, if it's other than teachers. If it's something other above teachers, if it includes all district staff, the answer would be yes.
Okay, and the only other question I have is just because it looks so staggered, is we know that maintenance and plane ops, we know that there's extremely talented work, it's extremely important work, and we have a problem getting certified people to do the work, and that FTE is falling under a $58,000 nut.
Right, so the FT,
But just what, but the FTE for a planner for the stadiums is falling under $150,000 nut. The salaries just look a little skewed, and I would suspect there may be some other things in there, but paying nearly 3 times as much for a scheduler as for someone who's keeping our buildings safe. I would just like you to either tell me I'm wrong in that assessment or why that assessment is that way.
so the planning and real estate total cost includes a full-time body. The maintenance plan ops, the body's already paid for. So we're actually, the FTE that's represented under plan ops and maintenance, there's no dollars associated with that. We're simply moving money from the contract over to in-house. The 58,000 is for other maintenance items.
Okay, so
In
that's
addi-
not a salary. So
It's
you're
not-
doing
it's
two
not-
things.
right, it's
You're
not part of
adding
the salary.
somebody onto our staff and you're spending 58 on some miscellaneous costs, but they're not the same thing.
Correct.
Thank
The cost for the FTE is already in the budget from last year because we were going to contract for it. The 58,000 is for other maintenance costs like hazardous waste, as an example, increase in fuel costs.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Henry?
My question's been asked, thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Kennedy?
So next, Ms. Belcher will talk about learning services.
So we have a few compliance-related increases that we have to do to make sure that we're meeting our legal requirements and well-serving students. As Dr. French alluded and Mr. Kennedy, and in order to well-serve our expanding ESOL population, we need to add more support at the school level in form of bilingual secretaries. So that's the first item. So that's a fairly significant investment to make sure that every school has someone who can do translation or interpretation. Alternative programs is adding 4 social workers to meet the needs of students coming that we're seeing in this current year and making sure that we have the capacity to meet what has been our typical need. 2 of those will go to acceleration schools and the rest will be allocated out across the district. The big investment, however, in learning services is in exceptional education. For those of you who understand IDEA, it underfunds the actual need of the district. So for some period of time, we've been able to transfer some investments for our current special educators from previous year's grant, which is not the right process to follow. Additionally, we've made a habit of not necessarily having an accurate projection of what we need for exceptional education, and we have to fund some of our most expensive special needs costs, which would be full-time service through IDEA. So those, at this point, Mr. Kennedy's team and our team has done an extensive analysis to get to a point of a balanced budget and meeting our needs. We're going to have to transition that 1.9 million in those FTEs that already exist but have been previously funded by IDEA into the general operating fund. Now, the 27.5, those are additional expenses that we anticipate based on the current population of special needs students in order to meet their IEP targets. That's a wide range of special needs, which could include placement, speech and language pathologists, as well as low incidence teachers, et cetera. As Mr. Kennedy will talk to later in the presentation, one of our challenges with exceptional education is it's very hard to find these people, and traditionally that has been our big issue, is making sure that we have the special educators that we need to well serve our students. The last 2 points are for the Montessori middle school programs. Right now, they do not have a tech teacher on site, which means that those students are at a disadvantage compared to their peers in other middle schools that don't have the opportunity to take those courses. So we're proposing adding a technology teacher to each of the Montessori middle schools. That's a 2.0 FTE.
Okay, Dr. French?
For the exceptional children and IDEA, so you're saying that you're going to be adding this number of full-time employees, correct?
The 29.8 are already our existing staff that are moving from one funding source to another. So it used to be funded through IDEA, and now it's going to be funded through general operating funds. So those people already exist. The 27.5 would be an additional headcount based on the projections of our needs in terms of exceptional education of our current student body.
Okay, so let's just talk, it sounds like the 29.8 are just, there's some extra money we're going to have to spend. this year for that, but it's not.
It probably will be an ongoing cost because this is the challenge of exceptional education. It's not funded for what it actually cost us. So with all of our federal grants coming in, and they're more than just IDEA, also from migrant student workers, 504 related expenses, they don't cover our full on costs. So that's part of the reason at this point we've been able to, Mr. Kennedy can explain this, but we've kind of waited a little too long to move this over. And now is the time to make sure that we're actually balancing what are our real costs and ensure that our audit is tight. Like Ms. Holt Pilkney, who leads our Office of Exceptional Education, has done a very good job of making sure that we're in total compliance and all of our needs are met. But to do that, it's going to be a significant investment.
Okay, so the other thing is the 27.5, if you divide that out and you're hiring new people, that's only about 63,000 per person, per full-time employment average. And so is that including salary and benefits and retirement costs? Because
Yeah,
that
I
seems
believe
like
it's
a
fully
pretty
loaded cost. Is that
low
right?
salary.
Yeah, so the 27.5, not all certified special education teachers. So some of these are support staff.
Okay.
And so I would say, so we have all the total costs covered. And some also, we also contract out with some services as opposed to hiring FTE. The reason being there is because of the difficulty in staffing special education teachers.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Coates.
Can I ask a question?
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
just 1 second, then Ms. Coates, and then we'll come back to you.
So, two questions. One, with the 13.5 FTEs, you mentioned bilingual secretaries, and I visualize there has to be somebody in the front office that can speak the language of the parents and the children they serve.
Correct.
But is that a standalone job? Are we adding, so the school, and there, I know the ones we're talking about up north of my area, if we have 3 secretaries there now working the front office, are we going to add one because they speak Spanish? Or are they going to become that some of the 3 need to be? I mean, are you adding a full-time employee to a school just so they can speak Spanish? Or are you working to ensure that of the 3 or 4 full-time employees budgeted for that school, somebody has to be bilingual?
The hope is the latter, but part of what we've tried to do in the past was that there's a recognition that interpretation and translation services pull away from some of just the day-to-day as well. So we just need extra support to meet the full-on need. Right now, what happens is anyone who speaks the second language often gets pulled out of whatever they're doing to translate. And we just haven't made the investment until now in our infrastructure to ensure we're meeting the full need. So the hope is that we wouldn't have extra secretary headcounts per se, but to get to where we're going, we're going to need to add those headcounts.
And I think you're right. We can't, their need in their language need may pull them out of the office much more than on a typical expectation. So I understand that.
And I should have said that some of the exceptional children investments include investments within Spanish-speaking special educators in order to be better around our IEP requirements in terms of translation for students who speak other than English, their families speak other than English, and going through the extensive IEP process.
Well, and that kind of answers my second question, because we're projecting not an increase in the number of students that will be served by CCSD. That came out of one of our prior slides. And I didn't know if you were expecting more children to fall under exceptional needs and qualify based on new federal regs, or if you're expecting the same number of students and needing this many more people to serve the roughly same number of students.
It is the same number of students, but certainly the addition of the second language learning is a big piece of it. And we just haven't always served all the students that we should have been serving. And we're moving towards this point of making sure that we're meeting all of our needs. Now, I will say, I think there's an opportunity which Ms. Holt Pilkney came in at a time where we were a little behind the times in terms of our compliance with exceptional ed. And now we're good on compliance. So the next stage is to take it up a notch around efficiency and effectiveness. We are very tight on our current strategy towards writing IEPs, but there's an opportunity to focus instead on the goals and not be so procedural. So there may be more cost-effective and more effective ways of doing special education. But to get to the point of making sure that we were meeting our requirements and serving all kids well, the next stage is to see if there's a way to do it more efficiently and effectively.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Ms. Coakley, you had a question?
Excuse me. Yes, that was almost going to be one of my questions, what Ms. Cindy was asking. I'm sorry, I got lost. Excuse me, in reference to the exceptional children and how much we were adding, and the English as a second language. So I'm looking at how much we're getting ready to spend towards that, and I'm just bothered because like children needing these services did not just come into the system. It's kind of almost already been there. I understand the need sometimes for the extra staff, or we're not trying to consider maybe some parents that actually speak this language to maybe help interpret this, so we're not always constantly going for third parties to help with some of this. And again, I want to thank you for adding in a little bit more expenditures. And what you said was we haven't been servicing all of our children the way we should have been. So with the same amount of dollars for the exceptional children, so the same amount of children just increasing the services. I just want to say thank you for that part too. But I'm just bothered that right now it seems like we're having to pull in something for something that's already there. And we could actually kind of utilize some of the parents that are there to maybe help with some of that instead of going to a third party. Is that something possible?
I think it is. I mean, one of the things that, I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
Ms. Belcher, go ahead and continue.
Sorry, did I do something wrong?
No.
You're asking about the pipeline for talent and better leveraging parents, right, ma'am? I just want to make sure I'm answering your question correctly.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think there is a possibility. I mean, one of the things that Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Brigman are doing right now is they've solicited interest among the classified employees who might be willing to be full-time certified teachers. And so building a pipeline that way. And the other thing Mr. Brigman and I have talked about is there an option for alternate route for special educators? As you know, special education requires more training than a traditionally certified teacher. So having ways of people who are used to working well with those students, having them come in as a teaching assistant first, and then moving from a teaching assistant into a teacher, that would be our aim. Not only would it increase, which is just hard to find talented special educators, but it also obviously would build a pipeline, a more diverse pipeline over the long term. But we're just not quite there yet. That's the vision of us taking that on in the next couple of years.
Try reaching out to some of the parents, maybe. Parents are the best educators sometimes too. Good training goes a long way with that. Just a thought. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kennedy, you want to continue?
I believe it's still me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Ms. Belcher, I'm
Although
sorry.
Mr. Kennedy wants to take over. On the chief academic office, that reflection, so I'm continuing the expansion request. That's a reallocation of a current position at a higher level in order to do all the coordination across learning services in terms of our budget and expenses. So someone in my office is going to take on being an aid to other learning services employees around the budget to make sure we're tightly managing our expenses, particularly given we know we're going to have an additional large sums of money coming in, and our accountability on all of these federal grants is really important. The acceleration schools department, we neglected to add to budget for a secretary. So coming out, we're adding that position, but we're not deducting it from the overall acceleration schools budget. So we're not adding more to that budget. We're just reducing the cost in order to cover that payment. To get to serving the students, there's some modest increases that are needed to expand our fine arts program more broadly, including instrument purchases and partnerships. I would say the CTE is adding more support services to cover and increase the days of some of our employees and expand our options. And then our real sort of high level expenses are related largely towards increasing program options at the school side level. So the East Cooper CAS, between Lucy Beckham now coming online and the Wando School, Lucy Beckham and East Cooper have done a ton of work to move some of the CAS programs that have existed on the school site, the CTE programs that exist on the school site into the CAS. Some AP programs had been offered at the CAS. Those are being moved back out to the school site. So, and we're adding in obviously a new grade at Lucy Beckham. some of the programs that we would start to serve a 9 through 12th grade would need to, even though we're only serving 9 through 11th next year, would need to have the teacher FTEs added this year, both at the CAS and at Lucy Beckham, to meet the full enrollment once Lucy Beckham is 9 to 12. So the 3 FTEs and the 5 FTEs, that reflects the needs specific to the school expansion of Lucy Beckham and an evening out of this where the CTE programs are based between the 3 schools. One of the things that's challenging is that we do expect that our CTE plus the high school enrollments should reflect our enrollment long-term, but with COVID, we did add additional headcount in order to get to safe COVID capacity. So just want to put that out there. Ultimately, we should see a decline in teacher headcount at some of those schools. Deer Park is adding a guidance counselor and Dr. Williams, is it, forgive me, it's a technology teacher, is that right? Avid, thank you. Deer Park is becoming a school-wide Avid site, and Mac, I know you asked about the Avid program, so we're in the process of doing a cost-benefit analysis about Avid and trying to understand if that is something we should be expanding more. It's not quite done yet, but hopefully we'll be able to present this summer on the overall impact of Avid, both the school level as well as the students who are directly enrolled in the program. And then really early college is adding additional staff to get to its fully implement some of its courses that it needs to. St. John's is Baptist Hill is adding some CTE for the new CTE expansion that's been added. So really this is just to bring these programs up to line to what they want.
Okay, Dr. Frazier.
Yes, ma'am. I'm looking at your increases for the acceleration schools, and I'm just disappointed in the amount of funding that we're putting into these schools. It would appear to me, as a product of this school district, that what do we have, 15 acceleration schools where students are struggling, and yet the schools that are doing well, where the students are doing well, we have large sums of money going into those schools, but our struggling schools, I don't see where we're trying to put our money, where we're putting our where we're putting our resources, and why is that?
Well, part of the issue is that some of the acceleration school investments can now be funded through ESSER. So there's not an overall reduction in money going to our acceleration schools. Now, some places, now remember, general operating fund is year-over-year expenses. So Mr. Kennedy highlighted at the top of the call that some of our places have gone down in mission critical. So some of it was just budgeting. We thought the budget would be this amount of money, and it actually costed us less to do the program. So for example, I think we budgeted $650,000 to run a residency program at Millage, one of our acceleration schools. It actually cost us closer to $300,000 to run that program. So that's one of those things. It was the first year of implementing it. So some of the costs came in less than we expected. But we also are anticipating that we're going to invest in UVA more over the next 2 years than we invested this past year. That is in the general operating fund, but our partnership with Leading Educators, which is a professional learning partnership working with the teachers around in the professional learning communities, where they look at student work, try to see where there are gaps and misunderstanding, and then reteach. That has been a big investment this year around the math curriculum. Next year will be math and ELA. The total cost of that program is about $2.9 million. That is going to be covered though from another revenue source in ESSER. So we're just trying to make sure that things that could be covered as intervention strategies around COVID could move to that funding source.
So we're going to see somewhere where we're going to see the amount of dollars increase for our acceleration schools, because my issue with this whole acceleration school project is that we have never ever funded these schools at the level in which they should have been funded. And how are we going to make up for that? And so you're saying that we're going to use the ESSER funds to do that, and where we see that, see how that's going to be budgeted somewhere in the budgeting process.
It won't be reflected in the general operating funds or that we're going through today, but it will be reflected in other grant sources. So last year we spent 1.8 million, well, actually it was a little less, 1.5 million on Leading Educators to do the work, or this year, they'll do the work with the math team. Half of that was funded by Title I too. So we've been trying to leverage where we can revenue sources, including public dollars, to make sure that we're fully funding and can sustain any of these investments in the long term. But some of them are capacity investments. I don't expect us to do leading educators for more than another 3 years. At that point, our hope is that we've built up capacity within those schools and have teacher leaders who can lead those sessions. And so we won't have to make that same level of investment. So that's a good fit for something like ESSER funds, which has a limited time range.
So, but what I'm asking you, Ms. Belcher, is that whether we're going to actually see dollar amounts being placed into these acceleration schools at some point in time as a budgeting process.
I will be talking a little bit more about that in the committee of the whole when we talk about the federal funding that is
Okay.
on its way.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Dr. French, and then Ms. Waters.
Yes, I guess that it is confusing because it looks like based on this, you're not going to add any full-time employees to the acceleration schools themselves. And because you're talking about all the different places you are adding full-time employees. And I think that it's come up many times that we need better mental health support, for instance, in any of these schools. Shouldn't we be talking about how that's going to happen by investing in people? Now, talking about UVA, I understand that's a big ticket budget item, but I think we all want to see more people at the school helping the students and potentially making it easier for the teachers to focus on teaching in the classroom, for instance.
Agreed. Well, again, the Department of Alternative Program expense of 4 FTEs, 2 of those are going to the acceleration school specifically, those social workers. But this is general operating fund versus, so one of the things under the board priorities, COVID recovery includes, as you said, a significant investment in social, emotional, and mental health services. We are contracting out to provide more mental health across the system, certainly in these schools. Also making sure that they're able to do more of our trauma-informed instruction work in those schools. So I think one of the opportunities, but makes it less transparent in the general operating fund, is that some of these dollars that are coming in from the federal sources can be spent now on significant capacity investments, social emotional investments, and mental health investments in these schools and other Title I or other schools across the system that need it. My perspective is a little different. Now, I, as you all know, I'm relatively new to Charleston. The per pupil expense within Charleston County in these acceleration schools in terms of investment from Title I dollars, from state ATSI dollars, from CSI dollars, as well as from the general operating fund investment are significant. Money is not our biggest challenge. Our biggest challenge in these acceleration schools is making sure that we're well serving, as you said, in a trauma-informed way, kids who bring a lot of things together and really upping that quality of core instruction. The quality of core instruction is not where we want it to be, particularly there. We have our youngest, least experienced teachers. We have high teacher turnover, and it's very challenging. So that's a place where we need to get to more stability. So part of this is taking these young teachers up a notch in terms of professional learning. And then ultimately, I'll say it at some point, Mr. Brickman and I might be coming before the board to ask for things like incentive pay and other things. But until we see results in these schools, it's premature to ask for that.
Okay, you want to continue? Are you finished?
I'm finished.
Okay, all right.
I don't know if we're finished.
Okay. All right, Mr. Briggs. I'm sorry, Mr. Kennedy.
Yes, next slide, please. So I think it is Mr. Brickman coming up. And before he starts, he's going to talk about the changes in human resources. I will highlight one of the things in his section where we're taking the non-teacher, recommended non-teachers get to 95% of market. I know last year, well, actually this fiscal year, maybe last calendar year, the board talked about attempting to get to 98% of market. And I talked to the Audit and Finance Committee about that this past Tuesday. But in terms of trying to take a look at a balanced budget using the financial considerations that I talked about at the beginning of this presentation, we landed on this 95% as a proposal for next year. Mr. Brickman.
Certainly, thank you. So human resources considerations around compensation. So the first item is moving our maximum teacher step from 25 to 26. So that's really hopefully going to be a phase-in process where we add steps over the next couple of years to our teacher salary structure. So to explain, a step is a teacher's years of experience. So right now, our maximum step on our schedule is 25. The state's maximum step is 23 on their minimum teacher salary schedule. So we are slightly a couple of steps ahead, but we need to continue to grow that because we really need to retain our experienced teachers, and we really want to model after the years to retire from the state retirement system. Non-teacher step, we do have an amount here for all of our non-teachers, which are all of our hourly employees as well as administrators, to have a step for next year's salary structure. In addition to moving all of our non-teachers to 95% of market, as Mr. Kennedy referenced the conversation before about 98% of market. Just to be clear, on an earlier slide, teachers are to get a step that's mandated for next year if they are eligible for a step, as well as the $1,000 per teacher. So I just want to make sure we don't lose sight of teachers when we're looking at this slide. The last item I have is moving our classified new hires from 15 years of experience to 18. So our practice up until this year was a new classified hourly employee who had experience beyond 12 years was capped at 12 years in our system. We were able to move to 15 years for the current budget or current school year, and we plan to move to 18. That's another phase-in approach as well. Are there any questions for me?
Okay, Ms. Green and then Dr. French.
Bill, I should know this, the number of teachers we have versus the number of employees.
So folks who are considered that we issued contracts last week are the 1st of May. There are about 3,700 plus certified educators. Of that, about 300 are administrators. So it's about, we give or take 3,500 teacher type contracts.
And so the balance of the 5,000 or so.
5,500.
Is just regular employees.
Yes, ma'am. Non-certified, correct.
Dr. French.
Yes, I'd like to come back to the 95% issue for classified staff versus, and so when we say non-teachers, could also be teacher assistants, reading coaches.
So it would be teacher assistants, reading coaches, maybe a certified group. So it's your nutrition services, any type of support position, secretary, bookkeeper.
But they're paid, but these are hourly paid employees.
Correct.
Basically. And so it's also pretty clear that that's going to be some of the staff that are paid the least. So this is to go up to 98%. I just would like to know more about what would it take to be able to do that? Is it really such a big ask to maybe use a little bit more of the balance fund to get it started? It's going to have to be sustained. And if you only want to use a 3.4 mil increase this year, could we commit to another mil increase in fiscal year 23 that would sustain that to getting to 98% so that we could go ahead and start now? I just feel bad for these employees to be left out of reaching that 98% target that the board said was a very important goal back in October.
So I'll look to Mr. Kennedy to comment on any millage increase.
Yeah, so I would have to verify the number, Dr. French. So showing non-teachers to 95% of market, I mean, that's an accurate projection there, $5.9 million, almost $6 million. And I think, and as I discuss this, I'll ask my staff to send me an email, but I think to get to 98% for all non-teacher teaching staff, it's around $11 million. So another $5 million. So again, that's what I believe it is, and I'm asking my staff to verify that now for me.
I do think when we talked about that the other day, it was about 2 mil, two additional mil.
Yeah, so so that's right. We did talk about it in cabinet, and so a mill again is $2.9 million. So that's roughly the increase that I talked about there.
2.9 million.
Right.
You said 2.9
Two-
million or
2.9
2.9
million.
mils?
No, a single mill,
Okay.
the value of a single mill is $2.9 million.
Okay, any further questions?
Yes, let me just
Dr. Fraser?
Yeah. Please explain to me, Mr. Brigman, if teachers are receiving a step increase, this does not include our salaried employees, is that correct?
Our salary, what, ma'am?
That's not including our salaried employees, the step increases. How do we balance teachers receiving a step increase and $1,000 pay increase, and other employees are looking around and saying, well, I didn't get the $1,000 or I didn't get
Right.
the increase. How are we justifying giving teachers all of this money when there are other employees who are looking at this and saying, well, this is not fair for us?
Right. So the $1,000 is obviously it's a state mandate. I'm not going to express my opinion on whether that was the best way to manage that. However, for non-teachers, if there's a step, which is what's in this, what I just discussed with a step, and we move employees to a 95% increase, our current classified hourly employees, after the board made a decision in March when we officially approved the 2021 schedule, moved from about 90% of market to 92.7. So they will see an increase going to 95%. That's the classified hourly. So all employees will see, if they're step eligible, would see a step. Teachers who are not step eligible would see the $1,000. Non-teachers, if they're step eligible, would step and then move to 95% of market. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, no, it can be confusing. I apologize. And please ask questions if you.
Well, I don't want to take up the session trying to understand that, because I will probably like to call you a little later on so that you can go in a little bit more detail.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
I would ask though, if it's a question that can benefit the entire board, you can just maybe send an email and then we'll get an entire response, because this is very, very important if it's additional questions. All right. All right, Dr. French, you had another question? Oh, you were just
Oh.
waiting.
Well, I was just, no, it wasn't just waving, but
Okay.
where the percentage of market right now. So just to reflect what the changes are. So is it different for the teachers versus the non-teachers? So going to 95%, how much of an increase does that represent, for instance, from where we are now?
Okay. So for teachers are currently considered 2% over market based on our data. So in saying that, we would like, obviously we want to be at market, but market is we'd like to be above market and be competitive for teacher salary. As you all, I think, are quite aware, there's a teacher shortage and we're competing with districts, not just in South Carolina, but Southeast and nationally. So we're not the highest paying district in South Carolina, and I'd like to be the highest paying district, and many of you are aware of that. As far as our other employees, so administrators, so those are non-hourly employees, those are salaried employees. After the latest salary structure that was approved in March, are almost at 95% of market. It's about 94.7. And then our classified hourly are now at 92, almost 93%.
Okay. So it does it represents a similar percentage increase to get at them when we get them up to 95%. Is what you're saying.
Give
Is
or
that
take.
correct?
And it varies from classification to classification, of course.
Okay, I believe we have other considerations. Who's presenting?
Yes, sir. I'll start there if you don't mind. Good
Okay.
afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, board members. The first line item under safety and risk services request. The first item for 105,694 is a request from the Office of General Counsel. That is to hopefully fill a role, a new position for a new safety and risk services manager. And that's at the cost of $100,481. And the remainder of that is $5,200 and change and that's for an upgrade to an existing position from a B31 to a B32. And let me go back for a second to the risk and services manager position. Currently in-house, we don't have any staffer that can handle the workload for liability claims, workers' comps, and those things. An actual individual who can get in the field real time to look at those claims as they come in. I think at that position will definitely increase our capacity to look at mitigating losses over that side of the house. And that's the total for the 105,694. Any questions?
Okay.
I remember this conversation this month last year.
Yes,
Did we never put that in the budget? Because this is an increase. I thought that was embedded in the 2021 budget.
This would be a new position, ma'am. So the answer is no, it was not.
It was not put in the 2021 budget, and we never hired that individual.
We did not, no, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, next item.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. I'm going to talk about the items listed under the but for budget consideration for the Division of Strategy and Communications. Within that request are the request for two positions, two communication positions. We know it's vitally important to communicate effectively, directly, and timely to our parents. And so the thought is that we would add two positions who would support our family community engagement office to be able to engage with parents in real time, so that if there's a question, if there's a call, if there's a need to even have face-to-face interaction, that can be done immediately. One of those individuals, and we've talked a little bit about our growing bilingual community, one of those individuals, we are going to look to them to be able to speak Spanish. And then the remainder of the balance for the request is we understand that parents go to our website all the time looking for information at their school level. And so we're looking to provide stipends to the managers of the school-based websites. Charleston County School District has 84 school-based websites. And so we know that incentivizing those individuals who manage those websites, who update the websites, who make sure that information is placed in real time the day that we find out changes and things is very important. And so we wanted to be able to support an incentive for the school-based website managers.
Okay, any questions, Dr. Fraser?
Yes, I just want to thank you for managing your office, because it's almost an impossible job for one person to do the kind of work that you do on behalf of this community. And I want to say thank you again. My question is, will there be someone working out of your office to help us to disseminate information to the parents who are not engaging in on the website?
Yes, ma'am. And that's actually one of the things that these individuals will do, thinking about how to reach parents who may not. So let me go back. The stipend for the school-based websites is one thing, but for these two positions that I'm requesting, it's to make sure that we have someone who can engage authentically with parents who we may not be able to get via phone or email or text message. And so that's when I said, face-to-face interaction is what's going to, within reason, let me put that caveat there, with proper distancing is important. And so yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
For your service.
Okay, Ms. Darby?
So just to clarify, Ms. Taylor, so the communication and strategy request, it's 2 FTEs plus the stipends for the website people. So it's not 2 FTEs at 420,000.
No, ma'am,
Okay.
absolutely not.
All right.
And ideally the funds for those school-based website managers will go to the schools.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. French?
Yes. One thing that looking at the ESOL issues that we're working on right now has made me think about been interested in adult literacy a long time. And I wonder if we're also working on ways to engage with parents in such a way to gently see if they need support in understanding the materials that we put out, because I know some of them are really complicated, technical, and hard to understand. So, and if people are struggling a bit with, high school level literacy, if they don't quite have that as an adult, are we finding ways to train our staff to help identify when someone needs a little extra help, maybe a video presentation of the information? Because people learn different ways too.
Right. Thank you for those ideas. I do believe that, in that's for me important, why it's important to have a Spanish speaking communications coordinator who can talk to parents and try to have that two-way conversation with them to find out exactly what information they need and be able to explain it to them in a way that's received appropriately. But videos and some of the other ideas are are good ideas, and I appreciate that. And we'll look to incorporate that into our program of work. Thank you.
Okay, next item up, finance and funding.
So that would be, all right, yeah, that would be me. And so before I do the last two items, I'll go back to the question about the 98% market. So my staff did confirm there'll be an additional 5.1 million. So you add to the 5.6 here, that'd be the $11 million that I mentioned to get to 98% market. For non-teachers. And the next to the last item is finance funded by indirect cost increase. These are for two additional positions to help manage the federal funds that are coming in. All our federal grants, each year we develop and get approved by the state an indirect cost rate. And the rate this year is 4.58%. I think we just submitted, I think last week for next year, and that's 4.61%. If you have a significant amount of additional federal revenue coming in, that entails additional staff. So you have to be able to pay additional people. You have to be able to manage the funds, et cetera. And so the indirect rate then contemplates the additional cost associated with additional dollars. So that's the purpose here. And that would be funded through, these positions would be funded through the increase in the general operating fund from this indirect rate. And the last item here is the disparity study around minority participation in our procurements, $114,000 being proposed to be spent from the general operating fund.
All right, Dr. Frazier.
Quick question. Mr. Kennedy, I know that I've asked you this over and over again. And where are we with this disparity study?
So where we are, Dr. Frazier, we've submitted, we put out an RFP. We received, I think, 4 proposals. I believe it's 4 proposals. We assembled a team, including one person from the outside of the district to review those proposals. We have selected one and made a recommendation. We have selected one. So now the next step is to fund it. Fund the contract.
So we're ready to advertise for the contract, or we've selected the contract.
We've already selected the firm that we wish to contract with. We don't have a contract yet, so we have to confirm the funding on it. So a part of the funding is coming from the capital, and part is $114,000 from the general operating fund.
And my last question to you is, how long will this study take place, and how is it going to impact the building program?
Well, the study I don't know how it's going to impact the building program. That's the purpose of the study. And then, so I can't presume to say what the outcome of the study is going to be. And then it's a lengthy process. So it's looking at the building program and all the opportunities for providing services, not just capital, the building program. So this is a multi-month effort. And I would say though, with the phase 5 capital program, we only have like $15 million in the early out. So we sold bonds, I think it was last week, a week before last. And in that bond sale for the spring was $15 million for the capital, for the phase 5 capital program. And so the bulk of the phase 5 would be spent much later than the current fiscal year. So we have time for the study to be done to have an impact on the Phase 5 capital program.
That's what I need to hear. Thank you so much.
Okay, Ms. Waters?
Yes. Where in the budget did, and you may have shown this somewhere, but where in the budget do school-based requests come? So if a school desired to increase its budget for anything, where would we see that?
Well, in some instances, under the learning services, for instance, with Baptist Hill, St. John's, Lucy Beckham, the West Ash, not the West Ash, but East Cooper, CAS, those are school-based requests to increase. There's a separate budgeting process that begins with the enrollment, projected enrollment for each school. And so we submit that out to the schools, earlier this late winter, early spring. And then the principals, the level leaders whom principals report to, then they identify to the learning leaders what additional requests that they may need. And so we reviewed those and made some adjustments, and then also looking at potentially putting some of those requests this coming year, in the ESSA funding.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go.
So, and maybe Mr. Kennedy, because I'm like Ms. Waters, I missed this when we went through it the first time. But on page 14, on slide 14, so I have a couple of questions. One, and it goes back to we don't anticipate an increase in the number of students served. So what is the anticipation of a $4 million increase of charter schools and other schools funding?
Yeah, so
I thought that funding was based on student numbers is why I'm asking.
So the $4.2 million, $4.3 million increase in charter schools. The funding formula for charter schools based primarily on two factors. One, as you indicated, the number of students and their demographics. So they have weighted, right? And I mean, it's a pretty straightforward and simple formula. And then, so that's one factor. The other factor is the amount of revenue that comes into the district, operating fund revenue. So as our revenue increases, then we will always see an increase.
Because they get a portion of that increase.
That's right.
And then the other two, the West Ashley, that's 19.75 new employees to open the CAS. And the 7 translation services, is that what department is that? Is that the communications staff, that and the 2 on the other slide? It'll be in the business strategy. So that's the 9 total that would be added under that department, 7 because of this and the 2 we just discussed. And the last question would be, how do we decrease expenses and mission critical actions while adding FTEs? Seems incongruent.
So we just show the net here. There's an increase and a decrease. And you still on
right. So if you're net spending less, how are you having to have 5 people to net spend less? Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but if you're because these are added to above who exists today. So if we're going to be netting if we're netting a negative expenditure, we're spending less. How are we having to add people?
So I don't have the details right now, but we did have an increase. I think I can't remember what the number is that we netted against this number, and then also have to take a look at FTE versus the contracted services. So I don't know the split on that.
And can we look at that just because it looks so doesn't match? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kennedy.
Joyce.
I'm sorry, Ms. Green.
Just
You got to wave a little higher for me, Ms. Green. I got to see your hand.
I don't know if this is for, maybe for Erica. Are the 7 positions for the Department of Justice settlement? I mean, are those 7 positions all related to the Department of Justice settlement?
Yes, ma'am.
And they will be in the schools or in headquarters office?
It will be at one of our district offices.
Okay, but not in the school?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, any more hands? Oh, Ms. Hedrick, you guys got to wave a little harder.
So what line item are we hiring the secretaries then? Because
the bilingual secretaries.
Yes, service.
Okay.
And I had a follow-up to that.
Are you done, Ms. Henry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Dr. French?
Yeah, one of the things that I know, and sorry, Mr. Brigman stepped out, is that it's really very difficult to recruit bilingual staff. And so is any of that budget some kind of incentive for people who are bilingual to come in and work in our schools?
Not at this point, I don't think. Mr. Brigman, that's right, right? Oh, it's not there.
Yeah, he just stepped out. So
Sorry.
maybe we can ask that at a later time.
But you're not also sure you need that, right? Because this is the first time we would have actually gone out trying to recruit bilingual, right?
Well, we've had vacancies before. It is challenging to find bilingual staff at every level of the system, whether it's teachers or secretaries or others. So that is true. But to date, I don't think we've asked for an incentive except for the math teachers and, as you know, sometimes special educators.
Okay, I do see Mr. Brigman coming back in. Would it be okay?
Run, Bill, run.
Sorry, Bill. The question is whether we had incentives for any bilingual secretaries in terms of hiring.
Do we have any?
Is part of this budget request going to include any incentives for that? Or do you think you might come back for that?
We've historically paid a secretary or support type personnel a pay grade or DBM above the DBM for those types of services if they're bilingual. But no, there's not some type of bonus in the app. Minister, there's secretary bookkeepers at the school level, yes, secretaries.
Okay, next item.
So Maggie, to wrap up, I want to show several slides to show the impact to, that's like an average impact to taxpayers if we were to increase millage by 3.4 mil. So the first one here, so in each of these slides, it's slides in two sections. One, the first half is for fiscal year 21, where we currently are with the millage. And then for fiscal year 22 on the right-hand side, where the millage would be in fiscal year 22. The first one here is for owner occupied. So if you have a taxpayer owns and lives in his or her house, or their house, would be the impact to them. And so, first of all, if you own and live in your house, you do not pay any taxes for general operating fund. So regardless of what the millage is, there's zero impact. And then for the debt service next year, which is the third column, there's, for this year rather, the millage is 28 mil, and it will remain 28 mil, I'm sorry, the second column, and it will remain 28 mils next year. So there's no increase in the debt service millage. So the bottom line for the owner occupied taxpayer is the yellow at the bottom, that this increase in taxes of 3.4 mil would have zero impact on the owner occupied.
For a minute.
I'm sorry, give them a $200,000.
Right.
$200,000 assessed value, which is, like an arbitrary number that we selected.
So for folks who may, like I had in the audit and finance, can you point out that number of 118.7 mils is not the number we approved last year, but that you have to roll it back because of that state law of reassessment?
That's correct. So the millage number that was approved by the board last year was 126 point something, 126. But we had a reassessment year where the county looks at, but they actually reassess the property value. Almost looks like always here in Charleston County, when that reassessment takes place, the property values increase. And so what the rollback millage does is state law. It prevents a district or any entity from having this big windfall by applying the prior millage. So it's rolled back to generate essentially the same amount of revenue you would have generated without the increased property values.
So it's really designed so that if property values increase, we're not allowed to access that money. It'll roll us back.
That's correct.
Which is kind of wrong.
Well,
Yeah.
so the next slide, please. And so the next example shows a non-owner occupied property. So this is someone who owns a rental property and is renting out to someone else. And we have an assessed property value here of 100,000. Again, no increase in debt service, so there's no impact there. And so with a 3.4 mil increase in the general operating fund, the impact to a property owner with $100,000 value would be $20.40. $20.40 for a person who owns a property that they are renting out for living purposes. Next slide. The next one shows for commercial type business property, and we assume an assessed property value of $500,000. And so this taxpayer definitely contributes to the general operating fund. And so you can see with the 3.4 mil increase in the general operating fund, the impact would be $102 per year at each $500,000 of assessed property value. Next slide. And then for the automobile owner, assuming an assessed property value of $20,000, the automobile owner also pays general operating fund taxes, and that impact next year for $20,000 assessed value on the car or vehicle would be $4.08 per year. And the last slide shows the impact on personal property. And so like a boat or something. And so you look at $10,000 assessed value, and the impact of that taxpayer then would be $3.57. And I think that represents that is the last slide in the presentation.
Okay, is there any overall arching question from any of the board members on this, Dr. Frazier?
Yes. Mr. Kennedy, thank you for your presentation and to the rest of the group that contributed to this process. How are we engaging the public in the budget process, our taxpayers?
So two primary ways. These meetings, as these board workshops, the board meetings on the budget, as well as the Audit Finance Committee meetings, they are public meetings. And then we are required each year to do a public hearing between the first reading and the second reading. And so we will advertise that in the local newspapers. And then we'll have a time and date set for the public to come and ask questions or present their concerns or whatever to the school board. And that's called a public hearing. And so that will take place. Typically, it takes place the date of the second reading of the budget. So
Before or after the meeting?
before. So that if there's any last minute questions or concerns that the public has, the board be aware of them before the vote.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
And I'm sorry, they're only posted in the newspaper, the public hearings?
I'm sorry, say your question again, Ms. Copeland?
Are they only posted in the newspaper?
Oh, yeah, so we actually posted in the Posting Courier and the Chronicle.
Okay, so CCSD is not making any other effort?
And on the district website, I'm sorry.
I was just saying, other than the newspaper, that's the only efforts that they're making to reach the taxpayer is through the newspaper?
So I believe Mr. Kennedy said the Posting Courier, the Chronicle, and the CCSD website.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. If there's any other questions after today, please, you can submit those questions to the superintendent office so that those questions can be answered. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for your presentations and to the other staff that presented here as well today. We will close this portion of our workshop and we will resume back at 2:15.
charge for my continuing question mark. Dwayne and
Take away.
What time are you okay with bringing media in? What time are you okay with bringing media in? 3 minutes now?
Yes, sir. We're gonna start in 1 minute.
The best to hear. I had that too. I'm still not that. Hip surgery.
Oh, did you have hip surgery? Yeah, Joyce did. My hip is killing me. She had a hip replacement, what, like a month ago, a month and a half ago?
Yeah. Serious stuff.
Okay, sorry, Dwayne, I'm taking up like a full spot, so you.
Oh, no, I got plenty down here.
Eric never has his.
You want to remove my stuff from back in?
Oh, no, we're good. We're good. I got a little piece up here. Oh, thank you. Okay. We are calling the May 10th, 2021 Committee of the Whole back to order. Maggie, are we good? Okay. All right. First item on the agenda is item 2B, adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion for that?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Green made the motion and Dr. French seconded. And Julie's getting us ready to be able to vote. All right, please vote. Ms. Coakley, how do you vote? We're voting to approve the agenda.
I don't think she's on.
She's not on, okay?
That was me, sorry.
So let the record reflect that Ms. Coakley is not on the call. Ms. Green, can you vote on the agenda?
It has a, I don't see it. I can't.
All right, how do you vote on the agenda?
Yes.
Ms. Green votes yes. Okay, the agenda passes. The next item is 3A, public comments. Ms. Waters? Thank you, Ms. Darby. We are going to begin the public comment section of the agenda. As a reminder, we do have a temporary public comments policy in place. That policy provides that we have a combination of in-person comments for those who can make it in and online comments as well. We will have a total of 30 minutes for the public comments section, and that time is divided up evenly among the speakers if we exceed 15. Luckily today we have about 8, so we will welcome them in first, and then we will have the reading of the online comments with whatever remaining time there is. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Jessica Ziegler, and in September of this school year, my daughter and I applied for a medical exemption for her to not wear the mask. We accompanied that with a letter from her personal pediatrician stating that her anxiety has increased, that she has nightmares and panic attacks, and we were denied that medical exemption. We appealed that and spoke with several assistant superintendents. We were continued to be denied. The time is now to go ahead and revisit that policy. On the topic of medical issues, I noticed that, is there anyone in here from MUSC? If there is, that's great. And if there's not, I still would love for them to listen because they seem to be the ones running the show on masks in this county. They had stated, representatives have stated that that masks had no harm to children. How do we know that? When in the history of our country, and especially the Low Country, have we masked small children for 7 hours a day for going on years? When are we going to reevaluate the harm that it does mentally and academically? My daughter is in kindergarten. She's learning to make sounds, how to put letters and sentences together, and she can't see her teacher's face, and nor can they see hers. Additionally, I would like to ask, what is the metric? What will be from MUSC or from this board? What is the metric that needs to be met for the masks to be removed? No one will answer that question. I understand as decision makers that it makes sense. It feels good to wait till the end of the year and regroup. I understand that. But this is a matter of breathing. This is not a matter of curriculum or of how much time we spend in gym class every week. This is a matter of my 5 and 6-year-old now learning to read and spell and breathe. And finally, I would just like to appeal to my fellow parents in the Low Country that may not agree with this policy to make masks optional. I'm not talking to other school board members now. I am talking to my fellow parents. I will have your back if you want an option for your child for something different. Stand with us so that my daughter has an option to breathe, and I will stand by you. Thank you.
Hi, Good Maggie. Afternoon. Could you state your name?
Yes, Maggie Marlowe.
Thank you.
And I stand before you again with a face mask on and a medical bracelet stating that I have a breathing restriction and that I have an exemption for masking, yet your rules and restrictions supersede my medical restrictions. There are students in schools who are getting infractions, detentions, and even suspensions for having their masks below their noses. These same students who suffer from asthma and other chronic breathing restricted illnesses as well are being punished for instinctually wanting to remove something that hinders their breathing. This isn't about the health and safety of our students anymore. This is about the control that you have as a board for dictating to the administration to enforce recommendations and suggestions without providing any data or science to back it up. In fact, Dr. Allison Eckert, the leading MUSD expert that CCSD has taken advice from, wrote an article in 2021 stating, I really was just not in favor of this initially, and now I'm in favor. Kids need to be in school. It is safe. She conducted a contract tracing study along with the help of the South Carolina Department of Health with CCSD schools and found that teacher to teacher, teacher to student, and zero, their teacher to teacher and teacher to student contact tracing, but zero student to teacher transmission. So the South Carolina Department of Health can find student to teacher transmission and cannot find student to teacher transmission in schools, yet they remain the last to be unmasked in our society as a whole. Our children have never been a threat from COVID, and teachers have had the chance to get vaccinated and can continue to protect themselves. We aren't taking the rights of those away who want to continue to mask. We are asking as parents and advocates of the children who don't have a voice in this to have the right to unmask our children. The fear that those have towards COVID should not be our children's burden to carry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mindy Herbert, I spoke at the last board meeting and asked that you unmask our children in schools, and you still haven't done it. We have asked, our state reps have asked you. To date, you have not produced a single study to support that kids should wear masks. Explain to our kids why they can go to dinner in a crowded public restaurant without a mask, but they can't sit at their own desk and learn without a mask. Explain to my kids why they can go to outdoor concerts and events without a mask, but they can't exercise at school outdoors in the southern heat without a mask. This is how that last meeting should have happened. The last one, 2 weeks ago, you should have been thankful that passionate, involved parents showed up to advocate for their kids. You should have invited us in and listened to our concerns. You should have asked to meet with us at a later date and discuss reasonable solutions. You didn't do any of this. You chose to silence us, your constituents. You used every tactic in the book to try to break our ranks and limit our voices. You cut speaking times in half. You didn't allow entry as a group. Look at your colleagues around the country. They're letting parents speak and attend meetings unmasked and are able to address their boards with reasonable time limits. You chose to muzzle, and your choices revealed who you are. To those who were recently elected, Kristen, Erica, Lauren, Helen, Courtney. All of you ran on platforms that promised that you would do what's best for our children. Please do what you promised to do. Eric, Kate, Cindy, Joyce, be the good example to your new colleagues. Don't pray together 1 minute and then shut down parents in the same meeting. This is the worst kind of hypocrisy. Do your job. That is to provide the best educational opportunities for our children. Stop passing the buck. Will we find out that your complacency is tied to funding? If you believe that children should be unmasked and that your hands are tied, please resign. Choose to be the example of child advocacy, not child abuse. Forcing a child to wear a mask without any knowledge of side effects is abuse through ignorance. But now you know, so you are complicit. Thank you. Unmask the children.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Melissa Engel, and I'm wearing this so that you could see how our children feel when they can't breathe. We teach them not to put these bags over their head because it will stop the air from going into their noses and their mouths. And this is what we're doing to them every single day for 7 to 8 hours a day. This is not humane. This is not the new normal. This is barbaric. You're not helping keep our children safe. You're actually hurting them. Right now, there's a 3.5 million death rate, and our children are not part of it. They are more likely to get struck by lightning. If you need to be keeping our children safe, we need to have a choice. Right now, there's 282 deaths since January 1st, 2020 of children with COVID. You are not helping keep people safe. Parents need a choice. The fall of 2020 school year is not soon enough. We need to get these diapers and bags and plastic off their face. Parents need to be able to choose. If they're scared, they can still have the children wear a mask. Our teachers are vaccinated. What else are you waiting for? We need to make them optional today. You can see the state superintendent of schools does not mask. She does not mask. You could see our teachers of the year, our smartest people, do not mask. It's a choice. They have a choice. Give our children a choice. Let them out of the masks. Let them breathe. Let the parents be in charge. And if you have any people going into college and they're looking for a major, ask them to choose psychology because these children are going to need it because of what you're doing to them, okay? Think about it. Use your gut instincts. Use your common sense. Stop taking away the oxygen from our children. They need to breathe. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, can you state your name, please?
Christopher Powers. I'm here as a concerned parent. For many months now, y'all have been asking my children to wear masks at school to keep other people safe. The data has never shown that the children were actually at risk. At this point, every single person who has wanted to, that is a teacher or is at high risk, has now had a vaccine. So either y'all are saying that you don't believe in the vaccines or that it's just because I said so, because the data just doesn't show a need for our children to do this anymore. Last week, my children had a field day. They were outside and they're being made to wear masks outside during physical activities. This is not healthy for them. You know, I've been patient. I really appreciate what y'all do. But at this point, I don't think that it's fair to our children to continue to subject them to something that is, in my mind, more harmful than helpful. But that's to the opinion. The data shows that the children just aren't at risk. My daughter, my third daughter, is a special needs child who really has problems with things on her face. She has had respiratory issues, and she has been being forced to wear this mask just like all of the rest of the children. And so I'm going to use some lingo that y'all understand. She is on an IEP, and you said you would provide for her the least restrictive environment for her learning. You have not been doing that, and you're not doing this for our young children. So I ask you to please give the parents back their choice. I just want my own choice. If someone else chooses for their children to do it, then great. If I choose not for mine, then great. This country was founded on our choice. So thank you for your time. Lord bless y'all. Please do the right thing.
Thank you.
Hello, I reside in Mount Pleasant. I'm a voter.
Ma'am, could you state your name, please?
It's Anastasia Castro.
Thank you.
And I have 3 children that go to public school. I was fortunate enough that I was able to pull 2 of them out in order to homeschool myself this year. One of them did not want to lose her magnet seat, so she continued to go. We thought at some point this was going to come to an end, especially once the vaccines were out. It's not. She's having a very difficult time. She has an IEP. She takes 45 minutes to get to the school, 45 minutes to come home, has to wear the mask all day. She goes into the bathroom, cries, has panic attacks. Once a week, I'm picking her up from school because she can't make it. She has a hard time breathing. Anytime she tries to take her mask down, she gets tapped on the shoulder, told to mask up. The only time she's allowed to have it down is when she's eating her lunch. This is not healthy. It's not doing anybody any good at this point, now that everybody has had their vaccines that chose to do so. She is not going to make it much longer if this continues, especially if it happens next year. We're just going to pull her because her mental health and well-being trumps any of this ridiculousness at this point. You guys have the exact same stats that I read. I understand what's happening. I have a Bachelor of Science. I went to school as most of you did. However, I can also have a little common sense and know that these children should not be wearing these all day long. I really wish that you guys would take under consideration the fact that you just can't make these blanket rules. They do not work for all children. All these rules that were placed last summer, they've been debunked. I mean, even Fauci said over the weekend, everybody needs to start being a little bit more liberal with masks inside buildings. And here we are wearing masks inside buildings. I mean, what is it going to take for this to come to an end? I know you guys are waiting on federal funding in order to keep COVID relief going. We understand.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you state your name, please?
Tara Wood.
Thank you, Ms. Wood.
I'm assuming that you are interested enough to do your own research and to follow science, and you know that wearing masks and face coverings do not prevent the spread of viruses. So why do you continue to push this burden on our children, the least affected group from COVID? And our kids missed 2 days of school so teachers could get vaccinated. You should also know that the well-being of children and young people is highly dependent on the emotional connection with others. And what about my rights as a parent? Forcing my child to wear a non-FDA approved medical product without my consent is illegal and immoral. Let me ask all of you a question. Do you go out to eat in restaurants? Because if you do, you're hypocrites, because every restaurant all around here is packed full of unmasked people. Why aren't all the restaurant employees dropping dead from long hours of working around maskless people? The mask mandate has been lifted. I have the freedom to go to restaurants, drugstores, grocery stores, Target, any business without wearing a mask, and I can breathe fresh air. But my child is forced to press a germ-filled face muzzle on her face 7 hours a day, even outside. Do you not see the absurdity and lack of logic? There's about 13 Catholic schools in Charlotte, North Carolina, that have allowed their children to take their mask off at their desk and when they're outside. At the very least, can you please consider doing this for our children? Let me remind you, last March, I'm going to say it again, Dr. Fauci stated all over the news, and a lot of experts, we do not need to wear masks because they are ineffective in preventing the spread of viruses. And after reviewing all the studies worldwide, the CDC found, quote, no reduction in viral transmission with the use of face masks. The CDC guidelines are based on recommendations and not scientific proof. It is not only illogical to force masks on children at this point, it is child abuse.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Could you state your name, please?
My name's Blake Adams. Hello, board. You guys may remember me since you got such a good laugh on film at my special needs son expense. Do you recall? I'm the dad with concern about my children's future in public schools, including a son with special needs who has Down syndrome. Still waiting on your apology. Here I am again, taking off work to bring sanity back to public discourse. You heard that right, sanity. You see, when I give my son medication, I have to hold him down as he cries. I let go when I'm done. Newsflash, we are done here. The common cold ran its course. Everyone wants it. Who wants it has had the opportunity to get a vaccine. Many parents accommodated your fear over CDC lies, but no more. So why are you still holding down our children, abusing them cognitively, psychologically, and physically? What's the big deal, Blake? There are just a few more weeks left, because surrendering sanity after watching the last goalpost come and go, the vaccine, for you not to recognize this, to continue to embrace insanity, is a huge loss to our Constitution and to parents, citizens across the nation. By allowing you to continue this abuse, Charleston County has given a few elected officials the power to impose irrational will on us, establishing the precedent. I reject this. I implore you to acknowledge this mindset. You see, I pulled my daughter from public school. By your actions, you are forever putting doubt in people like me. You are putting hundreds, perhaps thousands of parents in the market for homeschooling and private school. And the ones who can't escape the destructive public schools will suffer. Parents like me didn't plan for this. I hardly have enough in my budget to send one kid to private school, much less a second. And where would I send my special needs son? What private school would take him? So what am I supposed to do? I can't send him to public schools where he will be abused the next time the world wants to pretend we are living under the Black Plague. A year ago, I was concerned about your crookedness, your coordination with critical race theory and initiatives and whatnot. Now my criteria is your school mask or not? So way to go, guys. You are single-handedly ruining public education in Charleston County through the contagion and sanity you have established. You can make this all go away by extending some grace and showing parents you are not the irrational despots and 80% of your district think you are. I got one more thing.
Thank you, sir.
I don't
Your
expect
time
you
is
to
up.
do anything here. I know what I'm working with.
Thank you.
This is why I'm here to tell you today. I'm coordinating qualified candidates to run every single one of you
Thank
off this
you.
board. Go
Sir, you're
ahead
way
and get
over
your
time at this
opposition
point.
research going. We are going to coalesce, run as a block, and make the most noise for a district school campaign you could ever imagine. Buckle up.
Thank you.
That's the end of the line, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Darby, how much time do we have remaining for this section? I think.
About 14 minutes.
So the online public comments that were submitted are cover a range of topics. So the first comment was submitted by Kristen Crady. I am sorry, but the board's treatment toward parents coming to speak last night was disgusting. I had an entire email written yesterday because I was unable to be there in person, but unfortunately it seems that I forgot to send it. However, it seems that online public comments you weren't too concerned with either. Please do the right thing and let the parents choose what is best for their kids. This is a fight that parents will not let go of. Unmask our kids. The next comment was submitted by Ms. Naya Rogers from RV Saul High School regarding graduation. I understand the rules of the pandemic. That's why everybody should be required to wear a mask, not limited to their special loved one's big day. My sisters have to be there for me. So do my grandparents, etc. 3 tickets is only enough for my parents and 1 sibling. That's not fair at all. If you are saying because of the amount of students at the school that should be another reason why you get more tickets, because people's families are big and can be big enough to put inside a coliseum. We understand everything y'all are saying, but I don't think y'all are understanding us. I'm not the only person with a big family. Do you know how hurt people are about to be? It's not fair at all, man. And then not to mention y'all going to have us in the heat all day. No, please do not make us go through this. We need an unlimited ticketed graduation, and in a coliseum. You have people whose families are traveling all the way from New York, Washington, etc., just to see their loved one graduate and celebrate a great moment like that with them. A lot of people are upset. Seniors are furious. Parents are hurt. Something has to change very soon and fast. We can social distance in a coliseum. It is more than enough space and room to space out from other people and still have on a mask. Another request we are looking for is decorating our caps. Now, I can say this, If we are keeping our caps, why can't we decorate them? As long as it is school appropriate, I don't see the problem, but please rethink and reconsider having an unlimited graduation in a Coliseum. The next comment is from Michaela Brogdon. Good afternoon, CCSD. I'm contacting you because I heard y'all have a meeting coming up, and I feel as though RB Stall or any school should not have any limits on the graduation tickets, especially Stall, due to our graduation being outside. It is very frustrating when I have to have my family members fighting over 3 tickets, honestly. Many schools have lifted the limit and are also having their graduations in coliseums. So therefore, I don't understand why we can't have a little heart and do the same. Graduation is a once in a lifetime thing, and it would crush many students and families' hearts knowing they wouldn't be able to watch us walk the stage. Please have some consideration and read this message. I am begging you guys to please take the limit off and have it at a coliseum, please. You only graduate once in a lifetime. This is a very important event. The next comment is from Sarah O'Donnell. I'm a little mixed up because of the formatting here. So, okay, so the comment reads, okay, let's start here. For one, I think 3 tickets is not enough at all. I have 3 siblings by myself. Then you have my parents and grandparents. No grandparent or sibling wants to miss out on a big moment like that. We give parents the choice for masks on our children. Please, can you find it in your heart to take the ticket limit off or at least raise the ticket limit? Thank you. Please give us the choice as to whether our children should wear masks in schools. I have 2 boys at Camp Road. And I apologize if any of these are mixed together.
That last one was from Sarah McDowell, and it's just that last sentence.
Okay, thank you. The next comment is from Shelby Olinger. Good morning. I'm writing to request that the mask requirement for students in Charleston County schools be ended. There is no evidence of masks preventing the spread of the virus because the size of the virus is like 1,000 times smaller than the weave of the mask. In comparing data between counties and states with mask mandates and counties and states without mask mandates, there was virtually no difference, showing that masks do not stop viruses. Study after study by various scientists and researchers have shown that masks are ineffective. These studies also show the harmful effects of masking, including rebreathing expelled carbon dioxide and any bacteria or germs contained in it. Stress, fatigue, headaches, anxiety, depression, and a weak immune system, leading to contracting more illnesses. In fact, a Brown University professor tracked information on in-person school and COVID mitigation factors. The data shows masked schools have higher rates of infections than schools that don't require masks. Younger children aren't usually able to clearly communicate when something is wrong, and teachers used to be able to tell when students had problems by looking at them. Now problems from not understanding a concept that is being taught, to trouble learning to read because students can't see teachers forming the words, to bloody noses are going unnoticed because children's faces are covered up. In the entire state of South Carolina, not one person between the ages of 5 and 14 have died with COVID. That age group encompasses most of the students in Charleston County schools, showing that they are the least at risk for contracting or spreading COVID, which has been known since the beginning of the pandemic. MUSC had a study that showed there was no student-teacher transmission, and the teachers got COVID from other teachers. Now teachers and staff have been vaccinated. In addition, Charleston County has gone from one of the counties in South Carolina with one of the highest rate of infections to among the lowest. Based on the head of Pfizer saying that people would need yearly vaccinations against COVID, it is not likely that COVID will ever go away. We will always have it with us, like we do swine flu or regular influenza. Instead of behaving as if we can eradicate it, wouldn't it make more sense to view COVID realistically and to learn how to best live with it, as we do with all sorts of other viruses? There is no benefit and a lot of harm to the students by continuing to wear face masks, by continuing to require them to wear face masks. It is time for the school district to stop the requirement for all students to wear face masks and let the parents and their families determine whether wearing a mask or not is in their best interest. Thank you. So I think we got another one that's a little looped in. So this one is from Jessica Burt.
I think there's one more in it from Brittany Rickman. Do you see that one?
I don't see a Brittany. Do you want to read that if you can see it?
Yep. My children who are in school for 8 hours a day are done wearing masks, and I want the mask to be removed from school. My oldest son, who is in 6th grade, has asthma and can't breathe inside the mask. My youngest in kindergarten is too young for a mask, And it's sad, this is his first year of school and he is masked behind plexiglass. Lift the mask mandate in school, breathe fresh air, which is better for you than a mask anyway, thanks. And then next is Jessica Burke.
Okay, oh, so does, oh, it continue? Okay, this is a little bit. So I'm just gonna read what's here. I think this is part of Jessica Burt's. The others had on average 4 comorbidities such as hypertension, diabetes, obesity, heart disease, etc. You want to know why I don't trust the government with my health? Because before the pandemic, they were not teaching people how to be healthy. And during the pandemic, they have not been teaching people how to be healthy. We mostly have a health crisis in this country, but it is not COVID-19. This is not a year ago. Our children are still mandated to wear masks, despite it being proven that children do very well with this disease and rarely spread it. Anyone who wants the vaccine can get it. 70% of the most vulnerable age population, 65 and older, have been fully vaccinated in the US. So why do you insist on treating this the same as a year ago? No, the children are not vaccinated, and why should they be? They have a 99.99% survival rate. Should we stop driving our children in cars? Statistically, they have a greater chance of dying in a car accident than from COVID. My sons have both had a fungal infection on their face. Both have had multiple cavities, which they have never had before. They both missed more days from school this year than any previous year due to multiple respiratory illnesses, not COVID. They each come home complaining that their masks make them feel like they cannot breathe, especially during PE and recess. As their mother, the heartbreak I experience when they tell me this is almost unbearable. My children are telling me it is hard for them to breathe and I cannot fix it. I tell them they can take their mask off at school and take a break if they feel they cannot breathe. They respond by telling me they cannot do so because they will get in trouble by their teacher. Do you need to read that again? My children are afraid to remove their mask and breathe air freely because they fear they will get in trouble by their teacher for breathing. I have been in contact with SC, DHEC, MUSC, and the CDC over the past several months, and not one of these places has been able to provide me a peer-reviewed study showing the benefit of children wearing a mask outweighs the risk. And yet, I keep hearing from you that masks cause no harm to children. What I described above sure sounds like harm to me. As a mother, I'm supposed to advocate for my children, protect them, and choose what I believe is best for them. As their mother, my right to decide what is best for my children has been stripped away from me. Every day they ask me, when will they no longer have to wear a mask to school? Every day I tell them I'm doing everything I can to fight for them, for their right to choose. I never thought I would have to spend this amount of time and energy fighting for my children to have basic human rights in the United States of America. Sincerely, Jessica Burt. So that was a continuation of a previous comment. This next comment is from Elizabeth Hamilton regarding the SEL survey. Good morning. I'm pleased to see that the Panorama SEL survey will be discussed publicly at the Committee of the Whole meeting today. When I received the notice that the test would be administered about 48 hours prior to the start of the survey window, I had many questions. The CCSD communication failed to provide school-specific context, test dates, and specifics about how collected data would be used. With so many unknowns, I chose to opt my children out of the test. So there are 3 following questions. What data will the Panorama have access to regarding student demographics, grades, behavioral records, test scores, etc.? I understand that they have an affiliation with Harvard School of Education Research. Will individual or aggregate student data from CCSD be provided by Panorama to Harvard? Question 2, how are test results reported at the individual, student, class, school, and district level? It was reported that test results would be confidential, but not necessarily anonymous. I understand that students logged into the survey using student ID, so there was clearly identifiable information associated with each test result. Will parents receive the results of the survey? Do teachers receive individual student results? The agenda for the Committee of the Whole states that SEL screener tool was selected by CCSD. What exactly is the tool screening for, and to whom will referrals be made based on the results of the screen? What data will become part of my student's individual student record? Question 3, who paid for this survey to be conducted in CCSD? It appears that Panorama also has a fee for service, solutions, curriculum consulting that may be purchased. Does CCSD intend to purchase additional services from Panorama? I look forward to learning more through today's discussion so that parents may have better information for making informed decision about participation in survey research. study / mental health screening. Thank you sincerely, Elizabeth Hamilton. This next one is from Honor Marks. Parent, as a parent, I'm writing as the parent of a CCSD first grader. When I received the CCSD SEL survey notice, I went to look at the third party's privacy notice. Panorama shares personally identifiable data associated with my 7-year-old with third parties. My child's data is not protected if the startup is sold. I looked further. The CEO of Panorama, Aaron Foyer, said, we plug into a district's data systems, pull together their most important data on students, and if desired, we layer in social emotional learning data from the Panorama surveys. So now teachers can have a 360-degree view of each student to understand what they need and how to help them thrive. And school and district leaders can interact with the data at a macro level to understand performance trends. A fellow parent found that results from the SEL survey are shared with 3 groups during research and their partners. One of the funders of Panorama is Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg. The board needs to protect children's data privacy in a swift and bold way. Thank you, Honor Marks. That concludes the public comment section of the meeting.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. Next item on the agenda is 4A, COVID-19 update and other items.
Thank you. We actually have 2 major topics to talk with the board about tonight. One is the COVID update, which includes an update on Senate Bill 147 that a board member had requested. And the second is more information on the federal COVID-19 recovery funds, which are not at all tied to any risk mitigation measures that a district might take. The COVID-19 recovery funds from the federal government, as we'll explain in a little bit, are based on poverty levels in districts. So we'll get into that second, but first, let's start with the COVID report. The first slide that you have in your handout, excuse me, this handout was in your board docs. There's also a hard copy if that's easier for you. You'll see that Charleston's incident rate is medium, the trend in incident rate is low, and the percent positive is low. So overall, the way we use the point formula, we are considered low in Charleston County. The next slide, thank you, Maggie, for advancing the slides. The next slide tracks the COVID cases by week since we came back from winter break. And the really wonderful news this week, if you look at the last bar graph, is that no adults in our system had any positive COVID cases. So we can't say, we don't know for certain that is because most of them chose to get the vaccine, but we certainly think there is a very strong positive correlation. So we're very pleased to see that, and we're pleased to see for the last 3 weeks a downward trend in student infection rates. If we go to the next slide, then we start to address, as the board member requested, the recently enacted Senate Bill 147. So I took this information directly from the legislative webpage. This bill was introduced in the Senate in January. It was introduced in the House in March. It was passed on April 23rd and signed into law on April 28th, so a couple weeks ago. It's the South Carolina COVID Liability Immunity Act. The next slide sort of outlines a couple of key features of this particular bill. Businesses, it says, and healthcare providers. So businesses include school districts. They are protected with reasonable protections from risk and expense of lawsuits related to actual, alleged, or feared exposure to or contraction of the coronavirus. So you move down to the rest of the sentence that's highlighted at the bottom, providing they operate consistently with applicable public health guidance. So the district is indemnified against lawsuits, providing we operate consistent with public health guidance. If we go to the next page, this slide is a summary from the board's legal counsel, and they repeat the same kinds of things. Their interpretation of the law is exactly as we have just said. The second paragraph is a really important one for us. This immunity will not apply if the claimant proves that the district failed to make any attempt to adhere to public health guidance. So this law is retroactively effective to March of 2020, and it expires on June 30th, 2021. So this is an important new statutory element that we should be aware of as we consider how we close out this year. I'll turn the rest of the COVID update over to Jeff, and when he finishes, we'll pause and see if you have any questions about this portion of the superintendent's update before we start the discussion of the federal guidelines.
Thank you, Dr. Postwaite. So my first update is on vaccinations. You can see that we've begun the process of vaccinating 16-year and older students, offering that opportunity, working with MUSC, Feder, and East Cooper Medical Center. We've nearly completed the first dose of all those schools. It'll continue this week, and then we'll roll into the second week of the second dose of vaccinations. We're planning for the rollout for those that are 12 years and older. Hopefully we'll get guidance from the federal government allowing that for the Pfizer vaccination. We're planning regional sites for our middle school. So we'll capture one in Mount Pleasant, two in North Charleston, and work our way out to 23-9, picking a site at in each of the districts to offer that after school hours and or on Saturdays. Probably after school hours would be the more likely choice, but it'll give parents the opportunity to come with their student or be there, especially when you look down to the 12-year-olds. They will probably want to be part of that. We're also looking at expanding that to community vaccinations, that we could potentially vaccinate a whole family in a situation like that for those that haven't chosen to or couldn't get the vaccination to this point. So vaccinations, very positive. Mask wearing, I've got two data points. One is on the next slide, actually shows the DHEC guidance that was published last week. It's dated the 29th of April. And you can see on that slide a couple of highlights. Prevention strategies for preventing COVID in schools continues to include the universal and correct wearing of masks as well as physical distancing. They highlight in that middle sub-bullet that masks should be worn at all times by all people in school facilities. This mirrors the CDC guidance. So CDC and DHEC both are maintaining that position. On the previous slide, I closed with an MUSC bullet. We received guidance from them late Friday that we're still taking a close look at. It does include references. So, we heard a number of speakers talk about the backup of information. As soon as we finished reviewing that, we'll distribute it to the boards and schools. It reiterates from their Back to Business program that masks should be worn in schools. They've cited 6 references talking about decrease in transmission. They have 4 references that talk about no health risks for wearing a mask. And then they've got 4 additional references, which include CDC and DHEC, about wearing masks in schools. So the guidance continues to be clear from them in alignment with DHEC and CDC. We'll have that put together here in the next day or so for distribution. We have been working with them on the discussion of masks on the playgrounds and at recess. There still is a significant challenge with that, with the inability in some cases to maintain physical distancing. For those of you that have been on an elementary playground, which I'm sure most of you have seen, it's probably one of the most difficult challenges around. So we intend to take that conversation to our principals and see what accommodations can be made at the school level, bring that back to MUSC and have the discussion with them to see what changes we can make, beginning with those kids that are playing, when the kids are playing outside.
So we'll pause on the first half of the superintendent's report, Reverend Mack, to take questions, or Mrs. Darby.
Any questions on the COVID update, Dr. French?
Yes, I just wanted to get a little clarification. You said that the Liability Immunity Act expires on June 30th, but it also says, or 180 days after the final state of emergency is lifted for COVID in this state. I know there's still a federal state of emergency, and is the state still under a state of emergency? So it's whichever date is later, so.
Thank you. I did the highlighting on this slide and I should have run it out to the end of that sentence. Absolutely right. Mr. Mazik may be the person who can answer the question.
I'm not aware of the state emergency.
Yeah.
It's been signed last month, April 28th.
Actually, one was signed on May 7th.
May 7th too, so I'm
So, yeah, then so it's going to be later than June 30th, just to clarify for the public. Sounds like.
Thank you.
Well, that's just for liability purposes.
Correct. I mean, I meant that this act will not expire on June 30th because of that clause following.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and I appreciate you taking the time to have this discussion because I think that the general public, without digging into it, doesn't realize, everyone says, how can health guidelines become mandated behavior? And the answer is, if you read this bill, it's because the bill literally says health guidelines must be followed. Now we have a law telling us to follow the health guidelines. So we didn't create that confusion that's created by this bill. But there is one other section, and it is pretty clear. You did a great job. It's pretty clear that this applies only if you follow public health guidance. But then it defines public health guidance as any published directive, guidance, order, blah, 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 from OSHA or South Carolina DHEC. Are we concerned that now those are the two? And then it says it's, I don't know how to read these, section 3, number 5. It says, or rule provided by South Carolina OSHA or South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control or another state governmental entity and federal if referenced. So do we now just, I'm curious, this could be a legal question, but are we now needing, it not only dictates public health guidance, it dictates the sources.
I would defer to Mr. Baroi's answer on that, but I think that's why he said we received from MUSC some information Friday, but we've agreed to work with MUSC's back to business department or division, which is assuring us that they're in compliance with whatever entity governs the public health decisions. And I think that's why we've asked for a little bit of time before we release that report.
Yes,
Mr. Baroi?
Yes, ma'am.
Because if you read this, and I'm sure I don't want CCSD to be the case test that takes us into court, but if you read this, it defines who you have to listen to, and I want to make sure we don't sidestep into that. It's an interestingly written law that leaves out a lot of public guidance and lists two entities.
Well, I think
I just want to respond from a legal standpoint.
Can you use your microphone?
It is a little more inclusive than what we're stating. It says, or any other governmental entity. CDC is a governmental entity.
So it can
or
be
others-
defined as
right,
one?
Yes.
Okay, because I didn't know about that.
And MUSC is a state entity, so.
MUSC is defined as, and I know that the CDC comes in because that's, DHEC references CDC,
Right.
but I didn't realize that MUSC
Right.
can be the governmental entity. Thank you. That's helpful.
Mr. Boyd, did you need to address that?
No.
Got it covered? Okay, Dr. Frazier?
Yes, my question is, how are we protecting our staff at the school level and explaining to them that we will continue to adhere to the guidelines until June 30th? And how are we relating that to parents?
We sent information out last Friday to all staff indicating that we would be following the mask guidelines that are currently in place for the rest of the year unless the board directed otherwise. And then I think it's well communicated to parents at the school level and through various media. We've not had any difficulty, with the exception of those parents who feel as strongly as those who spoke today.
Thank you.
All right, anybody, any other questions, Dr., on the COVID stuff? Dr. French?
Yes, I think I would like to have a little more clarity, maybe, and maybe that's not possible today, on that clause that says any state governmental entity. So it seems strange to me that we would take public health guidance from any state-sponsored school, university, as opposed to a public health entity. So, this is published guidance, directive, order, or rule. The people that write the back to business publications are not public health officials. They are not responsible for protecting public health. They can give advice, but I think that we need to be clear that public health guidance needs to be given to us from public health officials who are responsible through their agency to protect the public health. So I would just say that we probably need to get a little more clarity on that, and this may just be a badly written part of the law. Because the University of South Carolina shouldn't be able to give advice on COVID.
Excuse me, as Mr. Mazik indicated, that our attorneys the board's attorneys are still reviewing the document, the elements of the statute, the interpretations, and it won't become an issue for us until we're ready to make a recommendation or the board's ready to consider a position that differs from the public health officials with whom we've been working.
Okay.
Good
And I'd
point.
just like to point out that it's not new for us to be beholden to SCOSHA and the South Carolina DHEC. We have a lot of reportable diseases, for instance, and we have to follow the guidance of DHEC. So this isn't exactly new.
All right, does anybody have any other questions on that particular topic? If not, Dr. Postore?
Okay, thank you. We're ready to switch now to talk a little bit about the federal funds that have come and will be coming in greater magnitude in the next few weeks and months. So far, we've received, as superintendents, a one-page explanation about a very complicated set of funding. So I've tried to summarize it here. The first slide just tells you again what we've said at the end of April. We told the board at that time we had about 8 general principles. We've simplified it since then. But we simply said we want to remember the lessons that we've learned from previous rollouts of large amounts of money. Perhaps the biggest lesson is if one isn't really careful, you can invest a lot of money in ways that are difficult to discern in future years. In other words, you can make some big investments, but it might not make big changes. And so we have to be really careful about spending these funds wisely. And we know that for at least the past 3 decades, Charleston County Schools has tried desperately to bring a lot of different approaches and programs to children in schools that need help the most. And for the most part, those programs or initiatives or attempts have not produced the results that all of the board members and educators and leaders involved had hoped that they would produce. I want to be really clear on that point. We have to learn from the past. Don't do again what didn't work the first time. Understanding the nuances of the approved grant expenditures, and while there are lots of different categories you can spend these funds in, there are even more complex regulations about how the funds intermingle, what you can and can't do, and how those funds will be monitored and tracked and audited over time. So we have to be extremely cautious about how we spend every dollar of these grant monies. Although we want to involve every school in the district in proposing some changes that they would like to make, some improvements they want to make, we have to be really careful to avoid these disjointed initiatives, something here, something there, something someplace else that doesn't form a cohesive and comprehensive approach. We want to avoid budget encumbrances that go beyond 2024 because the funds are going to run out and there's no way the taxpayers of Charleston County can provide this much money every year to Charleston County. So we have to be really careful and smart about how we spend these funds. We'll use the board's defined goals. We've already done that. We will invite all the schools, as I said, to submit an application to spend some of the funding, but we will concentrate on our highest need schools. And Dr. Frazier, this comes back to a question you asked a little bit ago. As acceleration schools, the schools that are highest need will be given first consideration as will students who are high-need students who may be sitting inside another school that don't normally get the benefit of the federal funding. We want to plan for appropriate engagement of representatives throughout our stakeholder group. And finally, we want to strive for high leverage, high impact investments. So on the next slide, we have more information for you. Just the next one's easy. There have been three different fund releases under the Elementary Secondary School Emergency Relief Act. So that's where ESSER comes from. When you hear us talk about ESSER funds, that's Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief. This third big amount of funds is coming from the American Rescue Plan. So you may hear the acronym ARP. Today, we want to talk to you primarily about this third tranche, this third amount of funds coming from the federal government. It will be the largest amount we've gotten. So these three phases are summarized on the slide that's before you now. The first funding was allocated in March a year ago. That was to support the needs during the initial school closures. We have to expend those funds, use those funds by September of 22. The second tranche or second group of funding, second act came last December, and it was to support learning and getting kids back to school. There were several different categories of expenditures for those funds. Then the third group, and that's what we want to mostly talk about today, ESSER 3 is a large grant. There are 15 broad categories for use, at least 20%. And that seems a low amount to me, but at least 20% has to be used for learning loss. And it has to be used by September 30th, 2024. Everyone's probably aware that the federal budget runs from October 1 to October 1. So while we're working with this board on your local budget that runs from July 1 to July 1, we have all of our federal programs where the funding starts in October and runs through the next October. So here are the Charleston County highlights. In ESSER 1, and Mr. Kennedy has reported this generally to the Audit and Finance Committee. He's also mentioned it to this board in passing, but just to make sure we're clear before we get started. That first funding that came in March of 2020 was for, what we've used it for are mainly the costs related to preparing and opening schools this summer and to stand up a larger virtual learning program. Now, the second release of ESSER funds was $72 million for Charleston County. The third ESSER 3 is $163 million. So this is well over $200 million that will be rolling in and through Charleston County schools by September 30th, 2024. That's huge. It's a tremendous responsibility. It's an unbelievable opportunity. It's the opportunity of a lifetime. There's not another generation of educators who will get this sort of opportunity, nor another generation of leaders who will have a chance to shape the future with this sort of grant. Charleston County received the largest grant in the state, and again, it's based on poverty levels. It's based on the Title I count from, I believe they went back to FY20's Title I because this year was difficult to assess the actual needs. So here's some examples of the allowable expenditures for the ESSER 3 funds: COVID safety protocols, recovery from learning loss, activities authorized under federal education regulations that has to do with non-English speaking children or English language learners, I should say, with children with exceptional needs, any of the federal requirements. Addressing unique student needs that might relate to low income, racial minorities, disabilities, and homelessness. That's a repeat of what I just said. The educational technology, mental health services, summer learning, and supplemental after-school programs. Facility repairs that would be specifically related to reducing the risk of transmission. You couldn't put a new wing on a building, for example, with these funds, or it'd be very difficult to justify it. But you could replace air handling systems that weren't up to par. And then there's a category called other activities related to continuity of services. So as we start to think about how to get organized, how to involve the communities, we're suggesting 4 guiding principles that are outlined on the next page for you. The first one is that all decisions will be student-centered, focusing on academic recovery from the disruptions caused by COVID-19. This causes us to think very differently about the kinds of supports that children need. It's an invitation to rethink the system. And I think that if there's one thing the board takes away from this discussion today, it is an invitation to think differently about how systems are organized and operate. So as a corollary to academic recovery, we also want to address social and emotional issues that we know have negatively impacted student learning. The health and safety of our people will drive any decisions we make about improving the facilities or the infrastructure. And then finally, our expenditures of funds and allocation of resources will be directed in a manner that equitably addresses the needs of those students who have been most severely impacted by the disruptions of the past year. Okay, so what are we going to do and when are we going to do it? So here's our best case scenario timeline. We've not yet had, the State Department has to put their plan together and have it submitted by the 24th of this month. They haven't yet had an opportunity to meet with the districts and have a day-long intensive training. So we've gone as far as we can go until we get more information and deeper understanding that at my level. Mr. Kennedy and his staff have more detailed information, but we're not ready to plug that into any plan because we don't have a plan to plug it into. So starting in May, this is what we're trying to get done. Today, we're simply presenting the high-level outline to you. We shared the guidelines for the use of the funding, and as to the extent that we can, we're going to use those funds, use those guidelines to address the priorities this board has identified, your priorities and goals, the contents of your strategic plan, and whatever will come out of the CCSD promise, which we'll talk about a little later in the meeting, but we think might tie really nicely with the availability of these funds. We'll talk to you about the timeline to finish up the planning, which we hope to do by the end of summer, so that we can make some of these investments for the coming year. In order to put a draft plan together, we initially want to involve about 10 teachers, 5 principals, 5 non-teaching staff members, 15 or so parents and community members. And when we say community members, we're thinking about business leaders, community leaders, nonprofit organizations. And then we would also probably involve some educational experts. The paper yesterday mentioned Terry Peterson, who resides in our area and who's advising 8 other states on the ways that we might think about using these fundings. And then finally, the priorities will be to use our data that we already have. What do we already know about where our children are and where they need to be? And we would present that data instead of taking time to do an entire needs assessment. Let's use the data. We already have a great deal of data about what's working and what's not. So we would pull that together, and in the first meeting of the planning team, we would identify the needs and say, we think these needs probably fit these categories of funds, and just get that much done before the planning committee meets. So then in June and July, on the next slide, we would convene a meeting of this planning group. We would share the needs assessment, the way we've laid out how we've identified the needs with that group, and ask them to opine about whether we've missed any key needs that it's appropriate for the school district to address, that they would ask us to add to that list so that we get the categories of need addressed, the way we might think about the expenditure of those funds. And then from that central planning meeting, we would begin then to conduct sessions, and these will most likely have to be virtual sessions with a representative range of stakeholders. We would want to encourage two-way dialogue, not just what I'm doing tonight, presenting slides and not leaving enough time for questions and answers, but really including stakeholders impacted most by the COVID-19 disruptions. And that will have to be intentional outreach, because very often when we talk about involving stakeholders, those who are already involved stay involved, and we're not intentional enough about involving those who don't normally connect with schools, but whose children may need our help the most. So that's a lot of work to get done in June and July, but by the end of July, we would hope to finalize what we think are the funding priorities and present then to the board our idea of the funding plan by August 23rd. I know that seems late. We may be able to do it sooner than that, but it's a massive amount of work that will have to be done. And so if we don't respond to you right away when you ask us how many of this and that there are someplace, it's because we're really trying not to get taken off track when we're focusing on this huge opportunity. So when we get to the CCSD promise, that program doesn't have a name yet, but it's in the other section of the committee, the whole agenda. That committee had a brief meeting. The staff has worked some, and we have some ideas that we'll talk about further there, but this was the process. We just generally wanted to lay out for you a process. These are federal funds. Under normal situations, the staff takes care of, looks at federal requirements, uses federal funds to address those requirements, and those funds wouldn't be in the budget that you saw today, and you'll be approving, because those are the state and local funds that boards vote on for general operating purposes. So that's the plan. That's the plan to plan anyway. We wanted to share with you the magnitude of the opportunity, the unbelievable amount of work that it's going to take to do this, and the frightening possibility that if we don't plan well, we could miss for children an opportunity of a lifetime.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Reverend Mack?
Yeah, Dr. Postway, how the process of the plan, and I believe this is the key component of the whole piece, is the selection of the teachers, the principals, the non-teaching staff, and the parents and community members. How is that process going to be selected? And are you engaging board members to participate with recommendation of a name or two, or how is that going to roll out?
We hadn't really talked about the specifics other than to think about, we've identified high need schools in each of the constituent areas to make sure where there are high need schools located, to make sure that we have those schools and areas well represented. We've talked about principal and teacher representatives. We haven't gone further than that, but we certainly have not reached out to anyone and would be happy to take nominations and suggestions from board members, particularly when it comes to community members, nonprofits, the leaders who are involved in education in other areas of the community, and parents.
Got it. Thank you.
Ms. Waters?
Thank you. My question is around the, so I know this funding will run out and whatever is there has to be sustainable, but I'm wondering if you all, and I know this is very early, but I'm wondering if you all have any thoughts around if this could be used as an opportunity to test out some things that could replace some of the ways that we work now. So what, I'm trying, basically, if there's an opportunity to almost like pilot some new initiatives that we want to see if they're effective, that could really replace some of the things we're doing now that we typically wouldn't have a way to kind of, test out or just determine the effectiveness of some new strategies that could be transformative longer time than this.
I think this is the perfect time to do that, because you have, the funding's not a challenge. You have funds to try something new with, and still have the security of what you have in place. So I would think this is the perfect time for the board to make clear its values around and its openness around those kinds of opportunities.
Thank you. And I'm actually really excited about the piece around helping the homelessness the homeless population, students of color. I mean, the fact that there's a specific focus under a federal guideline is just tremendous.
Ms. Coates?
Yes, ma'am. So we've got the allocation date. You gave us the allocation date for ESSER 1 and ESSER 2, but you kind of glossed over that. What's the allocation date for ESSER 3?
So we're supposed to have 2/3 of the funds. That actually is a question Mr. Kennedy can answer, but my understanding from the state superintendent's call is that we will receive 2/3 of the funds now and another third when our plan is approved by the state. However, that could have applied to the state and not to the districts. So Mr. Kennedy probably has a better response.
So I'm hesitating to actually give a specific response. On May 12th, which is Wednesday, the state's going to have a webinar for all districts across the state so that the state can lay out exactly what those parameters are. And then after that, then I would be in a position to be more definitive.
Thank you. And so the ESSER 1 is gone because I assume that correlates to the 13.4 million you said we used in the 2021 budget.
That's correct.
And while I think ESSER 3 is transformative, I can't help but think that we just kind of glossed over the 72 million, which is 50% of the 163. That money is in hand. What's the plan for that? I mean, that could really make some immediate impact as well. And while we're talking about things to do in the 22-23 school year and 23-24 with ESSER 3, we're sitting on a pot of money that could have an effect in 21-22, and I'd like to see what we're doing there.
Right. So that wasn't an intentional gloss over. I should have said there's a group that's been working on that, and then said, I'll turn it over to Mr. Kennedy.
So the plans for the ESSER 2, the 72.6 million, have not been fully developed and therefore have not been submitted to the state for approval. So there's a team that's beginning to work on that. We do have some specific requests coming in from individual schools. And also we know that we have FTEs that were teacher points that were teachers that were allocated last year, this current year's budget, that those positions are not earned because the decrease in enrollment. And so we're looking at using small part of the ESSER 2 funds to be able to continue to support schools with those additional teachers. But they'll still be dealing with the pandemic next year. And so the funds have not been fully planned out yet for 72.6, but that work is beginning.
And it's my assumption that when they finish with what they need for this summer and next year, that the remainder of those funds would roll over into the planning process that I just described.
So the funds so you're kind of thinking, if I heard three things, I heard that a small portion is going to be used to manage operations because there's some decrease in funding, and it fits that because that decrease is related to COVID issues.
Correct.
The second thing is that you're getting some specific requests and you've got a team together that's already looking at the best ways to expend that money in the near future. But then are you saying that you can envision that we roll some of the ESSER 2s into the ESSER 3 and use that as a bigger pot of money?
Yes, ma'am. Whatever is, so there may be the possibility that some of the ESSER 2 funds will be needed for the work that occurs this summer. But whatever is still remaining would be available as we consider. That's why I said over $2 million, because I'm assuming over $200 million.
You're kind of lumping these together as a $200 million
over
nut.
$200 million with the ESSER 3 and then whatever's not already planned for this coming year in ESSER 2.
And I'm extraordinarily excited because you're right, this could make a difference, but I also can't ignore the fact that we have access to funds that have been in our hands since a couple of weeks now. March 21, I think was the allocation date. No, December. So we've had access to these funds for 5 months. I guess I feel a sense of urgency that some of that should impact kids who happen to be in the 5th grade next year, rather than forcing them to wait yet another year for that strong impact. We've had these monies for 6 months. We've got a school year coming up in August. Can we do some really powerful things?
So the bill was passed in December. The allocation was announced in March. And
So ESSER 2 was March 21?
That's what I believe. And then Ms. Belcher, Mr. Kennedy, and their teams of people have been looking at how to fund the summer needs. the recovery needs, the virtual, any
Good.
virtual delivery that isn't already funded for next year that's related to COVID-19. And then there are some SEL questions that are on the table for consideration. This is just as far as we've gotten. So we're not out in front of the board, but we're trying to keep you apprised of where we are so that you'll know where our thinking is. But our thinking at this time is that there will be a significant portion of ESSER 2 that is still available when we start, as we get into this planning for ESSER 3.
I'm just
can be
wanting to
used.
hear that there's a significant portion of ESSER 2 that's going to have an immediate impact because we have immediate access.
To the extent of our capacity to absorb and use those funds, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Dr. French?
Yes, I can hear all the excitement about new ideas and different things, but I also want to bring us back to our goals, and that we set out for the next several months, and make sure that whatever we do is going to address those goals, not just the Charleston Promise idea, but all 5 of them. And so if it does mean that you can come up with some strategies you hadn't considered before, that's certainly positive. But I also think about, well, what about, could we expand Head Start a little more quickly than we had planned?
Right.
Those kind of things we know are tried and true. Make sure we have reading coaches everywhere to help with learning loss and that sort of thing.
We can, but again, we have to be careful not to get the board out over your skis on this, because you could do it for 3 years, but what are you going to do when that money runs out in 3 years? So all of us have been in this business very long, have inherited those situations where someone before us made commitments that we came in and couldn't keep because the grant funding had run out or hadn't materialized in quite the way we thought. So I absolutely said that we would consider first the board's priorities, goals, the strategic plan, and Charleston Promise is one of those goals.
Well, let's look at it this way then. If we're increasing capacity to really get kids on track to learn to read when they're supposed to, by 3rd grade, what's that going to save us in their future education financially? Let's talk about it that way, because there may be some cost benefits to investing this now and plan. We'll have to plan to sustain that. But maybe part of that planning is going to come from the benefits we see that may reduce some other cost in terms of helping kids recover because they hadn't learned it before, for instance.
This is part of the great opportunity that we have. I mean, it's sort of mind-blowing when you think about all the complexity of this, the opportunity and the risks and the need to be cautious. So.
All right, I'm Dr. Frazier and then Reverend Mack. Oh, and then Ms. Herder.
I see that in the Plan 3, ESSER 3, that you're going to involve a group, a diverse group. Did not include a board member. But in ESSER 2, could we still involve some other folk in the planning process? Would that be possible?
Yes. So I'll try to be clearer. Right now, the immediate expenditures and the needs for ESSER 2 are about this coming year, getting staffed up for this coming year, getting materials, equipment, or supplies for this coming year in the summer. That has to be done right now. And so practitioners are involved in that. But whatever money isn't needed for that immediate need will be taken into consideration along with the ESSER 3 funds by this planning group.
And would that include board member?
It normally, that's up to the board. Normally, a planning group does not include board members because the point is you want to hear from the public. And often if administrators or board members are facilitating or talk very much in those meetings, it's not as organic and natural. The ideas don't flow as freely as they might. So it's really intended to be equal parts educators and community members.
Right, Reverend Mack and then Ms. Hardwick.
So I want to go back to the plan for the ESER 2. And I see the plan, I see the numbers for ESER 2, ESER 3, and I have to go back and say that we're talking about a game changer at this point. And how do we make these significant changes? And I heard someone say something about a report having to go to Columbia for review of the plan and the expenditure of the fund. Is that correct? Is that what I heard?
Yes, sir. After we've submitted it after we've brought it to the board, the plan is to bring it to this board and then it goes to Columbia.
Okay, so is there a timeline on that?
The timeline is to get it to our board by August. And if we have to submit something before then, we'll share with you what we submit. We'll submit something so high level that it'll be on 2 pages. It'll just be budget categories and funds, and then you can amend the plan once you submit it. So I don't see, even if the deadline is before August 24th, I don't see any way we can authentically engage people, have a thoughtful conversation, dialogue, seek some expertise and outside viewpoints about the best ways to proceed before the end of August. So I think we bring that to the board in August and submit it to the state with the understanding that if some sort of plan is due to the state prior to that date, it's a very high level 2-pager that we would share with the board before submitting. That's often what happens with these kinds of planning, these kinds of grants that roll out very quickly.
Right, and I understand that, and I think it's important though that the plan that's going to be submitted and the timeline that's going to be identified, that we don't get it at a committee of the whole and it has to be submitted the next week. I think it's important that we have an opportunity to review the plan, even if it's in 2 stages, 2 or 3 stages, for us to have an opportunity to dissect it and reestablish it, just in case we even need to modify anything within that plan. Because if we're talking about game changer and if we're talking about improving and building upon what we know works, then we're going to have to allow time for us to be able to study that. Now, I'm not talking about the plan group on the outside. I'm talking about board members now currently having a role and a play in the plan that staff is coming up with. We're going to really have to make sure that this is the direction that we can support moving down the road. So I think it's going to be critical that whatever that plan is, we're going to have to allow time in between for us to give comments, make suggestions, modify, talk about it again before we even submit it to the state. Because, at that point, submitting it to the state is almost saying once the state approve it.
No vote, it's an up or down.
Yeah. So, I just want us to, because it's a huge opportunity to really make some bold changes and building upon workable programs that will work within our schools to really change those areas where we need improvement. So I'm just going to caution that we make sure that we have an opportunity to indulge in that. And I don't mind, exercising the point of putting together an ad hoc committee, if that is even necessary, to make sure that we are not left out of the equation. And I know we won't be, but I just want to make sure that it's in line with the goals that we're talking about moving forward.
Yes, sir. I apologize. I actually was conscious. I was worried about time and I skipped the last slide where it sort of lays that out. The last slide says this is way too much money to try to plan something all at once. And we sort of broke it into, the last slide talks about keeping an advisory group in place, that planning group in place, and a rollout of funds as a tranche. So the first rollout we've already had, that was ESER 1. And then even the planning that we're doing might be the first, like we would say from now till January, here's what we have in mind. From January till next July, here's what we have in mind. And in in the summer of 2022, one of the biggest investments we could make is an investment in our people. So when teachers come in to learn new knowledge and skills in the summer, there aren't usually funds to pay them. Mm-hmm. So this would be an excellent opportunity to involve teachers in planning for a month-long institute that they could create for the summer of 2022. And that will take several more months. So the way we envision this is there are several phases of the funding that will be planned and then we'll come to the board for the big picture, but the details of what this particular piece looks like. And so that was sort of the summary in that last slide that I skipped because I was worried about time.
Thank you. All right, so Ms. Herderick and then Ms. Coakley. I got you.
Thank you so much for this. I just have a general staffing question. If schools request additional full-time staff to support in any way, how will that be handled? Would that go through Mr. Brigman's office? Will the schools receive the money to hire directly? How will that work?
Right now, Ms. Simmons and Dr. Williams, I believe, have sent out the planning document to each school suggesting that they need to present their vision. They need to back that up with data on the need. And initially don't think about hiring more than one person because this isn't about hiring 5 people.
Right.
So we don't end up with an overloaded staff. And then those come back to the plan. The submissions come to Michelle and Joe, and they will bring them into this group to sort of say, here's how we think these things fit together across schools. And then we would bring that to the board.
Okay, great, thank you.
We're really concerned about adding positions.
Understandably.
I just want to kind of chime in on what Reverend Mack was saying. When I'm sitting here and I'm listening, the planning and engagement part of everything, this is a lot of money. All of this is a lot of money when it comes to what it is that we're having to do right here. And I think that's where the transparency and trust issues may have been lost between the community before with some of the things that have been taking place. And I actually heard you kind of say, it's a lot of stuff that needs to be done. And, that planning, we need to be a part of it. We need to be a part to know what's going on. So I don't care if it has to be broken down in a few engagements. We'd like to be engaged. That's where the trust and accountability actually comes to be able to be built and bridged again.
Thank you for the
Thank you.
clarification. Those community, the various meetings in the communities will be absolutely open to everyone. I misunderstood the question. I thought it was about participating as a member of a planning group, of the central planning team.
Anybody else have any questions on that? Dr. French?
I wanted to second what Reverend Mack and Ms. Coakley said. Yeah, that it's going to be so helpful to be involved in, at least in knowing how things are going, getting maybe brief updates. But I also just, the idea that we could take a system and if we we know that our system's broken because we have so many racial disparities in the district. If we could identify something key that really needs to change and use this to help that happen. I'm pretty excited about that.
Great. So are we.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda, thanks everybody for that, it is exciting, is item 5, Strategic Education Committee. So Ms. Herderick.
Thank you, Ms. Darby. So item A on the strategic education is for information only and is an update on Mary Ford Early Learning and Family Center. And I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Belcher and Ms. Foxworth.
Yes, first of all, I want to recognize that Ms. Foxworth, who leads early learning in the district, who's not able to be here because her son is graduating, but played a big role in this presentation. So, but we do have Principal Ruth Taylor from the Mary Ford Early Learning and Family Center and Ms. Zamboki, the Director of Early Learning, to present this update. One thing to flag that this is directly connected to the board's priority around academic achievement around kindergarten readiness. And I think the idea here is if we see progress at Mary Ford, we can think about a broader plan for an early childhood program in the way that Dr. French alluded to before. But I'm going to turn it over to you all to give an update.
Yes. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees Chair, Reverend Dr. Mack, and Board Vice Chair, Courtney Waters, board members, and Dr. Postlewaite. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the Mary Ford Early Learning and Family Center. I am Christine Zamboki, the Director of Child Development. Today I'm presenting alongside Mrs. Ruth Taylor, the Principal of Mary Ford Early Learning and Family Center.
Good afternoon. And as you see on your screen, we have our logo, our newly designed logo. that is a reflection of our mission. And our mission is to transform the lives of young children and their families so they can build a brighter and stronger future for themselves and their communities. We serve alongside local organizations to advocate for and with families to develop little scholars that have a solid academic, social, and emotional foundation. We're going to take you on a little, next video. Here we go. We have a video of our morning show, just a snippet of our morning show, but take a look at what our students see every day and how it exemplifies what our expectations are for social, emotional, and executive function.
Good morning, little scholars. Let's make it a great day. Now for our positive affirmations. Say it loud and clear. I am smart.
I am smart.
I am strong.
I am strong.
I am beautiful.
I am beautiful.
I am respectful.
I am respectful.
I know mistakes are okay.
I know mistakes are okay.
When I fall,
When I fall,
I get back up.
I get back up.
I am awesome.
I am awesome.
And you are. Have a great day.
Please stand as we get ready for our Mary Ford chant.
And Mary Ford, we are blessed because we love to read. And shine beauty and light and also teach to see. Oh Mary Ford, for heaven and our hearts, who gives you liberty and always do your part. Go ahead, go on.
What a wonderful visual where you can actually see children engaged with students, that positive affirmation that really is a powerful message. I want to talk to you about the universal access. One of the goals was to really provide universal access to all the needs of our families.
We're good? Okay, please continue.
Absolutely. To date, there are 256 total students ranging from early Head Start through kindergarten. 20 of these kindergarten students are still learning remotely, and 22 of the pre-K students are learning remotely. Shakora and Mary Ford early learning families have access to apply their Dial 4 screen for pre-K and are qualified for universal access to the Early Learning Center. Applications and centralized screenings have already begun, and there's a Saturday Dial 4 screening event for pre-K that will take place on May 15th at Mary Ford, additionally to support families. We wanted to give you a glimpse inside of the school and really talking about the implementation of curriculum this year. That was a big piece to our early childhood task force team in 2019. So looking over at curriculum and standards, we highlighted Creative Curriculum 6 guided studies for pre-K classrooms. Based off of early childhood research on brain development and standards, our pre-K and kindergarten classrooms also enhance instruction utilizing Hegarty phonemic awareness, which is 8 to 10 minutes of hands-on phonemic awareness activities. I heard us really touching on loss of instruction. This is a great way to begin some foundation phonemic awareness skills for our students that are aligned to our South Carolina early learning standards. We transition looking at high quality instruction. The administration team and teachers at Mary Ford Early Learning and Family Center utilize intentional, play-based activities and a variety of engagement strategies during small group, whole group, and interest areas or choice time for students. And finally, how do we assess learning? Early learning assessments and measures of learning are individually administered, quick, playful, but full of literacy and numeracy knowledge for parents and teachers to make instructional shifts and create support opportunities for students. The next slide, we dive a little bit deeper into our core curriculum. So our core curriculum is Creative Curriculum Guided Studies. This ranges from infants through 4K or pre-K. It was carefully selected with teachers, principals, and we used a rigorous curriculum rubric. On the previous slide, we highlighted Creative Curriculum 6 Guided Studies. The Creative Curriculum for Preschool is one of the most widely used pre-K curricula in the nation. It's comprehensive and research-based and features exploration and discovery as a way of learning. Creative Curriculum is our core curriculum at Mary Ford Early Learning and Family Center. Pre-K classrooms directly support the South Carolina Early Learning Standards and the whole child approach to education, one where children have opportunities to develop not only in math and literacy skills, but also have that social, emotional, physical, and cognitive skills. It's developmentally appropriate and it better prepares children for life well beyond their time in the classroom. Specific curriculum supports for teachers are use of foundation volumes, which support teachers in creating high quality learning environments and support deep understanding of early childhood best practices. There are daily resources, which include authentic and diverse read alouds, Mighty Minutes, which helps with transitions, Question of the Day, and shared writing provide the instructional tools and materials to engage young children in project-based investigations and make every moment of the day meaningful, intentional, and engaged. Along with creative curriculum, pre-K classrooms implement Heggerty phonemic awareness. There are 11 phonemic awareness state standards. This is a high priority at Mary Ford Early Learning and the Early Learning Department. Our pre-K and kindergarten classrooms enhance instruction utilizing Heggerty phonemic awareness. It's about 8 to 10 minutes. It's hands-on. It directly supports the science of reading and is embedded in our daily schedule. Alignment with pre-K classrooms, along with alignment to kindergarten classrooms, support the routines and practices of explicit phonemic awareness instruction, allowing children to have the background knowledge needed to decode unknown words and build readiness for explicit phonics instruction in kindergarten and later grades. And now I'm going to transition to Ms. Taylor.
So the next slide is showing data that from the kindergarten readiness. Now, I want to be clear that this slide takes a subgroup of students that tested in before at the beginning of the year to see how well they were prepared for the kindergarten classroom. This slide is for Black students only. If we were talking about the district kindergarten students that were ready, the district had 43% students that were ready for kindergarten. But we're only talking about the Black students in this slide. And Mary Ford, in this case, showed 29% of their students that were ready for kindergarten instruction in comparison to the district that had 24%. So this slide does show that our students were ready. Now, what do we attribute that to? When we disaggregated some of that data, it looked like the students that had Head Start at the former Child and Family Development Center and then went into our preschool classes were faring very well, and we attribute these higher numbers or readiness to those students that had been in the system for a few years. Now, the next slide is very preliminary. We don't have any spring data. And so where these numbers may not be as accurate, the trend is correct. And what we saw here, and this is with all students, the previous slide was with just African-American students. This is with all students. And here we are, when we look at the preliminary data for early reading, Mary Ford's students are not faring as well, but where the district shows about 63% of all students making at least 1 year's growth on Fast Bridge, Mary Ford here showed about 52% of the students. So if the numbers are not exactly right, the trend is right. Yes, we have some work to do in this COVID environment where we have students that have not been in school, staff have not been in school, the transitions we've had. So that's the math data. I'm sorry, that was early reading. On the other side, we did a little bit better, slightly better when it comes to math, where the district has about 80% of students that are making at least a year's growth in math. Mary Ford has 68% of their students at this preliminary data. Now, we're hoping to see some better trends because we've had more students in school for more consecutive periods. We've had the classroom, but for the last few weeks, we haven't closed any classrooms. So we have to see how that pans out. So that's the trend in reading and math. And now Ms. Lambert is going to talk about NACE accreditation, then I'll come back to close it up.
So transitioning to discuss NACE. So NACE is an acronym that stands for the National Association for the Education of Young Children. Why have a goal of NACE accreditation? The Early Childhood Task Force team that was created in the fall of 2019 had a goal of creating the gold star of early learning centers for Charleston County. NACE accreditation is that gold star. NACE accreditation process supports and prepares Mary Ford Early Learning administrative team and teachers with the tools to provide the best learning experiences for young children and provide the highest quality professional preparation for educators by meeting national standards of quality. NACE accreditation also helps families. They help families recognize quality early learning programs and feel comfortable knowing that their children are receiving a high quality, research-based education that will prepare them for future success. The accreditation pathway is highlighted with training and support. Everything that we've highlighted so far in our presentation all leads to this NACE accreditation goal by June 2023. And you can see all of the action steps on the right-hand side that we've completed already this year. I couldn't be any more proud of the administrative staff and teachers at Mary Ford Early Learning for taking on this accreditation process. Thank you.
Well, we had a litany of student and staff supports that we were listing, and as well as our family involvement. We backed off some of them, not to be here so long. So, but we did want to highlight that we started our VET team, our virtual engagement team, because we saw that our students that were virtual were not as engaged as we needed them to be. And we needed to just touch bases with them. So we planned for our guidance counselor, our social worker, our parent advocate, and a climate coach to make weekly visits to these homes. Sometimes the parents just didn't know what to do. Sometimes the devices were broken. Sometimes they didn't know that children were not, attending. And mind you, these are 4 and 5-year-olds. It's so hard for them to sit in front of a screen and really attend. But we did the very best we could to make a connection and help parents understand what needs to happen. Sometimes we told them, we take attendance. If you haven't been present, your child hasn't been present, then they're really absent if they haven't turned on or logged into a computer. So that team did a really good job. As a matter of fact, we gave them an incentive. We said, okay, if you're logging on every day, you're going to be drawing for a pizza gift card. And it changed for some people. Some people started having 100% because the kids wanted that pizza gift card and the parents didn't have to cook that night. So that's one of the things we did for them. We did also employ what we call university instructors. And it's a tutoring group that we train them in Heritage, we train them in Bridges. And for those students that were not really getting it, and the data shows that they were having some challenges, we gave them the parents another opportunity that they can tune in on a daily basis, after hours in some respects, and work with the tutor. I must be transparent. This is not the best thing for little people. The screens are not the best. They don't have the attention span, nor do we expect that, but we'll do better when we get them in face. But we want to mitigate as much as possible and give them some supports. And so this is what we did. We're hoping to see some good results. Some parents take advantage of it, but so many of them do not take advantage of what we've offered them. And our staff is, as Ms. Zamboki, and I appreciate her saying, our staff is just awesome. We want to keep the morale up. We want to make certain that everybody understands how really special they are. We came up with this incentive called Mary Ford Magic, and it's the team lifting the team up. And so weekly, they write little notes to themselves, to their peers for any random act of kindness, or to the students, for the school, or for helping from peer to peer. And we do a drawing, and we call it Mary Ford Magic. And we do feel like there's magic happening at Mary Ford, because our staff is really stuck together through the trying times, and we lift each other up. So I wanted to highlight that at this presentation. Then when we talk about family engagement, that's another one I had to go back and take off a lot of things, because one of the things that I'm proudest of is we've done, I think, a yeoman's job trying to keep the family engaged as much as possible through virtual, and that's kind of hard. But I have one of the best parent advocates around, and she and we as a team kind of make things happen. She works very hard with some creative ideas and after hours. So if parents can't come into us, the best we can do is maybe for the first, we package all the food that they needed in order to have a cook along with the chef. And we were blessed to have one of our teachers whose husband is a professional chef. And so Chef Hernowski, in his professional kitchen, and the parents with all the stickers they need to make the stir fry, cooked along. And of course, we incorporate just all the activities, the math, the curriculum that goes along with it. If you're counting, if you numbers the scoops and identifying, is this shredded lettuce and what does shredded mean? And so it's an educational cooking class that we had together. One of the highest attended programs we had was when we filmed each class singing holiday carols. And if just, that if we were face to face, the parents come out to see their children perform. We couldn't bring them out, but we told them, if you tune in to this session, you'll be able to see your child perform. So we had them singing together across the screen, Zoom, but we also, could go on to Class Dojo and see their children's class specifically singing. And we had 80 parents, families tuning in at that session there. It was really nice. We also had trees and did some decorations and did some math and literacy activities along with that. Our Black History Month celebration, we had a live book and author. We had Jessica Norwood, who is, she wrote the book, Your Hair's Magic, and she tuned in. We sent books home for the people that signed up. You got a signed copy and you got to read along with the author and then ask questions. We had a bake your own pizza math night, and all the ingredients went home again, and we talked about how to put things, in sequence, what comes first, what comes next. And so all of our activities have always been about the academics. We always make sure we highlight how parents can support when it comes to language arts and vocabulary and math. And the same thing happened with the science night with Mercedes-Benz. The team at Mercedes-Benz, we were filming from the Mercedes-Benz showroom where they built the cars, and the kids had all the little things to build their own cars, and they had actually a race, and they had to measure how far their cars were propelled, and just had a fun time. And so that's been really a good time. We've had, I think we've done a very good job keeping families engaged, and we have a lot of good feedback when it comes to that. So looking forward, this was our inaugural year. We're not even finished with our inaugural year. There's a lot of things we wanted to do. There's a lot of things we planned to do, but we could not because of the COVID environment. And we just knew. So I know some of the new board members visited our schools. We were really impressed and thankful for your support when it comes to this early learning center, because we have a lot of the things that we need to be a world-class early learning center. What kinds of things do we need to do? What kinds of things that we talk about when this whole vision was being thought about? Well, we had a parent-child interaction therapy room. We finally got it set up. We have staff that are finally trained. We have some staff that are finally trained to do it, but it's not completely. It takes a video camera, and what that is when children are having issues and parents don't know how to handle it. A trained therapist can have an earpiece and see what's happening. Tell mom, don't respond this way, ignore that behavior, and mom or dad or whoever the caregiver is can listen, and we help pinpoint the triggers that the child is having that might have them have some issues. So that's something that we expect to have in place next year. We just identified the room. We have people trained. We got to get the things, the cameras and those things set up, but we're well on the way for that. Also, we have, we said when you guys came, we said we have a sensory room in the making. Well, it's not really a sensory room, and we were told do not call it a sensory room because only trained personnel can be in a sensory room. And we don't have the trained personnel for a sensory room, but so we called it, I'm looking right at Ms. Copeland, but I know she has a question. It's our preset reset room. And so working Department of Exceptional Children, they help us understand what needs to happen. And so preset children come in with all kinds of issues, all kinds of things going on, and are not ready to access the curriculum, are not ready to enter the classroom. So preset could be students that enter that room with a staff member, and we're going to have our teachers trained how to use a preset room too. And then to get a child reset and ready to go back into the classroom or go into the classroom the first time. So it'll have the kinds of equipment and things that children need, sensory kinds of things that children need, but we don't have to have a specific trained, we don't have that trained reset sensory therapist. So we hope to offer adult education. That's one of the things in the vision we had it, talking about working with the families and the community. We have designated some spaces that we hope to have our adult education piece up and running. Ms. Foxworth has been working with Susan Friedrich from the adult ed and myself. We're having meetings constantly, looking forward to seeing when we can put some of these things in place. I think one of the biggest pieces that can happen, this is exciting. We have it last, but it's one of the biggest things that the Federal Healthcare Organization is willing to bring a mobile unit on our campus to offer assistance and medical services to our families. So right now we have KidsWell, and KidsWell was really good with MUSC when we were a K-5 group. But MUSC understands and has had this, they understand they need to repurpose their resources as well, because with little people, with little scholars, we don't have as much of the medications and all the other issues that go along with it. But if we were to get the Federal Healthcare Network, and I want to make it clear, both organizations agree, there's no fighting there, there's no infighting. MUSC has said we can't offer all the services that Federal can. But if we get Federal there to offer, I should test this mask, I'm sorry. If we get Federal there, then all the medical and dental homes that, and things that need to happen for our Head Start program will happen automatically. And it will be such a smooth flow that families can go here, because if you ever had the Head Start program, the medical piece is very, very important. They're not fully registered unless they have the medical and dental homes. And that immunization for those early Head Start is huge. So what better way to serve our community than to be right there, have the services right there on our site. I don't care if it's once a week or twice a week or wherever, on our site, so families can come there, get the immunizations that they need, and actually get any medical assistance that they need. I think this would be perfect for our community, and that's what we're looking forward to. So with that being said, questions for Christine or I?
Yeah, I just want to thank Ms. Taylor, who's we had a vision for a lot that we wanted to do that we just were not able to do given safe COVID capacities around family engagement and others. And I think one of the disadvantages of being the student achievement presentation in May is that we still have not gotten our year-end student achievement data. So we were only able to compare, which I think you know, fall, where that test was given relatively late, and winter data. But I think we look forward to seeing some more promising signals in the final piece. Love to hear if there are any questions for Ms. Taylor or Ms. Zamboki.
Ms. Taylor, it was definitely great spending time with you at Mary Ford when we got to visit and see firsthand the advancements that you're making. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We enjoyed your visit.
It was a pleasure. I loved it. I came down and I enjoyed being there. Do we have physical copies of this right here? Do we have these? The slides? Do we have these up here?
I'm sure you do.
Can we have this, please? Paper slide?
Yeah, it's in board docs and Julie could print it out for you.
Thank you. And just my last question, I'm just curious to know the test scores. Why did we only have the test scores for Black students up there?
Oh, we pulled that out. We pulled that out because that's one of the highlights. I said that the district scores were, let me give you the numbers. I didn't write it, but the numbers for the district scores outscore, if with all the ethnicities involved, the district scores are higher. But if we look at subgroups, and a lot of times we are looking at subgroups when it comes to where we are, that's where our gaps are. We are very proud that our African-American, our Black students outscored, at Mary Ford, outscored the district. So I put that up there because it's a highlight for Mary Ford.
That's right. It's 43% of across the system, including all students, are ready for kindergarten. It's 29% at Mary Ford, as measured by the KRA.
Is that
screen?
I wanted to ask about the accreditation. Is that only for Mary Ford, or is that system-wide, the accreditation by 2023?
I focused today on Mary Ford Early Learning and Family Center.
Ms. Zamboki, can you go to the mic? I'm sorry, just for people at home.
Today, we focused on Mary Ford Early Learning and Family Center. Laurel Hill Primary already has their accreditation, and we're working alongside Midland Park Primary as well. I just focused on Mary Ford for today, but it's the goal to work for accreditation for all of our early childhood centers, hoping that that grows. It really is a great process. It really makes me look as an educator more deeply. And there's 9 different accreditation standards that really support all of our staff.
And what is early Head Start? I mean, how old are they?
So early Head Start are students from 0 to 36 months. We have 4 classes of that. And then Head Start are our 3-year-olds. And then, of course, we have child development pre-K4 and our 5-year-olds. But those are our babies. And I want you to know that as of today, we have 114 families that are asking for those slots, and we don't have very many. But
God bless you.
Denise, yeah. Oh, they are so precious. You gotta see them. They make us smile.
Dr. French, do you have a question?
No, it sounds like you're doing great work. Thanks for bringing your presentation.
Sorry, I thought I saw your hand. Dr. Frazier?
Yes, I just want to thank you so very much. About 35 years ago, our governor decided to bring early childhood education to South Carolina, and I was a part of that process. And we have been talking about starting children out early. And I am so elated to see this happening and that we should, and I know that the superintendent will be looking at expanding these programs throughout the district, because this is where we have to start. We have to start early so that we can see those results and those gains later during the educational career of our students. Thank you so much, and I'll be visiting your program soon.
Ms. Coates?
Yes, so I have a couple of questions, but first, just thank you because two things. One, thank you for making school joyful in that neighborhood. And I've heard, that's not a word I came up with, it's actually a word of one of my friends that said that. But the second thing I wanted to ask was, will we see some of the spring map testing? And do you have a group cohort going into first grade coming out of your school this year?
Yes, we have our kindergarten, we'll rotate into, long to go other places, but we don't do math, we do our fast grid.
Okay. And will we see some spring growth scores?
You will. They're being administered now, essentially. So that's coming for probably the July meeting. We'll start to be sharing map scores, fast bridge scores, and any other data that's available at that point that we're able to share, like end of course exams.
And I did some quick numbers, and out of 205 people that are eligible in your neighborhood to attend, 147 attend. That's pretty strong, and that speaks to you in recruiting them to something that didn't exist before, and I thank you for that. But I always got to protect my own, and it appears that there's 104 kids that don't live in the zone that are in that school, and I want to make sure, A, that's accurate, and B, that they're not taking up spaces, that, as you said, we've got applicants trying to get seats. I don't want us to forget the neighborhood this is designed for.
So we have accepted everyone that has made application to our school. We have not had a problem, and we've always said, keep our finger on the pulse as to which students are in our attendance area, and if we ever hadn't come close to, because our classroom is so nice and large, we haven't come close to capacity. So
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. French?
Yes, I did actually have a question. I was wondering, with the curriculum tools that you're using, are you finding that there's a good level of cultural competence in those materials? And please do use the mic because people can't hear you who are off-site. Thanks. Of course, that was a big component to what we looked at when we utilized a rubric in 2019. And there was a subcommittee of about 30 members that included community members, parents, educators, teachers, principals, that looked at creative curriculum. And one thing I love, I'm so visual. So I brought just a sample teaching guide, and you can see embedded in here that they address a variety of differentiation strategies that go into ELL, students with already identified disabilities. And another big strong component are the read alouds that really bring in multicultural text. They bring in a variety of different cultures and really embed within the curriculum. So it doesn't seem extra, it seems natural for students. And it creates this comprehensive environment where they're welcomed and everybody has an opportunity to just participate, learn more about a variety of different cultures. And it really is a strength and highlight for creative curriculum. That was a wonderful question. And just to follow up with Ms. Belcher, is that a rubric and system that we can apply to the curriculums we're using in K through 12 or across K through 12?
As we're making decisions about curriculum moving forward in the new year, we're part of the rubric for ELA, for example, and how we're thinking about something like the new social studies standards does always include cultural competency. That's right. Ms. Waters?
Yes, I didn't have a question. I just wanted to say thank you so much. The school is fabulous. And I just hope at some point we can get into those the 3 36-month classrooms. I was really excited about that. And then we couldn't we couldn't go in. But thank you tremendously. That school is just beyond impressive.
Do we have any other questions or comments? Thank you both so much.
Very much.
Thank you. Next up is item 5B, and it is the social emotional learning survey update. Ms. Belcher, Ms. Coker, and Ms. Hudson.
That's right. As a reminder, part of our priorities around the COVID recovery plan is to think through the social emotional trauma of the last year at our community and really make sure that we're closing those gaps. As part of board priority 2, we had the panorama survey as a way of tracking at the aggregate level our progress over time. I want to introduce Ms. Ela Hudson from our Counseling Services Department and Jennifer Coker, who leads our alternative programs, to provide more information on the social emotional survey that we're administering.
Good afternoon, Reverend Dr. Mack, Vice Chair Waters, Dr. Postlewaite, and Board of Trustees. We appreciate the time provided today to go over the panorama survey that is being administered right now across our system. We're here representing today a learning services team that worked on the panorama survey. Again, I'm Jennifer Coker from the Department of Alternative Programs. Tasha Joyner and Megan Bacino from our department also served on the team, as well as Kathy Milne and Jose Calero from Student Information, Buffy Roberts and April Newton from Assessment and Evaluation, and my partner, Ms. Hudson, will introduce herself and the rest of the team.
Good afternoon. I'm Ela Hudson from the School Counseling Department. We also had on our SEL screener team, Franz Silly, who's also from the School Counseling Department, Lisa Allison from Student Intervention and Psychological Services, as well as Emily Woody from Curriculum and Instruction. So why a social emotional screener? So we all are aware that our students have faced isolation this year, as well as not being able to participate in their extracurricular activities due to COVID-19. Also, we know that teachers have been engaging with students in person as well as virtually, and may not be able to recognize some of the mental health struggles that they have been able to recognize when they've been working with students in person. We also know that there might be a higher number of students with mental health concerns, and that with our screener, we may be able to weed out those students more than what we have in the past. So here we have some data from the Center of Disease Control, and this is just showing mental health related emergency room visits from 2019 as well as 2020 for children as well as adolescents. So we can see here that it rose by 24% for children ages 5 to 11 and 31% among adolescents ages 12 to 17 from March 2020 through October 2020 when we compare it to the data from 2019 in those same time ranges. So we're aware of the board priority with successfully returning our CCSD students to in-person instruction and being able to provide interventions and targeted strategies to meet the academic and social emotional needs of those students. So we can use the panorama data to set up those interventions and as well as make those targeted strategies. We also can use the data from panorama to progress monitor year after year at the school as well as the system level. Also, we use our multi-tiered systems of support process, and we can use the data from panorama to have targeted interventions, as well as create tier 2 and 3 interventions to support our students and staff. So when selecting the survey, we had a focus group from across schools and departments. So we had 7 teachers, 5 school administrators, 6 school counselors, 1 classified school-based staff, 1 communication staff member, 2 finance staff members, 2 operations staff members, as well as 1 Title I staff member. So we looked at the State Department Universal Screener recommendations, which in Act 213, that provides us the approved screeners for social emotional learning. Panorama was one of those screeners. Also, we are going to continue to use the behavioral and emotional screening system, which is BEST screener for our pre-K through 2nd graders, and then the panorama survey for grades 3 through 12. We use this let me back up, sorry. We used the focus group to look at the questions and give their opinion on what questions we should ask on the surveys for students as well as our staff. So they were able to pick which group they wanted to be a part of. And we wanted to make sure that we picked things that were actionable topics that we could work on now, as well as when we get back into the school year in August. Also, principals were invited to attend a session to learn about Panorama and the survey. And each principal designated a survey coordinator who would manage the survey at the school level. Also, our survey coordinators attended a training facilitated by the Panorama staff, as well as our school counselors were involved in knowing what was going around with the survey.
So following the process that Ms. Hudson just reviewed, the survey topics were selected, as she mentioned, to be actionable. So I want to go over the survey topics with you today. You can see on the screen on the left are the student topics and on the right are the adult topics. The student topics cover SEL competencies, well-being, supports, and environments, while the adult survey covers social emotional learning, supports, and culture. School staff, teaching staff, and district staff all have different surveys based on their locations, but they're all around these topics. The survey takes about 15 minutes to complete for students and staff in each group. And in the schools, the survey can be read to students so that reading is not an inhibitor of getting their true ratings on the scales. Let's review the topics on the survey. So on the left with the student, the first topic is self-management, to be measured in all students through grades 3 to 12. Self-management indicates how well students manage their emotions, thoughts, and behaviors in different situations. On the top right of the staff survey, this topic is only for our school instructional staff, so teachers. This will measure professional learning about SEL, specifically perceptions of the quantity and quality of professional learning opportunities around SEL in our district. All of the remaining topics are aligned between the students and the staff. For students, we measure supportive relationships, how supported students feel through relationships with friends, family, and adults at school, and student-teacher relationships, the strength of the social connection between teachers and students. These topics align with the staff for well-being, which is faculty and staff perceptions on their professional well-being and supportive relationships in their work environment. Next, both our students and staff will answer questions about their sense of belonging. This is how they feel, how much they feel they're a valued member of their school community or division department community. Additionally, students and staff will provide overall perceptions of the social and learning climate of their school or work environment. The final topic, cultural awareness and action would be in their school and work environments, is measured through this piece of the survey. This topic is for all of our staff members, but only for students in grades 6 through 12. This portion reviews how often they have an opportunity to learn, discuss, and confront issues of race, ethnicity, and culture in their schools or work environment. As we have gone throughout, the survey began April 21st, and we don't close the survey till May 12th. You can see on the screen the response rates as of Friday, May 7th. I did update them as of today because the dashboard is in live time. So for school staff, we're now at 75%. For district staff, we're at 59%. And for students, we're at 61%. And we'll continue to monitor that throughout the rest of this week. This data does include all schools, programs, and charter schools, as well as all employees across CCSD in schools and in divisions. We do have some participation from our charter schools, but not all of them. So once the window closes on Wednesday, we'll be able to remove any schools who have zero participation, which might be a few of our charters. We also then will take time to remove any students who have withdrawn or staff who have left us during the survey window, and then clean up a little bit of the data with the virtual academy teachers and the students in temporary remote across schools. Those teachers have shown up on multiple schools, so we need to remove them from the schools that aren't their home schools. So the survey coordinators and principals are making sure that that data is all accurate. Finally, results and planning for support. So when the survey closes on Wednesday, our team will review all the feedback and make adjustments as needed. Obviously, for future administration of the survey, the first thing we determined based on feedback is that we need to provide more lead time between the initial notification and the opt-out for parents. We also, based on feedback, were able to get a sample survey from Panorama, and that will be included in the initial communications in the future so that families can review a sample survey ahead of time.
So by the end of May, we will have high-level district results, and our district multi-tiered system of supports team will be looking at the data at the aggregated level so that schools and teams to improve our own performance. We will also review the results to inform resource allocation, plan training, and support where need is indicated. This data will help us to revise our continuum map of supports for our schools and staff. So professional development will be provided at the June lead meeting for principals, instructional coaches, as well as department heads. So they will learn to interface with the data as well as review reports for their schools and departments to begin planning for the fall semester.
And finally, in late June, we will, every summer have multi-tiered support system training for our school teams. And during that training, they'll have access to this data and they can begin action planning around their data. For example, if a school determines that too many staff are indicating that they have a lack of a sense of belonging, the team can begin to determine the root causes of this and hopefully implement strategies to provide opportunities for input and determine strategies to make the staff feel more valued. If student data indicates that student-teacher relationships are an area of concern, the school team would be able to plan for professional development on how to build effective relationships with students and teachers. A couple of examples that Ms. Taylor gave where her school used actionable data would be the Mary Ford Magic for staff, keeping them engaged, as well as the VET team, which was the engagement team. And so you can see that's what action planning looks like when you have data and you act upon it. And then finally, in the July, when we do our lead meeting for the summer, once we have the data and the action plans from the schools, we can begin to create courses for school principals, instructional coaches, and leaders to help them implement changes in their schools as they see fit. Some examples for that could be improving student well-being, how to create positive change in school or workplace culture and climate, pathways to creating a culturally aware and responsive team, what is social emotional learning and how do I fit it in my day? Those are a couple of ideas, but again, once the data is here, we'll know better how to create the learning pathways needed for staff. So at this time, we're happy to answer any questions.
The only thing I would say before we turn it over to questions is, as Ms. Hudson highlighted, this is a aggregate survey. So this is our benchmark data. How are we doing at the school at the system level? We're not looking at this data at the individual level, and it's analyzed as part of the survey by Panorama so that we get reports and can look at trends over time and be able to compare ourselves to a national data set. It's a way for us to track our progress on our social emotional priority, as well as gain some data and insight into the cultural competency priority.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson, Ms. Coker. We really appreciate it. Do we have any questions? Dr. Frazier?
Yes, ma'am. One of the questions I have to ask, and I don't know whether this can be asked, when we talk about cultural competency and self-management, one of the things that happened during the pandemic, we saw a lot of shootings of unarmed Black men, a lot of violence happening in our Black communities. How are you going to take current events and utilize that to help our students move forward? And that recently, all you can hear on television, radio, is just what's happening in the Black community as it relates to students' emotional health. Because I know it has affected me emotionally, just watching what's going on in our country now.
So I know we have provided resources to our school staff, especially our school counselors, surrounding some curriculum that could be used to discuss what's happening in our world currently. As far as it used to be called teaching tolerance, but now it's, I think it's justice. It changed its name, but it has a lot of resources that we have pushed out to our counselors to have those conversations with our students within our schools.
Dr. French?
Yes, I think they are called Learning for Justice now. The there were a lot of questions about the survey and how it was handled. And so I want to ask you a few questions about that. We used, people were concerned about privacy issues. And so I'm thinking about FERPA, and I compare it to HIPAA because I came from a background of having worked with clinical researchers. So I'm noticing that we use student ID codes, and that's not a way to de-identify data. And so when we're handing over data about our students' educational records, which is sort of similar to medical records, it seems like we should be providing some kind of code that blinds whoever's handling that from the information on our end. And I understand that you're trying to use this to help the schools get better, but it also is, are we crossing a line into research and needing to have an internal review board review who the universal screener is and whether or not they're applying the right methods to protect personal privacy?
So as mentioned, we did use a screener that was recommended by the State Department. So it is on the State Department list. And in our agreement with Panorama, we own the data. They do not attach to any of our systems. So we do send only uploads to them, so they cannot see any of our data that's other than what we send them. The reason that the student IDs was chosen is because that's the same password we use for map testing and several other things that students would be familiar with. Because with younger students, it's very hard for them to learn passwords and do them every time something new comes out. So that was one of the reasons we did decide to use that. We certainly will reevaluate that for next year if that continues to cause concerns for folks. And so those are kind of the reasons behind those choices so far. Did I answer your question, Dr. French?
Partially. So I'm glad you're going to look at some of that as we go forward. I think that even with map testing, people are starting to understand it's a big issue. Our data on our students is going out to the world and people are profiting off of that. Like, there's map data out there. It may be de-identified, but ultimately someone's using it to do research. And so it gets to a really muddy area that I don't think the education system has ever dealt with. So I don't necessarily blame you at this level, but just because the universal screeners were chosen by the State Department of Ed, I still don't know if anyone screened those at all. I think I have a little bit more time left because she answered my question. So I guess what I want to know is, are we also going to look at if consent has to be obtained, those kind of things as we go forward?
Consent for the survey?
Right, that it shouldn't be an opt-out necessarily, but there has to be informed consent. This is just another issue that I know is a big question for some people. I'm not sure that I agree that it needs to be obtained. I just want to make sure that we understand if we're crossing any lines. I fully support the survey. I think it's a great idea to help us understand what's going on with our students.
Absolutely. So I'm not prepared to answer that today. I do know that the opt-out version is what other districts that are using it in the area, like Charlotte, Mecklenburg, and some of the other large districts. But I certainly can look into that. But I was not prepared to answer that today.
Okay.
Ms. Coates?
So one thing you said is that you are going to save this data and use it year over year for comparison. Are you saving it per student, per school, or how are you saving it? It was on slide number 4.
Yes, so the data system where the survey is taken does keep historical data, and so it's year to year on the school and the district level.
Not the class or the student or the employee?
Not the employees absolutely are anonymous. We have no way to know which employees answer what question. They are separated out by division in the survey. And the current questions that we selected are not individual student report driven. There are some content that could be in the future if we decide to do that, but this survey will be used spring to spring. We do have the option to use other pieces of the survey throughout the year, but we have not decided to do that yet.
And why did you choose not to include any questions related to the substance abuse and the tremendous spike in that during COVID and the way that affects the mental health of students? I mean, the spike's 2,000 overdose deaths per month. Surely that's affecting our students, but this, y'all didn't seem to address that.
Absolutely, that's a major concern. I absolutely agree with you on that. The focus group that made the selections were really narrowed it down to the topics that you see. There is a section for older students on substance abuse that we could look at in the future, but we also have within my department, Ms. Allen, who does work around that preventative work, and we have an agreement with the Charleston Center. So we didn't try to cross those over, but if that need arises in the future, we certainly have this partner that we could look at their screening tools for the older students.
So it does bring a question that your group didn't include parents or community members or typical things that we would include in those sort of decision making, and you had access to this in September 22nd, the fair where you got to identify this one from the other 12 from Panorama. I think in the future, could we use a more diverse thought process group check so things like this don't fall through the cracks?
Sure. So September 22nd was when the state board put the list out.
That was on September 8th. The
September
mayor was
8th.
on the 22nd.
So we did not, I did not personally attend that. I was out for that time, but certainly your point is well taken that there were a list of surveys that we could have used. And so adding more people to the review committee would
But
certainly
I
be
think
a good
not just list of which survey, but people with more diverse thought deciding what questions might help us address issues with the students.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
I think it boils down to my
Ms.
final
Coates.
question, and that's, this is not something that came up in 2021. This is something that started, I've read the reports from Molly Spearman. This came through actually the dyslexia law. This is MTSS for students who are struggling to stay on task. That's Act 213. And it just feels like that we had time to follow the same process we follow for sex education curriculum, that the state follows for textbook curriculum. There's been, and so why wasn't some system followed that allowed parents to feel like they had more ownership in the process before they were given very short periods of time to opt out? We've done that with other things, so I know the district is equipped to do this differently.
Appreciate the feedback, Mrs. Vine Coates. I think you're right that we could have done it differently. I think the challenge with COVID has made us a little tight on time in some of our processes. And frankly, we thought the state was going to require this initially, and that did not come through this year because of COVID. So we had kind of put a more internal process in place. But lesson, I also think, honestly, we probably did not anticipate the parent pushback because we hoped that this was just intended, again, for us and a part of our continuous improvement process. And we've learned a lot from this administration that we won't repeat again, including the point you're raising about making sure that we have parent voice in the process.
Thank you.
Ms. Coakley?
I was just going to say, I get the social emotional part of all of this. I keep hearing people say COVID. All of this has really been around for a lot of us for a long time as far as social and emotional. The kickback you're getting from the parents, I don't understand why. Like, I don't understand why, but I kind of understand why. But at the same time, when we're having people that are creating these screening tools, this is another test to me that seems just a little bit biased when you have who's asking the questions and who's being asked some of these questions. So we do need a little bit more diversified way of creating the tools that we're creating and a little bit more input. So like you said, it is more diverse when it comes to a lot of things because your behavior may not be, something that I agree with, but it may be something that's needed for you. And that's where we are when it comes to a lot of things that we're sitting here, initiatives, education, even this survey right here. So even when I think of my son going to school, and I just had a meeting, and in his IEP, they're telling me that he's not compliant. And he gets written up every time because he's not compliant. But as a parent and having representation matter right now, and they seem to agree, let's say cooperate, because compliance seems like authority and you have to do. So right now, this is the things that we have to start shift changing to make sure that it's more diversified and it fits who we're making it for.
Right. I agree with ma'am. I think this is the challenge of our profession. Like they say that democracy is best form of government except or the worst form of government except everything else. Same thing, I think, in education measurement. It's just really hard to track things like kids learning values. Like to what extent has a student emotionally healthy? Because it's not going to be measured alone by a flat paper pencil survey. We all know that. But to the extent that we can, we want to hold ourselves accountable to the best tools we've got at the present time, even as I think we get better tools, and don't make the tools the only thing. Like part of the value, I think, of the survey is getting a sense of like, are there strong relationships with the school? Do kids feel cared about? And that's not something we know enough about, and that we know is a key lever to keeping kids mentally healthy. So you're absolutely right. And I think one of the places I struggle in our industry is like getting better tools so we can do a better job, because we don't know how to fix a problem unless we know what the problem is.
We got to ask the people that we're trying to help.
Yeah.
Those are sometimes the kids and the parents and the community.
Absolutely.
Do we have any additional questions or comments? Dr. Fraser? No, Dr. French. Dr. French?
Okay. Yeah, one more question. I just want to clarify. You said that Panorama doesn't own the data, we own the data. So does that mean it doesn't stay in their system to be used in some other aggregated way for their own purposes? Because they do participate with other partners that aren't school districts to do research on this kind of data. That's why that it feels a little muddy.
The data can be used in their national data set to norm students only for our agreement, so that we know when a student in third grade answers these questions across the country, this is what the responses we're seeing, so that we know how we're doing across the country. But that's the only opportunity they have to use the data.
So they can use the data from our students' answers in a de-identified way to compare to other students across the country.
Correct.
And so any school district can use it that way, that participates.
It creates their national norms database.
Okay. And so can they also allow other researchers to basically do data mining out of that?
Not according to our agreement, they cannot.
Okay.
And that is, and staff data does not have national norms, just put that out there too. So that doesn't go to there's not national norms for staff. So that data does not go past our CERT system.
Okay. I guess it just starts to cross the line into research at that point, and that's where a lot of the concerns were brought up, I think. So.
Ms. Coker and Ms. Hudson, thanks so much again. Ms. Belcher, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the education report. We do plan on presenting more information at the May regular board meeting around the summer school update, just to make sure folks know where we are on that. I am pleased to say that right now we are going to be serving over 3,000 students, K-12. So good things are ahead. So look forward to sharing that.
Great. Okay, next on our agenda is other board committees, and we're going to start with 6A, Audit and Finance Committee meeting review. Ms. Green?
The information from the Audit and Finance Committee that are the information items are listed there for your review, and of course the details of either any of them is in board docs, are always in board docs on Audit and Finance. So if you have any questions about any of those, we are here to try to answer. Otherwise, we'll be dealing with them at the board.
I do have a question about the audit firm update item. So
Yes.
I was reviewing the Audit and Finance Committee meeting, and I am also concerned, those committee members raised this issue. I'm concerned that we're proposing going back to the firm that was our auditor when we had so many problems, and that further Berkeley County was so unhappy with their work that that they fired them and sued them. I mean, there's actually implication that they helped to hide corruption in that district. And so I'm really concerned as to who made the decision to include this firm in the request for proposals that was put out in the first place.
Certainly. So the decision to include as many firms as possible in the RFP was my decision. So it wasn't just one firm that I included in the proposed, the RFP. It was firms in South Carolina, firms in North Carolina, and firms in Georgia that we thought, staff thought had the capacity in terms of their size of the audit firm and the types of work that they have done and the size of districts that they have worked in. We reached out to those firms to ask for a proposal.
And you reached out to 8 firms, but you only got 2 proposals back, which suggests to me maybe, I'm right, you've got 2 proposals back.
2, correct.
So that's not a really great pool to choose from. Is it possible that we could do another round and cast the net wider?
That was the second round. So the first round was restricted to South Carolina, and so because we did not get an adequate response, we reached out, to the other 2 states, the adjoining states.
And then you might want to elaborate on the responses, that we did, the reasoning, the rationale behind, like one of the firms we are using for something else, so they were not qualified. One of the firms that we're currently using did not respond to our request. And so we kind of eliminated 3 or 4 firms just based on their capacity.
Yeah, I mean, so the 2 primary firms that we would have expected to participate in something like this in the state of South Carolina, Clifton Larson Allen, who's been our external auditors for 5 or 6 years. They elected, because of business reasons, in terms of their national growth, and they elected to continue in the state of South Carolina. So that was certainly a disappointment. A decision was made the spring of last year, I think it was, the decision was made actually in 2019, the year 2019, that we would contract with an external audit firm to do our internal audit work. And so last spring, we did contract with the firm. It's probably actually last winter, we contracted with the firm to do that. That's Elliott Davis. So they came in, they did the risk assessment, I think it was presented to the school board in June of last year. And as part of that risk assessment, there's an audit plan. So they're actually currently right now doing 2 internal audits for the district, IT and procurement. And so what they indicated to us, and which I agree, is that they are doing work for us, managing some of our processes, but through these audits. So it would be a conflict of interest for them to come in and actually be the external auditor for the work that they're helping us with. So those 2 firms that like Elliott Davis, they do I think Horry County, they do some large school districts in the state. Green Finney does Greenville and other large school districts. And the other firm that submitted the proposal, Malden, they don't have a local office here in Charleston. They do have one in Columbia, and they do school districts. But bringing in a new audit firm without any exposure to the processes that we use is also a risk. So that was the decision to go out for a broader second round, and that was the team that came together that was formed rather to evaluate the proposal, came up with that recommendation.
Are there any other questions?
Okay, so the action items will be on the agenda for us to talk about at our May board meeting. Next item is item 6A, policy JI. Dr. French?
Yes, actually, it's item 6B.
6B, sorry, had too much candy.
That's all right, that's right. This and the following agenda item are actually a couple of things that I think some of us have been interested in and looking at, making sure we have a culture of diversity in our school system and that we value that. But it was also a teacher that brought to our attention that it would be nice to have a tighter policy that helps to get to the discipline issues that we may be having. So this is for student policy JI. And the main change is to make it clear that students, while they have certain rights, that does not protect them against any insulting or demeaning language or activities against other students, visitors, or staff by any actual or perceived characteristics such as race, color, religion, ancestry, national origin, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, or any mental, physical, or sensory disability, or by any other distinguishing characteristic. And that is mirrored in a couple of places in the policy, just to be completely clear to students that this is not something that they should be doing at school. So I'd entertain a motion.
Move to approve. Second.
Thank you. Ms. Coates moved and Ms. Harder second. Are there any questions? Hearing none, I would like to ask for the vote. The motion passes unanimously. The next item is 6C, policy GBEB, which is a personnel policy, and it mirrors the language in the student policy that I just read. I do want to point out that it also adds language to indicate that these behaviors are not allowed while on duty, either on or off any CCSD campuses. So if they're on a field trip, for instance, they still have to behave the same way. So I'd like to entertain a motion.
Approve. Second.
Did you catch that, Julie? Okay, thanks. Are there any questions? Hearing none, I'd like to ask for the vote. Oh, the item passes unanimously. Thank you. 6D, it falls under policy FF, naming of facilities. This is the Carolina Park Elementary Community would like to honor recently retired teacher Carol Cook for her countless years of dedication and service to CCSD by naming the school library in her honor. The name Carol Cook Library has been unanimously recommended by naming committee. And if asked, I will list all the people on the committee, but I believe it will be public content shortly.
Move for approval. Second.
Darby moves and Ms. Hardwick seconds. Are there any questions? Hearing none, I'd ask for the vote. All right, the motion passes. Thank you. All right, item 6E. This is a new item that was added on Saturday. And I just want to mention that because it came late, I want to make sure that people understand what we're doing, and it's basically this is about the policy ADD, face mask or face coverings in the school system. And we are changing language that is very specific about social distancing in our policy to indicate that we will use social distancing as outlined by public health guidance. And we also changed a little bit at the beginning to indicate that we'd like to add an administrative rule to provide the specifics of, for instance, measuring social distance as necessary. And and also added a legal reference to the Liability Act that we reviewed earlier today. So Dr. Postlethwaite had brought this to my attention and wanted to make sure that we did this. I wish that we had had a little more time to work on it, but I think it's not bad. And just to keep in mind, this is to help the district be a little more nimble. If any changes in public health guidance come down the pike, we want to be able to communicate that to staff as quickly as possible. So this is not changing anything that we're doing right now. And I'm going to read a motion that I would like to recommend because it's slightly different from the one on the public document. Motion to approve the updated policy ADD with one edit to insert the word public in the first paragraph to result in the phrase local public health officials, and direct staff to create AR-ADD based on current protocol for face coverings by May 14th or earlier. Just so you know, I did speak to Dr. Postlethwaite, and she believes that that should be something they can accommodate. They have time to do that this week. And I did give Ms. I did give Julie the motion, so she's got it. This motion?
Yeah. Is it the top of the? Yeah, can you read it again while we all have the proposed one again in front of us?
Okay, so.
Just down at the bottom in your board docs too.
Okay,
Julie
right,
put
good
them.
point. So
What part are you asking me to read?
well, first of all, for everybody down at the bottom of board docs, that item E, it says motion and voting, and then Julie's just popped it in there.
Okay,
So-
great.
But where do you want to, and then you can read it again, but where do you want to insert public? Where,
So it's in the first paragraph. It's the full sentence would read, the district will consider the circumstances in the community and consult local public health officials for the implementation of this policy.
Second.
Oh, did someone move?
you can make the motion, you're making the motion.
Oh, okay, I can make the motion. I move and you second. Okay.
Okay, so she moved,
It's written on our
It's on-
screens in front of us.
Oh,
and we're
okay.
waiting on Julie to put it up.
So we haven't, I think, do you believe, Mr. Mazik, we've had a proper motion and second? Okay, great. And then while we're getting that on the screen, if anybody has any questions, because this is last minute.
Is May 14th doable?
It would be the best case scenario. I'm assuming it won't, I mean, we have guidance out there. It's just a small modification. So it might be May 14th or as soon thereafter as possible.
Oh, okay.
So-
I thought that because you already have the policy, I thought the AR would be just simply having that 6-foot rule as exists now.
Right. You're right. If we have an hour to devote to it, it can be done. It's
Okay.
just that we never know. I think it can be done as long as y'all understand if we don't get it done till Monday or Tuesday, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking by the end of the week. And if I wrote the wrong date, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's, I didn't look at your motion clearly enough. I didn't,
Can we do a friendly amendment changing the date? So
Yeah, do we even have to have a
Yeah,
date?
yes, we could remove the date. So a friendly amendment to remove the date, May 14th. So removed by May 14th.
Yes.
Billy, can you fix that?
Yeah, so you're just deleting after,
Yeah, put a
Coverings,
period
a
at the
period.
end after coverings. Yeah. Thank
So-
you. No problem.
right, you have some questions, Dr. Brent?
Does anybody, Ms. Post have questions?
Yeah, so, and Dr. Postway, I sent this to you over the weekend. It's, when we start talking about making changes as soon as the CDC or the others make changes, we haven't made changes that they have made. I sent that to you this weekend and I agree with what you're asking to do, but I think I'm just cautioning you to move judiciously. You're asking to effectively make changes as changes are made to the CDC, and you haven't made changes that have been made by the CDC in the last 9 or 10 months. And I'm afraid that it could appear to look like you're picking and choosing changes.
I think it says public health.
Yeah.
And it isn't, and our district, it isn't specific, but our district has a back to school contract with MUSC, and we have been following their guidance all year long. They have been advising.
Is there a
Mr. Burley.
chance that could be put back on the website? It's been removed.
The safe restart guide?
The only way I found it was the high school checklist.
I thought I just saw that today.
If you'd send me the link so I could just see it, because that seems to be the number one question is why can't anybody read that document? And
Yes,
so
ma'am, it's there.
Safe restart. Okay.
The safe restart guide is there, dated 5/6/21.
That's not the back to business book that was
We-
published by you guys in August.
Yes,
That's the
ma'am.
one I'm
We
sorry.
did not publish the back to business book. This was a legal issue with MUSC of publishing proprietary information, and we decided not to put it on the website.
Okay.
So we haven't published
So
that.
so your restart is a paraphrase of the document, and MUSC won't allow the public to review it?
MUSC has not allowed us legal approval to publish their document
Thank you.
because of the fact that they provided it to us as a paid service that could be taken by anybody.
Well, and I think that's something that we should, that needs to be understood, is that we're not choosing not to publish that. There are some legal things that MUSC is affecting that decision. I think there's a perception that we're just making that choice, and that's not necessarily true.
Ms. Green, I think I heard you ask a question about the originator. Dr. Postlewaite was one of the originators, yes. I actually have a question. Did anybody else have a question first?
Nope, go ahead.
So one thing I want to make clear is this came to me with the intent that we should be able to make small changes easily. If, for instance, don't expect it to happen in the next 6 weeks. Public health guidance made a major change in whether or not to use face coverings. I wouldn't necessarily want you not to be able to respond to that in a timely manner, but would you come back to the board to talk about that?
I think,
I just want to clarify that what you think that we would do.
so I'm giving you an opinion. This is, Mr. Baroe handles this work for the district. So Mr. Baroe and I would discuss it and I would follow his lead. My personal opinion is something as significant as face coverings. This board has a policy and we would not want to change that policy without coming back to the board. The specific change we asked for was the policy says that outside kids can't take their masks off unless they're 6 feet apart. We were hoping to get that distance reduced. And so that seems minor and logical for when kids are outside. Obviously, face-to-face mask or not to face mask is a controversial issue that in my view we would not think of changing without coming back to the board. Jeff?
I completely agree. So the intent of this modification were slight nuances within the context of the guidance provided by CDC, DHEC, and MUSC. And the playground example is the one that we were looking at approaching on this one. So that, again, if we were able to maintain social distancing that was acceptable and change the playground policy to allow them to take masks off at certain times, that would be an example where it's not a wholesale removal, but there are opportunities to make changes within the context of the guidance that's out there now. We've been reviewing this day in and day out, trying to find that opportunity where we could provide some periods of opportunity, but we just haven't got there yet. And we thought by having this change, that would allow us to make it if we came across that opportunity with the guidance that's provided by DHEC, MUSC, et cetera.
So I guess that I want to clarify, because my interpretation of the CDC's guidance is not that you have to be 6 feet apart in order to take off your face mask. It's just that when you're outside having strenuous activity, you still need to try to maintain a distance of 6 feet.
So and I'm not going to agree or disagree, Dr. French, you're probably correct. But within the context of this is how can we do exactly just that? How can we do that within the district? Try to maintain 6 feet. We don't have that. So
right.
it
does seem that the CDC's guidance is changing to suggest that students can be 3 feet apart in all of these scenarios.
Dr. French, can we wrap this up? If there's other specific questions, can we?
I'm sorry, did anybody else have a question? Then I'll ask for a vote, at which the vote is available now.
We're good?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, the next item is 7A, legislative update. Ms. Green or staff, I wasn't sure. Or, yeah, let's hear from the pro.
All right, thank you. I hope you all are doing well this evening. I was hoping to report this Thursday, the General Assembly adjourned signing died at 5 o'clock. Unfortunately for me and others, they're going to pass a continuing resolution to come back 3 weeks in June to take up the budget and complete the budget. They're also going to be coming back in August or September to deal with the redistricting or redrawing the lines, to do the census data once it comes in. And they also be coming back to spend the federal CARES Act money as well. On note, in terms of legislation, the Education Accountability Act should pass this week. It clearly defines what's a chronically underperforming and underperforming schools and school districts, a process for a state of emergency declaration, and the procedures of a takeover and reverting back to management of the school district. The House also adopted last week a House resolution by Representative Margaret Pendarvis recognizing the girls basketball team and coaching staff at Military Magnet Academy for capturing this Class A state championship title. So it's going to be a pretty busy week this week in the General Assembly for most of us, and certainly going to be a busy summer for some of us as well. So anyway, but that concludes my report, and I love it answering any questions you may have at this time.
Any questions on the legislative side of things? Cindy?
So is there any talk about the issues surrounding Senate 147 and how it has kind of goes against what's publicly being said? Is there any talk up there about maybe revisiting that to clear up 147 in the sense that it requires us to follow public health guides, but clearly a lot of legislators are voting for that, but then not saying it? Is there any?
I have not heard any details on whether or not they will address that issue. I doubt it seriously now since we're coming to closing session. So.
And as it relates to the one that disbands the school boards, has that been cleared? I know it went from the Senate to the House and the House to the Senate. Are we done, or is it going to go back?
It goes back to the House, and I think from according to Senator Henry, the House is going to concur with the deal. It's 2-1. Yep.
Since it does involve disbanding school boards, could we maybe get that language so the board can be aware of that?
Certainly.
And what's in the law that says why they can be?
Right. I
Thank you.
will get that to you.
Does anybody else have any questions? Oh, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thanks for keeping us updated. We appreciate it. Our next item is 7B, the CCSD Promise Initiative. Ms. Waters?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Darby. As Dr. Postlewaite mentioned earlier, the ad hoc committee met briefly to discuss the presentation draft that had been developed by the district. They essentially wanted to give us something to consider as we start further down the path of the plan. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. English Watson, or to Dr. Postlewaite first.
I can start. Ms. Watson is going to pick up in just a couple minutes. So the concept that's mentioned on the cover page is not just to make sure that students have some post-secondary support, but to focus on readiness at every single step of the way. And so that's why we think this has the ability to impact systemic change. We're going to make that point. This isn't just about what happens after 12th grade. The Charleston or CCSD College Promise ad hoc committee is chaired by Ms. Waters, and the members are Ms. Coakley and Ms. Frederick. Michelle English Watson has agreed to serve as the district liaison to the committee. And then we're going to need, Maggie, if you wouldn't mind advancing to the next slide, please. We're going to need some support for the effort. And you heard earlier today how blessed this district is going to be with resources, but this is a big undertaking, and we left that blank. We don't have any proposal for that, but obviously funds that are received to support a program such as this could also be used to help make sure that the people who are staffing it know how to make those connections with higher ed, with business, and with families. Work today, the staff had a Zoom meeting with the Long Beach Promise staff. We are in the process of establishing a time for staff here and the ad hoc committee and the other board members who want to listen in to talk with the folks in Long Beach. We completed a high-level draft for the committee's consideration and reviewed it with them, considering strategies to fund the effort. And then I'll talk just a little bit about the work we've done in refining the PK-12 framework. I know you're tired. We're going to try to cover this pretty quickly. Ms. Watson?
Okay. Good evening, everyone. So for our overview, if Maggie would advance, thank you. So as we were doing our research, we found that there are over 80 college promise programs throughout the United States. Each program is unique. Some provide scholarships for two-year degree or college certification. Some provide scholarships to students with potential who are not eligible for merit-based scholarships. Some provide specific dollar amounts. Partnerships are often among school districts, higher ed, municipalities, community business, and philanthropy, excuse me. Even though each program is unique and have program offerings, the common ground is a promise to commit, a public assurance made to prepare students for the 21st century workforce, and to provide an opportunity to attend a post-secondary institution or to be prepared for that workforce. It was noted that quality promise programs acknowledge that support services for students are critical for success from the LEAs, the institutions of higher learning, and community partners, that it takes the collaboration of everyone to make it success. And these supports look like counseling, coaching the students, conversations of awareness, academic support, and peer support. And Maggie, if you would go, you are there, purpose. There we go, go back. I'm sorry. There we go. So basically the purpose of college programs, of the College Promise, excuse me, is to bolster our nation's talent pipeline and promote equity in education. And the College Promise for All vision is to provide a pathway for college and career preparation, access, and success. Our objectives, as we're trying to build our foundation, is to provide incentives for students to be better prepared for college and careers, increase access to higher education and national career certification programs, and improve employability of students and address local workforce needs. Next slide, please, the framework. Pathway, make the promise early with career training opportunities and college awareness in elementary grades, focusing on readiness in middle grades and college career exploration high school grades. In our conversation with Long Beach, they started early, excuse me, they started early by conducting 2-year community college campus tours in their 5th grade and 4-year college campus tours in their 5th grade. The first one should be 4th grade and then in their 5th grade, I apologize. So scholarships create opportunities for all students by connecting them with existing scholarships. For example, Palmetto Life, South Carolina Winds, Meeting Street Scholarship Fund, Reverend Pinckney Scholarship, fraternities and sororities, and other community faith-based organizations that help fill the gap as they may exist. Okay.
Thank you very much. So what we really want to think about is a pre-K through 13 framework and making sure that students are ready every step of the way. The system that we have inherited and that we work in today was really invented as the industrial age was becoming of age back in the early 1900s. So the system we have is real. It's over 100 years old, and the idea as public education was opening up for more people, as people were leaving the farms and going to work in factories, they needed a little higher level of education. The idea that schools adopted was very much like the factory model. It's an assembly line. Children get the same, the dose of whatever it is, the same curriculum, and for the same amount of time, and then they're passed on down the line. And human beings don't learn at the same pace. So obviously, as human beings go through a system, if they're only given a certain amount of time to learn, some are going to learn well, some concepts, and some are not going to learn so well. We wouldn't think of saying that if a child doesn't walk by a certain number of months, that they have failed, but we do that if they haven't read by a certain number of months. So this is an opportunity for us to really think about what it takes, what kind of metrics and measures and systems and supports and curriculum and staffing it would take to really try to make sure kids are ready as they go through the system. If you listen to one teacher in your lifetime, the biggest frustration that an educator faces is, I can't get what my kids need to all my kids at the same time. I can't meet everyone's needs in my classroom or my school. So this is an opportunity to think about a different system, a different way of moving children through the system and supporting them. So we look at the next slide, you see a picture of something that I don't mean to be offensive at all. It's just a mental model for us. This is a picture of a fish ladder. So if you think about one grade being the jump from one level of water, you see that dam going across the river, that drop is too big to make it in one jump. But if they build fish ladders that may or may not work, I don't know if fish ladders work, and I'm not suggesting children are fish or that our systems are this simple, but if we broke grade levels into smaller pieces, and we understood the skills along the way, and we made sure, for example, that in mathematics, we didn't put children in multiplicative reasoning before they had additive reasoning. Because if you can't add groups of things together and sort them, you can't understand multiplication at all. And if you don't understand multiplication and division, you can't understand ratio and proportion and fractions and decimals. And if you can't understand that, you can't understand algebra. So it's too late to start by 9th grade. If kids don't understand algebra, the fix for that was way back somewhere. That's the kind of different, when I said if we pulled teachers together and let them begin thinking about how they would change the system and let them plan, by the summer of 2022, I bet they could have a tremendous sort of professional learning plan in place and then begin making some changes that they recommend in schools. And I do think it's time for us to acknowledge there are probably models across the country where people have already prototyped and tested and developed some approaches that we should be open-minded about if those approaches would serve our children better. So if we look at the next slide, before COVID, our district had just begun to get started in a process of finding some sort of tool that would help us. As Carolyn said a little bit ago, the education measurement tools
are not very valid and reliable. None of them are as valid and reliable as we would like, and they're not transferable and transportable into other places. So this is a tool called a Lexile measure, and you can look up almost any job that your child might want to have, and it'll tell you in order to start training for this job or to get an entry level. This is sort of the Lexile, the reading. Lexile is about reading. Quantile is a similar measure about mathematics. And so we had begun that work on a math test or South Carolina Ready, on ACT, College Board. Those usually translate over into a Lexile score. So it's a universal tool. If you live in another country, you can go to the library. If you know your child's reading on 900 Lexile, you can find books in any library. If you know this and go in, you can get books on the right level. So if we were to think about where a child needs to be, if they're wanting to be an airframe and power plant technician, if you know they have to be at, say, a 1300 Lexile level to start that, and that's 4 years away, they're in 8th grade, but they're on a 300 Lexile level or a 400 Lexile level, that begins to tell you the kind of work that has to be done. Our systems don't currently work like that. They're really more like an assembly line, and teachers are doing the best any human being could possibly do, given that we give them 24 or more kids per period, one curriculum, and they have only so much time to cover a course, and they have to move them on. So the next page just shows, I didn't talk about the left-hand side of this Lexile measure. We would hope that by 12th grade, 12th graders ought to be on about 1200. It doesn't work that way for every grade level, but we would want to see a 12th grader on about 1200, just as a point of reference. Here are some examples of Lexile correlations. If you come out of a 4-year college degree and want to start as a mathematician, that gives you an idea of the minimum Lexile level you need to have. Firefighters, welders, construction workers, pediatricians. The point is, there are very few jobs left where people don't have to be able to think for a living. They have to be able to access, read, process, understand, and produce information in order to be paid the kind of living wage that moves a family from poverty to the middle class. There are tremendous opportunities for our kids in Charleston County. There are high wage, high skilled jobs that are available. There isn't the talent for those jobs currently, and they're bringing people in from other places to take those jobs. It seems to us that the major responsibility of a public school system is to make sure that more children can access those jobs and go on from there to build careers or whatever they want to do. So we're doing a fine job with many of our children, but there's a large percentage, at least 40% of the kids in Charleston County schools it's not our fault, it's not educators' fault, it's not teachers' fault, it's systemic. And so if we think about how to use ESSER funds, we can really see, if you started thinking pre-K, Dr. Finch, that's I think where you were going this morning, let's start early. It wasn't this morning, it was a couple hours ago, it just seems like this morning. Let's start early and invest. The one thing I will tell you that it's a mistake we've made before, you can't just infuse support one time and think that that will last. There has to be support along every step of the way. And so I don't know exactly how we do this together, but I believe it can be done, and that we have these ESSER funds coming that give us an opportunity to really get after this in ways that would, I think, create a legacy that this board would be proud to leave. So the ad hoc committee will schedule another meeting. Again, the part of the planning team effort that we talked about will be driven by the ad hoc committee and their recommendations to this board. We could plan intensive work for the summer of 2022 with teachers' input, focusing on professional learning, using models that work, and then develop implementation strategies to hit this hard for 22-23. In the best working programs, children leave K-12 with the opportunity to have 2 years of technical college under their belt, and then they get a third year paid for. So they actually get 3 of the 4 years of a 4-year degree supported by their local school system. I don't know how far we can get along that road, but one of the things that we've learned from the people we've talked to put in promise programs is that if we don't from the start design the program to work for the children who are not currently able to access post-secondary programs, we're going to end up in a few years with a select group of students getting the benefit of this program, and those students probably could have received scholarship support without us. So we have the perfect circumstances in our community to do it, to involve business and higher ed, the philanthropic partners who have some really appealing propositions on the table regarding supporting our kids who are ready to go to public institutions in South Carolina. If those public institutions graduate at least 50% of their kids, you've seen the sort of scholarships that our philanthropic community, Mr. DeVaro in this instance, but others as well, are interested in providing. There are also philanthropists who are interested in helping think about system redesign. I don't know if this board is interested in that, but I would urge us not to be closed-minded about anything that is in the realm of public education under the governance of this board as we head down the future. So I could go on and on. This is the work that every teacher in the district and everybody in this room longs to do. We got sidetracked by a really bureaucratic system somewhere along the way. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Postlewaite, for that. It looks like we have several questions, so we'll go around. I'll start at the top with Dr. Frazier.
Thank you for sharing this information with you, Dr. Postlewaite. I spent 20 years in the district, and I've seen programs come and go. Most of them are probably under this building in the dirt room. And I'm just very concerned about our emphasis on students obtaining a college education when we have so many students who could easily gain a good living just by working at some of the 8 major companies in our area. One of the things that we once did, and I don't know whether they're still doing it, was the IGP, the Individual Graduation Plan, where we started that process in middle school and worked all the way up through high school. How does this change that way that we work with our students? I'm just concerned that we're going to invest a lot of money into trying to make children ready for college when we already know that students who are going to college are going to go to college. What about those students who just want to just graduate from high school and go straight to work? And in this district, we just don't put a lot of emphasis on those students. We put a lot of emphasis on going to college, and still Johnny can't read. We have an enormous amount of students in high school right now who just can't read. And I'd like to see some of these funds put into those programs, especially at the high school level, where we can teach these kids to move away from just reading on the 4th grade level.
Dr. Frazier, thank you for pointing out that I failed to clarify that this isn't just for college. It's for high-skilled, high-wage jobs that could occur right out of high school. It could occur with a 1 or a 2-year training program. It could include apprenticeship programs. It also includes a college program, but it isn't assuming a 4-year college degree. So thank you for allowing me to clarify that. And yes, ma'am, the individual graduation program is still required by state regulation. It starts in the 8th grade. And I think what we're saying is the time to start that is probably much earlier, so that we know what children want to do, what their areas of interest are, and can make sure that they start getting the supports they need prior to 8th grade.
Okay, I'm talking about the funding that we have now and a chance to catch those students up who can't read. We have so many students at high school that can't read. What are we going to do about those students? who are gonna be leaving us and just don't know how to address an envelope.
That the opportunity to plan on what to do exists here. It's not to say we're going to write off the kids who are already in ninth grade and start only with pre-K. It is an opportunity to rethink every step of the system.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, Dr. French?
Yeah, I guess, I mean, the concept, the idea all sounds really great, but this is kind of vague. It's just, you're saying that we don't know what we're gonna try to fix yet even. I guess.
Sorry, what adjective did you use? It's what?
I said it was vague. I mean, basically, okay, so there's 80 college commerce programs, and we're going to talk about college and other career prep, but we also have, like Dr. Frazier was saying, we have kids who don't necessarily want a high maintenance career. They want to be able to make a living, have a family,
Right.
you know, but so I think there's so many levels that we're dealing with. And when you say the problem is systemic, how are we gonna work on identifying what parts of this system we've got to change? You know, we still have to teach those kids to read. And if the teacher can't can't teach all the kids in the classroom, what are we gonna change about that classroom? Or how teachers are able to work, you know, move among students and help them.
So I think the purpose of the discussion today is to say we're acknowledging that we have a time-based system, that our training programs train us to work within that time-based system, and that as you're thinking about what the Charleston Promise could be, rather than just focusing on the secondary, the readiness for career or college piece of it, it's an opportunity to think way back to the beginning. We know a lot of things we could do differently, but we need some waivers, and the board's already begun to approve that waiver process. And the next step is for the ad hoc committee to meet again and direct us about how to put a planning committee together. We didn't come with answers today. We simply came with an awareness of an opportunity.
It also centers around our board goals. So academic achievement is a part of that. A new ELA curriculum is being adopted. We're focusing on professional development of principals and leadership. Being able to have the ESSER funds to leverage, with this being an overarching goal of having kids prepared, is what this is. But we've only had one meeting, so you'll see much more development of this. But it truly does center around what we're trying to do as a board.
Thank you all. Ms. Green?
I would just ask the board to consider the name, because back to what Dr. Frazier said, you know, if you look at it, it says the CCSD College Promise, but it's really not just for college.
Right.
So I would ask you to consider looking at that and maybe not leaving it so.
I think you're right. That we said earlier today, it doesn't actually have a name. It's just a promise, but that work is all in front of us. But you're absolutely right. Thank you, Ms. Harder.
4 links were included in the content. I'd encourage everybody to read those. It really breaks down ways that we can leverage ESSER funds, including basic needs within board docs. Yes. Yes. It sheds light on what we could do.
Okay. Are there any more questions? Reverend Max?
Yeah, so I just want to add that, again, we're in the early stage of this movement, and this is quite a large initiative to take on as far as making a promise for every student that comes through our doors in CCSD. So yeah, as the ad hoc committee begins to have these dialogues and meetings and begin to report back to the board, we will begin to have these in-depth discussions as we continue to move forward. By every means necessary, as we go forward, everyone will play a part in whatever this promise will be, and we will craft it to the manner that not one child will be left behind, and that every child will be, or a commitment or promise will be made for every child to enter into our building. So we have a golden opportunity, a golden chance to make a difference in CCSD. Now, we know the history. We have seen enough a report from various entities that have given the history and the complexity of what has been created and what has been indulged throughout CCSD. So there's enough history for us to know what we need to change. And we are still facing some of those issues still today. So in creating this promise, we're going to be looking at hard challenges of changing the culture of where we are and where we want to be, and what we want the outcome to be as we move forward. So this is a huge challenge that's being undertaken, and it's going to involve everyone, every facet of the community, stakeholders, business, parents, community teachers, the whole gamut, in order to craft what we're wanting to happen in the next 5 to 10 years and moving forward. But this is a huge challenge that we're going to have to undertake, and it's a lot of work that's going to be required. So I thank the ad hoc committee for what they're doing, moving us forward.
Thank you. And Ms. Coates?
Yes, and Dr. Postway, one of the most exciting reports that we saw when you first got here was talking about the readiness pathway, and it fell to the wayside. And 5 years later, I'm sorry it fell to the wayside, but I like this. I remember the original time this was proposed, and I do think that as we move forward, because some of us who saw that don't have the same perception as some who didn't. We're still talking about Boeing certifications. We're still talking about the PACE, the PACERS and the ACER tests that help students judge where they want to go next. If I want to go to work for Boeing, I need to have this level of certification. This tracking process wasn't ever, as I remember it, intended just to track into colleges. So I'm really glad to see that you've pulled it back out. And I do genuinely hope this time it makes an impact in the district. Thank y'all.
Thank you. You have a response? No. Okay, you moved the mic, so I wanted to make sure. Did anyone else have a question?
I just have to I just want us to be reminded that most of us, well, all of us, probably have about a year and a half left on this board, so that I would hope that we would have some meaningful contributions when we move forward with this. Did you all hear me?
547 days.
547 days. So.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. And my only last thought is that I want the board to, consider continuing to be open-minded. We're coming back with a lot of information that is not completely finished because the board has a huge interest in staying engaged at every step of the way. So I think the word used today was vague. And so you may get a little bit more of that as we flesh this out. But please know that the plan is going to continue to be an iterative process, and you'll see more coming.
Great, thank you very much. All right, our next item, 7C, is to determine the items to move to the consent agenda. From what I see, we have items 6B, 6C, and 6D that we can make a motion to go to the consent agenda. And then I think items, yep,
You got it.
And then item 6E will go to our special called meeting. So can I have a motion for 6B, 6C, and 6D to go to move forward to the consent agenda? All right, Ms. Green, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion from Ms. Green and a second from Dr. French. Do we have any questions? Okay, please vote.
Well, it looks like that the 6D,
It wasn't unanimous.
I think there was
no,
just
wait,
a-
she put 6D policy ADD, which
Oh,
6D
yeah,
is the naming of facilities.
So 6B, 6C, 6D, there was an abstention. Do you want us to pull that?
No, I
and-
just voted yes.
Okay,
Oh, I thought abstention didn't mean.
Doesn't mean the policy is being unanimous, but we can vote it,
Right.
and put it to potential consent.
all right, so the motion is 6B, which is policy JI, 6C, which is policy GBEB, 6D, which is policy FF, naming of facility for Carolina Park Elementary Library.
Okay.
So are we re-voting?
I don't think it's supposed to be still here.
Okay, Ms. Coakley is no longer, I think, participating in the meeting, or is she on?
No, she's
Not present to vote, okay? Not present to vote, got that, yep. So that motion passes. All right, so other things on the agenda before we go into special called meeting, we have a board meeting on the 24th, June committee of the whole is the 14th, and board meeting is the 28th. Any update on the workshop?
Yes,
Reverend
so the May 26th original board workshop that was scheduled. The facilitator is not able to make that date, and the new proposed date will be June 16th for the board workshop. Same timeframe, 12 to 1 for lunch, and then until 4:30. 1 to 4:30 for the workshop.
Okay, June 16th, starting at noon.
At noon.
Okay. All right, any questions about upcoming meetings, Dr. French?
So since we're changing the date on June 16th, can we consider different venues?
Consider different what, I'm sorry?
Venues.
Different venues.
Well, not for this workshop, we can for the next that we'll have. But we already have this one set.
Okay, any other questions? Do I have a motion to adjourn? Okay, we adjourn. Now we're going into.
Does anyone need to take a 5-minute break? No? Okay, all right. Yeah. We're going to call the May 10th, 2021 Board of Trustees Special Call Meeting to order. Entertain a motion for the adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Darby, second by Ms. Green. Are there any questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Dr. French?
Thank you. I have a question about, about the student transfer item. And it's related to the agenda, I guess, because I was concerned that we don't know exactly where this item came from. I mean, I know that in part it came from staff because some of it's regular, but some of what was asked to be done doesn't follow our regular policy on student transfers. And so I feel it's not a good position to put our staff in to ask them to put something on the agenda that doesn't follow the policy. So would like to know where this originated from. And I did ask about this earlier, but I never got a response.
So you want to know why we have the student transfer request on the agenda?
Some of the items in that agenda item don't follow policy for student transfers. So I want to know who originated putting them on in that way.
So what does not follow policy?
Our policy clearly states that when we receive an appeal, we are not to consider any new information that the constituent board didn't receive. And there are items on that don't follow that policy.
So you're saying that items in the transfer packet that you received is additional information was added that was not shared at the constituent board meeting?
Yes, that's
For 12.
because it was, these information items were dated after May 3rd.
Okay. And which item number are you referencing?
You mean?
They don't
agenda?
have numbers. I can't say who it is.
It's Reverend Mack, it's item 4B, and it's student 12, 15, and 32.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Darby.
All right.
15.
So according to the placement of these item on the agenda, you said under 4B, and according to the document, number 12, number 15, and number 32, correct?
Okay, where are they numbered? I
The
guess.
students are numbered, student.
They're
12,
numbered on the
15,
cover page.
Yeah, on the spread, on the template, on the Excel spreadsheet.
But they're listed under the template as the reconsiderations.
Right.
And I'm trying to be clear, because if you're saying there's certain ones that don't meet policy, then I mean, you have to be clear as to which one you're talking about. Because if that's being the case, then we have to look at removing them if it's so desired, or we
I
can
hear what you're
suspend the policy.
So, yes, number 12. Okay, now I've got the document up, I think. Yes, number 12, number 15, number 32.
All right. So Dr. French, how do you know that we have information that was not shared with the constituent board?
Because the information provided to us in this packet is dated after our board meeting on May the 3rd.
And the constituent board hasn't met since May the 3rd.
Got it. Okay. All right.
But, so how is this on the agenda is really the question.
Yeah, how are these part of this agenda item?
So we can, well, again, we have to clarify the underlying question that's being asked of these items actually making the list. So my suggestion would be that, these items, number that you pointed out, that we remove these items until further, discovery and to come back with an answer as to how they're able to be received. I mean, that's where we're at right now. If that is the case.
So should I make a motion to that
Hang on
effect?
one second. We're still in discussion
Yeah,
with
I
the
mean,
current motion.
I think we can answer the question. I disagree that it doesn't say in the policy that, that we can't put these on the agenda. So they got on the agenda.
What policy are we pointing
Well,
to?
I'm actually also looking at the student transfer process paperwork, but policy, is it JIABC?
JFABC.
JFABC. Okay, so.
It was already denied by the board. I don't know. I think the question is that we don't have a procedure that says something that was denied by the county board automatically shows back up on the next county board for reconsideration.
I get that, but this board.
And if it's silent on that and we can do it, that would be the answer. That would be the answer.
This is a board that will make any amendments and suspensions for, if there's a gap. This board so chooses to
You might want to use the microphone.
If this board so chooses to rehear it, then they have, the majority of the board can do that. If
But
there's
we
no-
need to know
Wait,
who's
I'm not finished.
originating
I'm
it.
not finished. There's nothing on this, in this policy that suggests that it cannot be reheard by this board. Now,
Okay.
how it got on the agenda, I have no idea.
Okay, so I think if it's going to be something that we're going to reconsider, it needs to be a separate agenda item, and we need to know who originated it.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry.
Because Mr. Olson did not originate it.
I don't know that we know who would originate any agenda items. I mean, when it comes.
Yes,
to
we
me-
do. We usually have originators on all of our agenda items.
Oh, you talked about
Okay.
on the sheet,
Courtney.
on the one sheet.
Just one
that
second.
says originate.
All
Okay,
right,
I'm sorry.
Ms. Waters?
I guess my question is, one, are we able to move to pull it and talk about it later? And then two, actually, this is, no, I'm just one. Are we able to pull it and talk about it?
Well, the only motion on the floor is the approval of the adoption of the agenda. That's it. And that's where we're at right now. So, as written, so we are pretty much in discussion. So there's nothing else, motion-wise on the floor beyond that.
But it's possible to make a motion to that effect. And so
You can make a motion to pull it if you want
Okay.
to.
I would-
How to change things up.
I think we need more information before we proceed with them. So I guess I would like to make a motion to remove, gosh, how do I do it? The student, say the student numbers?
No, say you want, what, I don't agree with it, but what you were trying to do is remove the student transfer appeal reconsiderations out of item 4B. I don't think you
Yeah,
should.
that's right. So I would like to move to remove the student transfer appeal reconsiderations from item 4B.
We have an initial motion as to approve the agenda and it's the second.
Correct.
So now we have a second motion made by Dr. French. Is that seconded by any board?
Right, it's a second to Dr. French's motion. All right, hearing none, we have the original motion on the floor to approve the adoption of the agenda as outlined. We ready to cast our vote? Okay, has everyone voted?
Come on.
Are we waiting on anyone to? All right, that motion passes. Entertain a motion to go into executive session.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Dory, second by Ms. Green. All right, are we back in?
Yes, sir.
All right, item 4A,
I've got a motion.
go ahead.
I would like to move that we place the student at Daniel Jenkins Academy and any appropriate summer programs that Daniel Jenkins might have.
Properly moved by Ms. Darby, second by Ms. Waters. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we ask that you please cast your vote.
Yes, ma'am. 4A.
Waiting on anyone to? Dr. Frazier?
I don't see it on my,
How do you vote, Dr. Frazier?
I'm nay.
Nay? Nay? Your vote's nay. All right, that motion passes. Item 4B,
I'd like to make a motion that under student transfer appeals, student 37, we overturn the constituent board's decision. Under student transfer appeal reconsiderations, that we overturn our May 3rd and the constituent board's decisions for student 12. Slow down. Sorry, I'm talking to that.
slow it down about 3 notches.
So we have the student transfer appeal for number 37. We're going to overturn. And then for students 12, 15, and 32, we're going to overturn. And I would like to add number 19, number 26, and number 30 from our May special called meeting to overturn. And then also just, I don't know if we want to put this in the same motion, to return student number 1 to the D2 constituent board. They've already been taken care of. You could say 1 and 2 if you want.
They wanted to, so.
You wanted to. To the D2 constituent board.
Okay, that motion has been made by Ms. Darby and second by Ms. Waters. Are there any questions? All right, here, I'm sorry, Dr. French.
I thought you were going to make a statement.
Lord knows.
I'm sorry, say again?
You said you were going to make a statement.
You were going to make a statement.
Oh, not in reference to this. No, that statement, no, it's not in reference to this.
Okay.
Yes, oh, absolutely. Can we ask that you please cast your vote? Okay, that motion passes. Item 4C,
Move to approve.
Second.
properly moved by Ms. Cole, second by Ms. Darby. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we ask that you please cast your vote. Item passes. Item 5A,
Move to approve the motion as it came out of the committee meeting.
Second.
Properly moved by Ms. Coates. Second by Ms. Darby. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we ask that you please cast your vote. Okay, that motion carries. Just want to remind board members to please utilize the option that's given to you. When the agenda is sent out on Monday morning, you can submit your questions. Staff is readily available from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., I believe, to take any questions that you may have in reference to the agenda or any questions you may have in reference to any background information that has been shared. We spent an exorbitant amount of time discussing questions and to information that we have already received, and it's included in our packet, and we spent an exorbitant amount of time going over those same entitled items. So I just ask that you come more better prepared in researching your information so that we can really get to the discussion of the concerns that we need to expend an exorbitant amount of energy. Thank you so much for your time. Entertain a motion for adjournment.
Motion.
This meeting is now adjourned.